Dyer's ban.
They're not going to get Clockwork. We're talking about Clockwork, how they're undefeated, how to get watch out for. The only place we're going to see this is in the bans.
Yeah, I don't think many people will let Clockwork get through after seeing his win rate.
I think his tournament is over.
Yeah, he's just gone. Like, that's going to be his win rate probably for the rest of the tournament. We might see some specific heroes. One specific hero I wanted to see yesterday, and we did see him 2 or 3 times, was Omni Knight. I think this hero still has a very good spot in the game in terms of what he brings, like the turnaround potential when you pop Guardian Angel, when you use Repel. We saw it in the series where Infinity played during the Static Storm, so you're not getting damage, and Quap was able to blink out. So pretty straightforward. You only need to follow your carry and pretty much heal him whenever it's necessary. I know it's not the most fun hero to play, but it gets the job done.
Yep. Can you give away Pango, though?
That's the big question. I think Pango looked amazing.
All right, well, they are going to give Pango away. Primal Beast, good ban against it. If you do pulverize them during the roll, it pulls them out. The story is old as time there. And then moving on to Navi, they get other options. Like, the other options that counter Pango just don't feel good anymore. Like, you have like your Bane Elementals, your Grimstroke type heroes. Like, these Bloodseeker, all these heroes aren't really strong.
Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I mean, that is the quote-unquote Pango counter, right?
Yeah. It is. That hero is so bad right now. It's, you know, we might see him...
That's why Pango's so good right now, too, though,
That's also true.
Yeah, exactly. His counters on in the game.
We might see some Amar play offlane Bloodseeker or Divine Llama. Like, these are the type of players that will bang it out.
Definitely have to see here. Monkey King is a good response, though, to the Pango and the mid lane. I guess opposed to off lane, too. You can follow it. And there is a situation where Monkey King versus Pangolier, you just can't step up to the wave, right? He'll right-click you. But I'll say this over and over again. I think you're fine as an off-lane Pango against this, as long as you have a ranged position 4 with you. Notably, either Dark Willow or Hoodwink, being those 2 heroes that can really get you outside the lane. Mid lane, it's over. Like, you can't do anything as a Pango in this matchup, so I would try to avoid that matchup here. And we talked about Illic. One of his best heroes is the Pangolier, so just give him this hero and try to make it work. Put Knight on one of his Hoodwinks that he's good at, get him through the laning stage, and give this man a game.
It's still going to be a relatively hard game for Pango. Something Pango doesn't like to play is overwhelming damage that can kill him during a roll. So if he's rolling around Wukong's command, he just, like, we've seen it so many times, and especially now where you're with the facet, with the Thunderbolt, you are moving faster, so you're connecting more on these monkeys in Wukong, so you're getting more damage.
It's definitely good, yeah. Anything that you can put on the ground that he doesn't feel comfortable to roll into.
Like Medusa, Leshrac with Edict, all these things, like overwhelming physical damage. Primal Beast, as you mentioned, has been removed, and now they're protecting the Spangolier with the Beastmaster ban as well. Beastmaster, we've seen 2 different builds, one with the Aghanim Scepter, one with the Helm of the Dominator, depending what you're going to be playing against, but Beastmaster still feels like very stable as an offlaner. He can be the one who's taking over the game. We've seen a lot of like Hexes purchases on Beastmaster relatively early on as their 3rd/4th item, so you have a little bit more control into refreshers, so playing more for a like control in a team fight rather than being that damage with Ags.
They get one more ban here. Probably, I'm looking at maybe potentially banning out like the Hoodwink and taking out the Dark Willow for yourself. But then there's Snapfire too, which is also really good. Oh, so there is no Snapfire. Okay, so both of those will be in the pool. Would be really surprised. I mean, Batrider, that's a great one too. That's a hero that is good versus a Monkey King. It's okay versus a Pango. I suppose you can lasso him during the roll, but with the new Thunderbolt Facet, I feel like that's very difficult to do without like an Aether Lens or something.
Might need a neutral item for the cast range.
Do you think that'll be a 5 or a 4?
I want it to be 4 so badly.
They played it on both Zayats and Puppy, so it is a flexible thing for them, but I do prefer position 4 Batrider, because you are getting some extra farm. You're also stacking in the triangle, so you're getting the gold from there. You can easily invade enemy jungle, steal some of their stacks. You can creep skip much more easily if you're playing position 4 Batrider. So I want to see what the pairing is going to be.
And I think for position 5, mainly, the heroes that I've liked have been either these overwhelming team fight 5s, like I'll bring out the Warlock, for example, that looked pretty good for a little bit, the Chen, or you're playing these Tusk these clockwork heroes that don't really need an item to initiate, right? You can do it with spells. And that's the biggest issue that I would have with the Bat Rider on 5. You just don't get the farm. And Disruptor, they keep going back for it. They think this is the hero, and
I don't think this is the hero.
They think it's the hero. He likes to go the fence in a lot of the games. Like, I don't hate the hero. I just don't know if he's strong enough to warrant the picks he's been given so far by Infinity. I mean, it used to be an old counter. Bat blinks in, you glimpse him back, right? Cancels the lasso. Doesn't feel like Dota really operates that same way anymore. It feels like by the time you already get that. But I do like this hero. Disruptor can always work. I don't think it's a terrible hero by any means. So Hoodwink, this will help secure the Pango's lane, which I'm still leaning towards. I want to see this Pango likely into the off lane.
I don't like the support duo. I know that you've been liking Hoodwink. I feel complete opposite of the hero. Like, she can be annoying in the laning stage, but I'm not really feeling Hoodwink's impact in most of these mid fights. Late game, when you get some like right-click items, it can be okay. But also when paired up with Disruptor, I think this could be a very disastrous game for them. And then they just go with the Rubik plus Centaur from their offlane.
Good spells to steal as well.
5 seconds.
I'm just not feeling this Disruptor because...
What's with all the Hoodwink hate? He's got 23 games, 52% win rate. Seems pretty decent.
That's okay.
What specifically
above 50.
Do you not like about this hero? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Because your 15 talent got nerfed. It's one of the worst talents in the game. Same goes for the Snapfire, where you get like 1 bounce from the Acorn, 1 bounce from the Lil Shredder. So that's not really okay in terms of... Because before it was OP. So we needed to do something, but now that talent is kind of dead. And also, the hero is really good when it comes down to trading in the lane, but I also don't think you have an item to go for. Like, you, that's my problem with the hero, because nothing feels that great. Sure, if you can farm into Gleipnir, eventually it's still going to be good.
That's what's gone on, really. The Gleipnir nerf is pretty...
But we've seen a lot of these position 4s not being as greedy anymore. We've been in this like more Solar Crest, Glimmer Cape type of a meta, so people are not playing for themselves as much.
I mean, to be fair, Hoodwink used to be a monstrosity of a hero.
She was strong. One of the best ones for sure.
So in comparison, she's definitely mellowed down. Still okay. I feel like there's not a lot of OP position 4s right now, especially the ranged ones. There's some good melee ones, but we're gonna see a Gyrocopter come out, which to me is a bit of a strange pick here, because oftentimes when I see Gyrocopter, you're countering like a bunch of summon units. You want to make use of that flat cannon as much as you possibly can. And you know what item's really good against flat cannon? It's Crimson Guard. And Centaur is a natural Crimson Guard buyer, one of the best in the game at it. And this is not necessarily a lane matchup where I find it's going to be particularly good against the Centaur. Sure, with the glimpse into the Rocket Barrage, if you catch him out of position, could be really strong there. But I feel like you're just setting yourself up to get counterpicked, and Gyrocopter has always historically been one of these heroes. You have some really bad carry-to-carry matchups. You just have to rely on the fact that you're going to get way ahead, and that's how you're going to win the game. And I don't think Centaur Rubik isn't necessarily easy lane for you there. So this definitely feels like a bit of a comfort pick, I want to say. For Pgl, you can farm fast. He likes doing stacks and stuff like that. A lot of the good ones are out of the game. That's probably why they banned Luna first phase, but
definitely feels like the lane to watch, especially with the Disruptor pickup.
Yes, probably. But this Disruptor pick at least is going to be good against Centaur, because they picked it into it. So that means that Stampede is not going to be as good. You can put, your cage. So that's going to be way of stopping Centaur from running away and the rest of his team. It's still, other than Disruptor, it's still pretty good Morphling game for Navi.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to ban it most likely, because I don't think Pango is going to stop you in the laning stage. And then, of course, morphing into Gyrocopter is one of the classics of all time. I think you should consider banning that one. Great thing about Navi is they do have last pick, though. If they really think this Monkey King can be good on the safe lane and pick up another mid, they have that option here. But I'm really worried that the last pick here from Navi is going to be a carry that just makes Gyro's life really hard.
Yeah, and there's multiple options which could happen there. I also think, because they have the last pick, as you mentioned, I think if they don't pick something from the mid lane that can close the gap, it could be another good Drow Ranger game who can keep the distance. The only hero pretty much that you need to be careful about is Pango, but you can also kill Pango during the Rolling Thunder with the Wukong's command and your right click. You have Lasso, you can reposition yourself. And it's going to be Storm.
Spirit.
So I don't mind Monkey mid against that. Like,
that's fine.
I was thinking something like a Medusa last pick here could be really nasty. You just get the literally lasso into the Stone Gaze. Pango, we mentioned before, he tries to roll in during Stone Gaze. Quite literally impossible.
10 seconds to go.
Got a good carry-to-carry matchup against the Gyrocopter. Either that, you can go for some more options like you mentioned, Drow Ranger. Definitely really strong, but I'm sometimes a little scared playing Drow against like these glimpses and like Pango rolling in. It can get a little bit scary. Your positioning has to be on point, where Medusa can just sit there. Doesn't really have to care about absolutely anything in this game and just right-click away.
You know what? I don't want to see Tiny.
+1.
Yeah, no, please no more Tiny. Guys, please.
Every single game, this hero just feels weird. You don't have.
Alright, welcome back to the live stream, and now we're gonna watch together Pgl Wallachia 2024 Season 2, and it's NAVI versus Infinity. Okay, so that's the draft from Natus Fincher. We have Yuragi with Templar Assassin, Boom Centaur, Warrunner, Zayak, Rubik, Puppy, Betrider, and Monkey King here. Meanwhile, with Infinity, PP, Storm Spirit, Knight, Hoodwing, Panda, Disruptor, Illich, Pangolier. If I remember correctly, there is someone here, the Phylama maybe, it's the Gyrocopter or Monkey King, I don't really remember. But, okay, so far, it's the... It's kind of terrifying, but I don't think that Natus Fincher's draft is not as strong as Infinity's draft. PP is so good with the spirit heroes, and there's the Hoodwing, like the ultimate support hero too, and then Disruptor and then Pangolier is basically can really disarray your formation. NAVI, they should, oh, it's Bizim and Costabil Gyrocopter and Bizim Monkey King, I'm sorry. But Bizim's Monkey King is also terrifying here. Maybe they can really trade right click on the mid lane with Storm Spirit, but again, Storm Spirit can easily destroy the tree Monkey King is on. And at the same time, also the Pangolier can really disarray the formation. Meanwhile, Centaur Warrunner with the Stampede can really make the aggressiveness coming so powerfully on Natus Fincher. So let's see that Natus Fincher, they really need to make some space first. With the vision coming from Monkey King is very good, and again Infinity with the Gyrocopter carry, it's not so much form, but again, let's watch together.
Maybe it's just comfort that they're really liking to play around. I'm not sure.
All right, Owen, any thoughts? I know you're always quiet in these bits.
No, I let him do the talking. He does the smart stuff. I mean, for me, just for purely entertainment value, because of how kind of rough, I don't want to enjoy someone else's suffering, but we saw the other day, right? Illich, he had a tough time on the off lane, so I'm looking at him to see if he can have a bit of a better showing today.
All right then, guys, thanks for your thoughts. Have a great cast. I'll see you after.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, so this game, this series, these two teams, I mean, we're definitely having both kind of coming in with a bit of their own flair, right? You got kind of what Navi saying, he's like, I want to play some Rubik. We're going to get some Rubik action. And yeah, Infinity going for such picks as this Gyrocopter, despite the fact that there wasn't really anything that was, shown in the draft that made it feel like, hey, Gyro's the carry to pick right now.
Yeah, I mean, just the Disruptor Gyro link can be very oppressive because you're getting this high damage early on with the Q from the Disruptor, gives vision, so he can always flak the side target. Also, interesting to point out, Boom went for the Counter-Strike facet, which I don't think I've ever seen anyone, I haven't seen anyone take it this tournament at least, so we'll see how much he's able to do with that one, but it makes sense when he's playing versus Gyro, right? I think it could be kind of cool how much you're able to do because you're taking this extra damage. I don't know. We'll see, because I think they're going to be looking for lots of kills up here. That's why usually you pick this Rubik plus Centaur. So besides Zayak's wanting it, maybe they're looking just to burst this hero down inside the laning phase. And the person we have to talk about, like you said, Illich has to have better performances. He had a really, really tough day yesterday on his axe in particular, his bristle.
Yep.
Started okay for the first like 10 minutes and then died like 6 times. So he's a big one to watch.
I mean, how is his lane this game? Is this a game where he should be fine, or is this a lane in which you could start feeding?
This could be a bit of a difficult one. That's why they picked it as well. He even went for the Void Blades. We saw that as well from Miracle the other day when he was playing versus one of these low armor, well, not low, but lower armor, difficult to lane melee heroes. It could be a bit hard. He does have the Hoodwink behind him to help establish the lane, but this is probably one of the ones to watch. And then we, of course, have BZM versus PP.
Yeah, this matchup should be interesting. I mean, you'd imagine, right, the Storm should come out on top of this.
Yeah, but it's a skill matchup, I would say. Like, I feel like some of these Monkey Kings can take advantage
Some
a little
good kind
bit.
of dodges
Dodge
and
remnants.
Yeah.
So. And you do have a base damage advantage on Monkey King, so I could see BZM coming out ahead in this matchup even. I've been waiting for somebody to try the other facet on Storm, the collar. I really want to see someone try it.
We saw that in some of the games, didn't we? And no one's picking it?
I don't think I saw a single game ever in a
I like the other one.
I think it just has
because this one, it makes it more complicated. I've got to do something with the Q. I don't just press it. You know what I mean? The other one's easy. It just passively does something cool.
This one is straight up better. Let's be honest.
Sure.
But the other one has, I think, some particular scenarios that could maybe make it look really good. I've seen some games in pubs where people bash themselves in particular because it reflects your own attack. I won't go on too much about it. As that lane should be kind of even free farm unless somebody makes a complete mistake. And top, let's see how this ends up going down. Since they end up picking this Costa Bile Gyro versus the Centaur, see if he's able to get that free farm. Zayats actually gets glimpsed. They might just kill him here.
Let's have a look. He's got a Fairy Fire. The Thunder Strike. Oh my goodness, he's going to live thanks to that Tango regen.
I actually cannot believe that he survives that. It's very surprising.
He's able to make it out of there.
All right, so first 2 levels, a very important one for the Gyrocopter, and he is having a
bottom lane.
Bottom.
Oh no, Illich.
He's got one.
Okay, he's going to be fine as well. Knight, he's got the bushwhack to make sure that the TA is not able to run him down.
Did not catch you littering, bro.
I don't know how much easier it will get for him, though, in particular, once the levels start coming out for Batrider and bigger burst damage from the TA. This could be a pretty difficult one for him to protect himself. He at least has a stun and a slow that he has provided from Knight to protect, but every time he shield crashes in, I'm worried for him.
Well, he might be dead this time around. Swashbuckle is not going to save him. That's first blood. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. All right, well.
I mean, that definitely was him jumping in and overestimating how much that shield crash was going to protect. You saw, like, a meld hit came in and completely shreds through it in one hit and starts doing damage to him. So it's got to be more careful.
A bit of an adaptation I've seen from some players do in offlane is Panda. Blood Grenade is a bit far off the mark. A bit of an adaptation I've seen from some of the Pangos in the offlane when they know it's going to be a hard lane. They go for the other facet again. They still go for the double shield crash one because it's better for laning phase in particular, and then this one is better for overall game. So I don't know, maybe small thing to point out, but I'm gonna, like we said, we're gonna be keeping eyes because he's just had such a hard time, and this is not the easiest game ever for the Pango since he's playing versus the Monkey King in general. Wukongs can be problematic, but I've been loving Pango as a hero in this tournament.
Mid lane seems to go very. Ooh, a bit of damage under the tower here with the pullback, but overall, yeah, BZM's doing a great job, just running down PP, just being very aggressive. Top lane this time, Zayats. Is he going to be fine? He's also going to be fine here. Costa Bile's going to try and chase, but I mean, can he? Nah, he doesn't want to keep going for this. Doesn't want to waste any more time. Zayats being suitably annoying in this lane here for Infinity. A mid lane Puppy.
They're going for a potential kill here.
It's a bit too deep.
No. Denying out the rune, though, pretty important when you're playing versus Storm, so that's actually hurting PP quite a lot, but BZM steps up again.
This is good damage. Bushwhack's there as well. He's got the stick charges. He's gone. Very good catch there from PP as BZM and DD. I mean, this is always likely to happen at a point, right? You know, BZM, one of the reasons why he's got this edge in this lane is because of how aggressive he's playing.
Yep.
Infinity, they make sure that that kind of plays against him in that scenario.
Yeah, Puppy, I mean, did end up stealing that rune, but anyway, the Storm is able to get the top one because of that. BZM overplayed his hand pretty hard there. That's a painful death after having such an advantage in the lane. He's actually behind now by 300 gold after having 9 denies, or 19 and 2 on the Storm.
He's got a big wave here, so should keep him back level with PP.
Not the kind of death that you want to have happen in a lane advantage that you've been able to set up, though. Bottom, it's getting a bit better. Trying to pressure Yuragi as well. They know the bat's not here, but not able to. Puppy was scouting out the stacks since he's playing versus that Storm, that Gyro, and pretty much everybody's just playing around stacks. They're gonna have an early ward in that area. Even could watch out the rotations of the Storm Spirit.
Getting banged up.
And PP, so PP after that kill, he's gonna get his 6 at a better time than usual, but BZM still has 6 first. Up. Boom is struggling up here.
It's hard to kill them. Still very tanky on the Centaur, these two heroes, the Disruptor and the Gyro early on. Not really going to find the damage to bring him down unless he's hovering around low HP.
So we absolutely are seeing why. You know, that's why Costability wanted it. Even if the Centaur in the past, some players like to play it versus it, he's just comfortable with this lane. How much pressure that they can apply versus it. Yeah. Harassment.
32-12, having a fantastic time farming top.
Radiant's
Power Rune double checked again from the side of Navi. I might slip up saying their names sometimes because they're tagged up as like OG Secret and everything. Apologies for that. I'll try not to, but double checking those runes. PP will still be able to get himself a bounty rune with the Secure of Night. And Pango's lane is getting much better as well.
Looking to get aggressive. Fraction.
So much for the Radiant's
They'll keep Yuragi safe. And they don't want to push on. They know the Puppy's coming in from the side.
Don't want to overplay your hand too much. You do have 21 charges, but it's a ton of burst damage that comes out from level 3 meld. Puppy should still be fine. TA trap's almost online, so that lane becomes way more difficult for Eilich and Knight. But so far, lanes, even though it's 1-to-1, they're slightly ahead, just because that Centaur's farm is just not very good. He's 1,000 behind the rest of the cores.
Yeah, that's rough. You did not expect that. I mean, yeah, we sort of said, you know, we're going to be looking at Illich if he's going to have a tough time.
Yep.
It's on the other side of things, really, in this game. It's definitely this top lane where Boom maybe not doing quite as well as you'd expect in this matchup.
No, I mean, the Rubik in particular, right? We talked about, we sometimes talk about this hero having some struggles in the laning phase as bottom Knight just goes down. But overall, like, I really thought that Boom in particular was just going to have better CS. Just, yeah, like we said, though, the comfort from Infinity, you can see why they really love these heroes. They have the double Lotuses as well, so now, I mean, Costability is just going to free farm. It's very difficult for them to pressure unless there's a rotation.
Specifically, the biggest surprise, but that he's only managed to get, what, 4 denies?
Yeah, because you have
a crazy amount of
20
damage.
Base damage advantage at level 1.
Is that how much it is?
I think
against
it's about
Gyro?
20, if not higher. Now it's no longer existent because Gyro's got all the stat items, he's got levels, but at the start, level 1, yeah, you have about a 20 damage advantage on Centaur. And Costability is actually rotating. This is an early move.
But the catch onto BZM here. So if they can get anything else, they can't. And they're not able to get any sort of setup, so they won't find the kill around mid.
That reminded me of the Fear gyrocopter rotation. I'm sure Fear's watching backstage. The level 5 gyro from back in the day, TI5 era, but didn't end up finding anything. But I like the effort that he makes to at least try to join in for an early move onto those runes. Eilich.
They want to dive in for this bar. He's level 6.
He just hit it.
He's got the Rolling Thunder, and now with the TP's come in, Eilich, he's ready to turn. They get the pushback on Yuragi. Yuragi very, very dead here. As Eilich, he's coming out on top today.
They are very active this morning. Costability even getting involved again. He shows up back top and instantly TP's bottom when they see that overextension. Always going to be good versus that refraction in a way too. Just being able to rotate like that as early as a gyro with disadvantage. Boom, we'll catch up a bit off of that.
BZM's coming to the top lane, maybe just to see if anyone turns up here. But isn't to be, as Infinity... I mean, I guess Costability is starting to head towards the tier 1 top. He is on his own. Just drop the cooldown to try and get the push up the tower.
He walked his way all the way back. He TP'd bottom and walked all the way top to just hold off that tower. Interesting stuff coming out from Costability today.
Pressure will continue though, top. On Navi. BZM's just going to take away some of these jungle creeps.
They're both sapping XP from each other as well. How's level 6 on Boom? It has been acquired. Stampede is at the ready. Infinity making it the move. Level 5 on Disruptor, but 6 on Knight.
Oh, they're going to find Puppy easily here with the Thunder Strike.
Good proactive moves. Not quite 6 on the Disruptor yet, but they do have a glimpse still if they want to look for that next catch.
I mean, they could do this pretty easily, Infinity. They, outside of the Centaur, I mean, even at this point, maybe the Centaur as well, they can just run at these heroes.
They've got a Stampede.
I mean, the Rolling Thunder from Illich is still going to catch him. Oh, going to get him the second time on the bounce. He can. Is that enough for any further follow-up to come in? It doesn't look like it. Just took a little bit too long, so Infinity not able to finish up the job this time. Illich will lose his Courier.
Na'Vi really wanting to protect their stacks, protect this area. They bring, what, 4 heroes just to ensure it. Panda could have maybe tried for a YOLO glimpse play there, but I don't think he actually was, in position to get the initial catch onto him there. Wasn't sure where it would reposition.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
Definitely out of these earlier moments, though, Yuragi, the one that's coming out on top. Very solid farm advantage for the TA.
Big stacks that he's been able to farm from Puppey. Level 9 now, Dragonlance. They want to be setting tempo on the side of Na'Vi, looking for these aggressive moves. Not to say that Infinity can't either, but if you're getting ran at, it's a thing we always talk about when you're playing as Disruptor. Usually feels a bit grim early on, especially if there's TA traps to scout you. Na'Vi trying to invade. No 6 yet on Rubik.
Hard to get the setup here onto Pgl.
Dire's structure's looking fortified.
And he's still getting away with farming
their top
in the jungle, and Na'Vi not able to make any sort of jump onto it. BZM's watching now. They'll just opt for stealing some of the creeps.
I think he's scared of a rotation because they haven't seen anybody bottom. I think they only saw 1 person mid, so they are a bit cautious. And this move is coming. 6 has been hit on Panda.
Infinity, ready for the fight.
Diets.
But made the quick jump onto the Rubik first.
Very dead.
So what Na'Vi want to do with this? Do they want to try and fight back? Yuragi's going to get hit by the sharp shot. Got the refraction up. They'll look towards Boom. They're going to drop the static storm. They got the homing missile, keeping him in it. That's going to be Boom taken down. Infinity continuing to find these kills pretty easily, even onto the center at this point. They've just got a great lineup for running around the map and looking for these kills.
Easier form of catch, for sure. At least until the TA, in particular, has Blink and Shard, let's say, for Yuragi. They have great ways of catching heroes. Infinity's always able to just catch people either with the Rolling Thunder or with this Disruptor with the Kinetic Fence Static Storm. For Na'Vi, it's going to have to come either from Blink on Centaur, which is very close, or when Yuragi gets Blink and Shard to be able to stop some of that Storm's momentum. Or the Pango, you know, freeze him in his tracks for a second before the Thunderbolt.
Yes, well, with this blink timing nice and early on Yuragi, imagine this is going to be a game where we're going to see this TA very involved in the action.
Super active. Yeah, I don't think you want to really slow the pace of this game down too much when you're playing versus this Infinity draft. It is pretty scary. It scales really hard because they have this gyrocopter who's going to thrive off of the lucky shot minus armor that the Pango's going to be able to provide later on. And Storm, I think we're just seeing this hero pretty crazy. You get that shard timing and it feels like the map explodes. And PP so far, he is having a very, very good game.
2-0-2, clean stuff from him in the mid.
His net worth doesn't reflect like some insane kind of game or anything like that, but the fact that he's like 300 behind a Gyro and 800 against his counterpart of the MK.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Infinity, all their 3 cores are very farmed. It just looks a bit kind of, you know, behind because of how insanely farmed Yuragi is. Yeah. Just down to how many stacks he's had.
I really like what Illich is doing this game, though. I love the Vessel build when you're playing versus Monkey King. It's super good. And then he's going to be going back for a Crimson Guard probably as Zayats goes down. I have worries for this Rubik, how much he's going to be able to get done. I mean, he didn't get anything done in the laning phase.
We don't see a lot of Rubik, right? And I feel like when we do see these sort of games where he kind of feels a bit helpless when he starts having to play from behind.
He's similar in a way kind of to a Disruptor, I feel like. Like if you're playing from ahead, feels great. If you're playing from behind, it can start to get to these weird positions where what do you do? And he doesn't have the best of steals, I guess I would say. The best, of course, is Rolling Thunder. If he can get Static Storm or something, obviously it's fantastic, but these are very unlikely. So yeah, I mean, the fact that they got nothing out of that laning phase from a Centaur Rubik definitely has me a big concern.
He's got to be a bit careful here. He's going to be able to steal the ball lightning. Wouldn't have been surprised if PP would have maybe just made the play for him.
With a shield rune, he might soon. All right, Yuragi. Blink's online. Shard is soon done when he's got that 15-minute mark. And then it feels like it's pretty much go time for the side of Na'Vi to find these kills. Otherwise, Infinity feels like they've got the map in a very good spot for themselves.
Yeah, they've got to fight back Na'Vi.
This Gyro's getting a lot. Level 10. Yuragi, of course, 13, but that'll start to accelerate quick. Yeah, Yuragi's just waiting in base for it to be up. Oh, he's actually switching. I guess they're talking about this. All right,
okay,
so wanting
no
to
shard
maybe
rush.
slowing things down. No, he switched it back.
Oh, he did.
I was going to
Okay.
say, I'm like, it is very valuable, this game, as we were mentioning, versus Pango and Storm, but for a second there, I'm like, uh-oh. If he slows the game down...
No, because they have to,
like
especially with like Boom obviously going for the Blink Dagger first on his build as well. Like, you know, you've got this double Blink line up on line. You've only found 2 kills so far this game. You got to try and make some moves.
Agreed.
Navi watching around the mid.
Opening up any kill could lead to a Roche. That's the important thing with their lineup on Navi. It's not a Deso on the TA, so we'll take a little bit more time perhaps, but if they get like 1 or 2 kills near that area, could be huge. But top side is already protected, so maybe not the easiest because of the way that Infinity has set up the map. PP and Knight are playing up there, and we see PP, he does have his shard. So they have kill threat, even with just 2 heroes.
Stupendous!
And I also like the little, even though I'm not the biggest of the Hoodwink fan right now, we'll have to wait for that. PP, he has a shield, Rooney. He's actually okay. I'm a minute.
Boom, it's a good man who's dominant. The burst comes out, they're able to take out Panda immediately. Get the grab over the wall. PP, but PP lives. He's able to ball lightning away. He'll survive. The cooldown comes out. Roll forward from Illich straight over to Boom. You're trying to focus goes to Beastcoast with Zayat's having the stolen rolling thunder. They have the control to take down the gyro. Balance strike down on Illich. Will try and jump away with a shield crash. Slides up to the high ground with the swashbuckle, but the knockback into the TA trap if they need to even pop it, which they don't. It allows them to get the kill anyway.
He got the clutch steal. The perfect time for it. They get a 3-man hoof stomp as well, but Zayat's... All right. That's why you pick him in the Rubik. Even though lane didn't go the best, that play right there makes up for all of it.
Yeah, that's a huge moment there for Na'Vi. Jumping up with this lead now, and indeed, as you say, yeah, Boom. Making the Blink Dagger pay off big time with a 3-man stomp.
They would have killed PP as well if he didn't have shield rune and if he didn't get fed a great healing lotus. He looked pretty dead. They gave him a great healing lotus, otherwise he was dead. It was a 400 burst heal that came out onto him in the middle of it all.
Back in action. Na'Vi, they're making moves again. So it's 80% for Infinity. They're coming around the tower. They managed to catch BZM in the static storm. Yeah, the glimpse back onto Boom. So actually this time round, Infinity are able to shut down the play being made around the tier 1. They get 2 big kills.
Back the other way. This time Panda's able to actually get spells off rather than just getting popped in the start of everything. Infinity's gonna play active. They're gonna play fast. They're not... I mean, they're cooldown reliant, of course, from Rolling Thunder, but they can kind of layer these 2 ultimates. The Rolling Thunder plus that Static Storm if they're able to get in position. 5-9. Yuragi's still at that top, but his other 2 cores struggling. BZM as well as Boom. Starting to fall pretty far behind. Trap catches PP.
The opening silence. Oh, nice enough. It's more than enough. Very good setup. I mean, your PP's got to be careful now on the map.
This shard. They might have to buy some type of early gem just to be able to deal with this. Just to be able to protect PP early on. Either gem or you need to put a lot more blank entries to cover the areas. Or he just shouldn't go near that river, probably, but...
That's just such a long silence, even more.
Mid-tower could use a little help.
That's funny. It's
I haven't seen that interaction in a while.
If you try and jump through the fence.
Because I used to see it with Kinetic Field, right? You'd see them get stuck in it, but you don't see the fence too often. That looked cool. And these traps, they're scouting so much here.
Dude, that's pretty huge. So how long does the fence last, what? 2.6 seconds. So as a Monkey King, when you're caught mid-animation like that, can you do anything?
I think you're stuck.
You can't, like, cancel it or anything, right? You are literally stuck for 2 seconds in that fence.
Pretty sure Panda using the lasso there. Maybe not the most necessary, but a catch is a catch. These traps, yeah, they're starting to prove to be problematic for the side of Infinity.
The BZM's on the hunt for more.
And Zayat's actually just after that last 1 play has a Solar Crest. So now he's very tanky on this Rubik, either if he throws it on himself or onto somebody else. He has 45% magic resist too from his passive.
Well, Illich has got the Crimson, so a little bit of protection for the team against this sort of TN Monkey King.
PP is not very tanky. so many of these extra little disables. He might have to going for the Witchblade. I mean, he wants higher armor too versus this high physical damage, right? Because you saw how fast he exploded on the Storm, but he might have to move this BKB in a little accelerated, like probably right after this Witchblade on this Gyrocopter, or on this Storm Spirit, sorry. Gyrocopter though, as we were looking at him, Ags was finished, but the arm is still decent, but he kills his teammates.
Nearly kills PP as well. It's just Panda that pays the price of the Tormentor.
At least one support a day will die to the Tormentor. Yuragi, fresh BKB is done. They want to make something happen with it. And Roche has shifted to bottom, so a better position, I would say, for Navi to go for that kill and then accelerate into that Roshan. See how Infinity looks to react, because no BKBs or anything on the horizon. They have a Crimson on Eilidh, which is going to make them quite a bit tankier versus that high physical damage, but not having dispels or saves could be really hard for the Storm in particular. They have to get the initiation is what that means on the side of Infinity. And they're going to smoke up to look for that initiation. Have this ward bottom. It's actually seeing Boom and Zayats.
Well, it'll be a pretty easy jump if they can get the catch.
And this ward is pretty beautiful. They're going to be able to put a second one down. He's actually just jumping ahead of the team.
Yeah, just go straight in for Zayats. Might be all they get. Just the Rubik.
A kill's a kill. They could even threaten the Roche. They have the Pango minus armor plus the Gyro. They could just... If you deny this Roche away from a TA, it's quite massive.
I'm surely Navi won't let this happen. They'll want to get over it. Or they're not going to realize that this sort of play is coming.
I just can't... I don't know if they can. After they lose that Rubik, they lose quite a bit of control around the map there. This is just going to die too fast.
This is pretty big for Infinity, taking away some of that momentum that Navi was really getting. I mean, Navi 4K ahead at 22 minutes in, and now Infinity with the Aegis, they've given themselves a chance to look for a favorable fight against Navi.
And that's pretty big too for PP, right? It's the fact that he can actually maybe go for not having the BKB next because he has the liberty of this Aegis to play aggressive versus the Shard. Puppey, very farmed as we see, has a pipe. He's actually surpassed the Centaur in net worth. I mean, that's because he got the Shard, right? But still.
I mean, still.
He's still very farmed.
He's close to catching up to that of the mids as well. I mean, the network's kind of crazy this game. How close, outside of Yuragi, you know, everyone else is within a few thousand of one another.
Yep.
Across multiple different roles.
BZM, they've got the Gleipnir. They want to make a move with this. They are playing into a gem. I believe Panda may have just bought one to protect versus these traps. I don't know if he's got it on himself yet. No, it's coming on the courier. Where are they going to find it?
The Stampede for the setup. They're going straight for Costabile. Someone get laid down. Costabile still alive. He'll survive this. Now Eilidh comes in with a rolling thunder. Catches on the Boom with BZM. BZM's gone. Boom gets caught again as the second cross from Eilidh with the rolling thunder. They're in on the Yuragi. It's a double kill for PP. They've taken out the three of them.
Zayat's also probably going to get brought down. They've got 4 heroes chasing him.
What a fight there.
Wow.
For Infinity. I mean, that... It was, you know, Navi were
Oops.
Dodging the Spirit Vessel ticks.
He does
it. Zayat.
Nice dodges.
But that sort of move, it was kind of Navi going for that as if they were the ones with the Aegis. But of course, that's not the case.
The fact that they can't even burst that Gyro is crazy. The Storm zips in.
That was straight from.
It was instant. He instantly zips, pulls BZM. He only gets... He got like 1 spell off. He didn't really get almost anything. And then Eilidh comes in and rolls a perfectly executed fight from the side of Infinity. Great response. Oh, he actually did get both spells off. Sorry, but I think he just died immediately while that Wukong's flew out. And PP now with the shield rune.
Yeah, check it again.
Look how fast the reaction from the Storm was. Like, the pull onto BZM.
They're going straight for Costabile. Now, BZM's trying to get in, but indeed, that sort of interruption there from PP, stopping BZM from being able to offer any other follow-up damage to take down Costabile. And this Pango in the middle of it all, Eilidh causing so many issues. And it's just a free fight sort of handed to Infinity. You know, Navi, they completely signed up for that.
Feeling pretty good for Infinity. Even though that's that 1k lead, for Navi, it's all just Yuragi, and he cannot do this on his own, as we're seeing. Now a BKB's finished up for Pgl, so he's got protection. That last kill, they should get that on Navi. Like, they have to get that type of kill if they're going to commit like that. And the fact that they don't, this next time around is going to be way more difficult versus BKB. PP still hasn't shown exactly if he's going to go for his. I think maybe he still does go for the BKB because it's such a good game for it. And not dying on Storm is very nice when you've got this many galvanized stacks right now. He is up to 14.
And again, so just the differences in some of these networks. I mean, is this like Boom and BZM like falling behind in gold, or is it Knight just getting that rich?
I think it's them just falling behind.
Because
Knight is definitely getting rich, but you see that Puppey also has similar kind of net worth. If you add right, the shards and everything, like you kind of have similar in a way, but I think these two are just having a bit of a tough time. 0-4-4 on the Centaur this game. And BZM, after having it should be a pretty good lane, he has died just the 3 times. PP with a shield rune. He's got the gem, so now he's watching out for these traps.
Yeah, he's not scared at all with the Aegis. He can just head into the fight first.
Going up high ground blindly, maybe a little too confident.
He might do it.
I hope not. And we did see, that Nullifier pointed out to at least stop versus the Crimson block, because it is going to be problematic for them how much Eilich is going to be able to reduce that damage.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
We're waiting on that high ground. Aegis 50 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Just getting this tier 2. Na'Vi can't really do much about this. And now PP's ready to make the jump. One count time for Yuragi. Another jump forward from PP's. In other words, the T8 Yuragi has put the BKB. Turns to the Nullifier. BZM drops the blue cross commanding the barrel is struck down onto the 2 supports. Panda finds the standing storm. The pushback's going to catch on to both of them.
Too much damage.
As now, PP's going to be ready for round 2. Na'Vi have to run. Zayac, see if he can escape this. He should be alright himself, but I mean, that fight in particular, it looked like they were going to get something more going their way, Na'Vi, but I think it was like this quick bushwhack for Knight that caught onto both Boom and BZM. It just put a stop to the whole chance of them actually getting any kills.
Oh, and the supports are too tanky. They get crimsoned up, even though they jumped the backline. I believe they jumped both of the supports there with the 2 stunners. They got everything off. And now this Hoodwink is a core, as you were mentioning. He's got Gleipnir. He also got a bit fortunate with his neutral item, the Gossamer Cape. I didn't see if it was that dodge that actually saved him, but these things matter, especially versus a hero like TA. Dodging a meld hit could just save you in every single one of those instances. I didn't see if it was exactly that, but...
No, but they both got solo. It looked like they were dead for sure, but they survive, and as you say, you get the static storm off the bushwhack, the acorn shot, it was all there, and Na'Vi don't get the kills.
No, and they both have Gossamer Cape, actually, to point out. So it probably was these little dodges that comes into play there.
Definitely for Knight, at least.
And now, he is huge. He is literally a core. Infinity starting to get more and more control of this game, it feels. Eilich is very farmed this game. As we mentioned, the Crimson Guard was done before. He has a full Shivas now, too.
Yeah, this game's pretty wild. And yeah, like Puppey, he's now overtaking BZM. What's going on with everyone? The farm is just all over the place.
I feel like that is not a good sign for Na'Vi.
Okay.
The Centaur might become bottom net worth of his team. Even.
I mean, at this rate, Puppey will definitely be taking the Aegis this game. I get the catch again for Knight on the both of them. Static Storm rolling from the follow-up. Can they survive through this, Na'Vi? They cannot.
This damage is ridiculous.
The team fight's just destroying them. Every single time, the 2 supports, so Knight and Panda, they're landing their setup perfectly. They can't fight into this Na'Vi, not until they at least have a BKB on BZM, but it's so far behind. It's so far away from coming out, that BKB.
This game's starting to feel pretty out of control for Na'Vi. It doesn't seem like they can kill anybody. They catch PP pre-BKB, and they just get these double stunts over and over and over again. They're able to layer it. The overload damage also. I'm liking this Hoodwink plus Storm Shard even too. It's a lot of burst damage that comes between them. I think I mentioned Storm Shard like crazy every single game I've been seeing it. But it does look incredibly powerful. Look how it starts again. They got the initiation, but bam.
And again, there's a fair bit of survivability on Na'Vi. You know, the Crimson Guard, the pipe coming out for themselves, but even that's just not enough.
Too much overwhelming
to keep
damage.
These heroes alive.
Beautiful execution coming out from Infinity this game. A 7,000 lead, and BZM I desperately need this BKB to have any type of survivability.
This game, it just went downhill so quickly for him. The laning, the early start of that lane, it looked like he was going to be off to a hot start, right? He was beating PP in the 1v1, and then we saw that overextension dying. Then that was the beginning of the end for him, it felt, this game. He's been knocked far, far behind.
Butterfly finished on close to Beastcoast.
Good amplified damage on Yuragi for this
but
play.
he does. Good luck hitting this gyro. This gyro now has Vindicator X for when you stun him. He's going to have bonus armor, and he's got a full butterfly.
Sure.
Oh, and he hit 20, so he got the flak attacks. We did see Yuragi hit 20 also, but his doesn't feel as relevant in comparison. Eilich.
He's ready.
That could have been a big catch.
And I had best do something about that bottom tower.
He doesn't have a dispel function. If they were actually able to grab him there, they would have probably been able to pop him, but unable to find it.
We're still on the levels as well with, Boom is down there, not managed to sort of get any sort of XP. He was only just hit the 14, so the furthest behind down in the bottom 3 net worth. You give sort of Infinity one more good fight, and they will have 4 of the top 5 net worth heroes in the game.
Should be able to get this.
They will.
In their retreat.
But they get the kill, and indeed, can they get out? Zayats has been caught. Might be in Navi's best intentions just to leave Zayats and get out of there with the rest of them. They will.
Good catch nonetheless. That's probably how, for Navi, they have to start almost every one of the fights, is maybe just taking out the Pango. Because as you saw, jumping the back lines, even the supports can be a bit difficult. But that was also him just being completely isolated, so they can't always ask for that as Roche. It respawns, they're in the area, but Pango isn't up. So he's kind of the biggest one to help him kill it with that gyro.
Let's see if these two want to start it without him.
They're actually going to start it.
Okay. They got decent damage here on PP.
Scan is coming out. Navi, imagine they're going to look to contest this one. 20 seconds until Lasso, 40 until Stampede.
Okay, yeah, Stampede's probably the big one they're missing.
But they do not want to give this one up. Eilich is respawning though, 2 seconds. That ward is still placed from the side of Infinity too, on this hill. So if Navi ventures north, there's going to be full information coming out from Infinity. BKB is done for BZM. He's feeling a little more confident to lead in. One disabled though, and he's very likely dead. Can they get information? BZM, careful.
Oh, Poppy, he jumps and gets bashed! He jumps and gets immediately bashed! He's gone! And now Infinity, they'll look to take the fight. Costabile's getting focused by Yuragi. It's falling pretty low off to the side, so he'll wait in the trees as the BKB out for him.
They've got Vessel charges to heal him back up. Eilich has 7 of them. How many how many were used there? Was everyone's BKB used? Now BZM still has his. Roland Fender is at the ready. Eilich is healing up his allies. They're getting themselves into a better position for the fight. Oh my god, Puppy. The Roche actually last hit him also too. So Roche just really had it out for Puppy.
Just immediate bash on him as soon as he blinks in. It's crazy. Imagine the filling of Boom. That's a 2-man hoop stomp. He's going to zip straight across this one. Guys, Boom's just dead on the front of the team fight. This is not the jump that Navi needed to look for. They'll lose 2 here to PP.
And Yuragi, thanks, he's scouting with the Shiva.
And his Puppy's TP'd over. They're going to try and find the 3 versus 5 to get the lasso onto PP. PP's going to fall. They're taken down. They turn now over towards Eilich, but the space is there for Costabile to finish off Roshan, grab the Aegis. Zayats brought back and TP'd in for this. He's hiding in the tree, should be able to run away there with the stolen hoodwink spell. Yuragi, they're still watching from the... Do they want to do something here, Navi? Bound strike down. Yuragi trying to we'll be able to take the Aegis out of him, and we'll be able to kill off Panda as well, but it costs Yuragi his life. It's going to cost BZM his life as well. And they'll chase him out through the tree line with the Acorn shot, the Spirit Vessel ticking him down. BZM dies for that. I mean,
these are desperate fights.
Yeah.
Navi's trying so hard to just tank through all of it, but they're running out of steam. They don't have enough.
Taking away the Aegis, I don't know if it's worth losing those 2 cores.
It just does feel desperate. 2 cores, taking out the Storm and taking out the Aegis, but there is a 3rd core in Night, or 4th core in Night that we're seeing. He is doing so much damage as this Hoodwink. I thought he was actually the highest damage in that last fight. It was actually still the Pgl, but he got like 3 Gleipnirs off of him.
Oh, damn! Bro, I'm higher level than you. It says that he tips Boom. Panda with no chill.
Boom is really struggling.
He's having a rough one. He is. You know, as I said, it's a bit of a turn of the tables. We thought that Illich was going to come into this game and have a rough one. He had a rough one yesterday, right? Illich on the offlane. Today, in this game 1, definitely Boom that's having a rough time.
I mean, keep Illich on his Pangol. I think this is by far his best.
It's looked good. His Pangos look good. That's definitely sure. We'll see again once more of this fight that Na'Vi tried to take it around the pit.
It's crazy that that's a Centaur, right? You see how fast he just explodes because like the overload shard, all these little damage instances that just blow him up. And they do get that catch onto PP because of the nullifier to dispel all these different types of save. But as you mentioned, you know, they overstay. They kind of want to try to take out that Aegis, but they lose so much out of it. 23-10, Infinity still dominating this game.
There we go, Yuragi with some words of wisdom. Tells them, all good guys, calm down your nerves, take your time.
A little bit of bants.
Let's see, maybe this is the beginning of the comeback story for Boom.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Let's see how we can rise back up in this game.
We shall see. The Axe cart is something fun, but this isn't one that he's playing versus some huge ulti like a Doom or a Black Hole. It's a little bit different in this instance. In Infinity, they are just getting this absurd scaling. PP with the regen.
Oh, he's found Boom. Has he got any way out? The Stampede's there, but Illich is able to cut him off with the Rolling Thunder.
I came through your life.
One of the roughest games I feel like we've seen for Boom. Bottom 3, Hoodwink continuing to surpass BZM as you were mentioning. A BKB finished up on night. Holy moly. 22 of the 24 kills is with him. He's been everywhere, it feels like, as this Hoodwink. Same thing for the Storm. I mean, they're just playing very nicely as a team. To the high ground, potentially just a poke for a moment here. Satanic on the horizon for Costa Bile. They've only killed him the once this game. And they're going to actually be able to take away the Tormentor 2 from the side of Na'Vi. And a freebie for Costa Bile.
Radiant's top towers hurt.
What's Na'Vi's plan?
Dire's bottom tower.
It has to be to burst, isolate a target in their first initiation, and then go based off that.
And who would that be? Who's everyone going on? Do you think ideally?
Ideally, it's one of the 3 cores actually.
Yeah.
Maybe even the Pangol could be a higher priority just because how much Illich has been able to do. But if you can kill Costa Bile, it could be huge because you've got Nullifier, you've got MKB. You can technically 100-0 him if you throw absolutely everything onto him. But it has to be pretty much perfect, and then it might not even be enough because they are just at this deficit where other heroes can start to make up for the fact of that. And the fact that this Hoodwink is just gigantic. He is a carry.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Infinity. Seeing if they can catch anyone out alone with this smoke move.
Full Parasma onto PP. His damage has gone up even more. And he also found, I mean, I didn't point this out earlier, but Ceremonial Robe is always going to be important in those fights.
Doesn't look like they'll catch anything here. Na'Vi able to stay split in a manner that
about that bottom tower
won't leave them vulnerable.
Got that Axe now. I mean, Yuragi, I feel like this game could get to some pretty quick points of like that Daedalus into either a Rapier or something like that, and then he's going to have to get carded and protect himself. I need to stop saying stuff like that. I called myself out on that the other day too, and I just said it again. But anyway, BZM, BKB, first. Puppy.
They get the jump on Costa Bile. They kill him off. Let's see what more they can do with this Na'Vi. Yuragi turning with the damage over to PP, but PP will turn, take out Boom, and keep his distance away from the TA.
That's how they need to do it.
Well, they'll take that. That's Costa Bile gone for 80 seconds.
He spent his gold. He bought that Satanic Rip.
BZM is ready to chase on. That's the boundless strike. Closes the gap onto Panda. Na'Vi find a second. Jumping from Yuragi. See if they can get Knight as well. Knight puts the BKB. If they got enough physical damage to take him out, they do not. TP out success. Knight gets back to safety, but Na'Vi strike back.
Yep, big necessary ones. 25's hit on that TA also. If they can continue to do that, if they can find him isolated, that's the way to go for those kills.
Technical difficulties. The Dire
and perhaps still some fighting chances here for them. 45 seconds where they can get a decent amount of momentum. They get a ward down into a deep area too. There's still the gem on the storm.
Hope the Dire
Lasso's back up in 8 seconds. If they can keep doing that almost off cooldown, if they can catch the gyro again when he respawns, could still be that hope. Hasn't quite committed the gold yet for the Daedalus.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? The Dire gave up a bottom tower.
They're sneaking in.
Puppy! The Lasso straight in the low bash. That's PP gone. Uragi jumps in. Looking for Knight as well. Knight will get back to the center of the base. No, he won't. Oh, there we go indeed. The side blade off denying the trap. Uragi gets the last touch to take Knight down.
And now we're seeing why Uragi said that in all checks.
He was keeping his cool because he was like... He felt confident. He was like, I'm going to carry this game.
And now maybe
doesn't matter what's going on. Doesn't matter what's going on with the rest of my cores. I'm going to carry this game.
Those 3 kills are huge. Now he probably doesn't even need to go or think about the rapier statuses. He can go Daedalus, Swift Blink, normal itemization. This game is completely turned upside its head after those chain kills.
Yeah, Uragi's
great catches.
He's carrying pretty hard. Him and Puppy kind of.
Puppy's
Everyone else is kind of a bit all over the place on Na'Vi. Puppy and Uragi though, they're keeping the team together.
Yeah.
With these moves.
Damage. This is crazy momentum that they're getting out of here. Uragi is a bit deep forward. They might look for a glimpse to force the BKB. The missile hits him. He's got the BKB off first.
And he's into the car. See if they can do anything aggressive with this, or if Boom's just got to try and take him out. Looks like he's going to slowly wheel him away.
BKB is going to be on cooldown, so they will reset his positioning away, but he hasn't amped damage top. They could definitely 100 to 0 any target they find with that. As we've seen, they don't even need the amp damage to do so. These are big moments for Na'Vi. 45 seconds until we're going to find the respawn of the Roche, but they have reclaimed pretty much complete control of the map. And there's not really a save in particular for Infinity. I'm trying to think of one that to protect one of the cores. They just can't get initiated on in particular now at this point. Aghanim's now done for Zayats.
Dire's top
hasn't been able to get too many of the best steals besides that one Rolling Thunder that we saw from way earlier, but perhaps now. Roche.
The Dire might want to
see how long it's going to be.
Tower.
Maybe they need some Lincolns and Lotuses is probably what they're going to have to start itemizing on the side of Infinity to protect close to Bile. But no one really too close to one.
Top tower. You know the drill.
I might just try poking the high ground, Na'Vi.
They're feeling that momentum.
Both waves pushing up to the base of Infinity.
Uragi is up here. He does hit hard. He does have that Swift Blink queued up.
They're going to have to start TPing back.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Playing it smart.
No.
Radiant's bottom towers seen better days. Dire's mid towers having technical difficulties.
Yeah, playing the map way nicer. I mean, the early game was a little bit shaky, but things have completely reestablished themselves, and they're smoked up, looking to connect. This ward has lasted almost full duration from Puppy right outside the base versus a gem. Pretty astonishing that that has not been taken out. But that Roche, it's the main target for both sides. 1 minute until it's going to be spawning. Na'Vi into the prime position.
He's got the grab once again.
Every single one of these fights, the ward.
They're ready to go for more. BZM jumps in. He's going to get the Wukong's command down and the balance strike during the BKB. Looks to chase towards Panda. Knight the support. Panda won't get away. Knight will survive for now. LG has to roll away from this. Constantly is attempting to push forward. Overlord BZM. Can he finish up the Monkey King? BZM gets the Jingle Mask. He will fall. And now Uragi's in trouble as well as Illich jumps in. Finishes him off. Boom. He'll find a kill on tonight, but he is also incredibly low. He'll be able to blink out in time. Infinity, they lose 3. They're able to take 2 in return, though, and they are the big 2. BZM and Uragi getting killed off in return.
Close to Bile, huge damage. He got actually split off for a moment. I think it was the kinetic fence of the Rubik, and he thought it was his ally, so he was trying to walk through, and he got stuck for some time, but then he got into the fight. He got on top of that Monkey King, and TA was able to get some cleanup kills. And the gem, oh, it actually gets recovered.
Now we'll see at the start. Now Puppy Has been consistently finding these solid initiations into the fight.
Immediately after they put the sentry in, they're like, oh, damn, they did have a ward there. So let me see. What was it? Was it the... Yeah, it was the kinetic fence from Zayats blocking out the trying to walk in.
Up the steps, yeah. Absolutely was. Even so, still able to step up. And at this point, PCM can't quite stand his ground against Costabile. A little bit too much coming out for the gyro.
And that is around Roche, so they will be able to get that one, it seems like, on the side of Infinity. A nice attempted jump there from Navi on the vision, but this gyro is still showing. He can stand strong even if he's mostly by himself. Him and Eilich definitely putting in heavy work there. And I'm seeing the Lincolns at least queued up on Eilich. I do want to see this, maybe even the Disruptor if he can. It's hard to say the Disruptor because he maybe wants to go for Ags, but maybe the support, maybe Hoodwink goes for Lotus. I do want to see at least Lotuses or Lincolns on somebody versus the lasso that Puppy's going to be throwing out there.
I mean, what's the next big item going to be for Costabile? Because he's bought the Blessing here. He's going to have the slot free after the Aegis.
I've been seeing so many players buy Silver Edge in this tournament, but I usually just like the Swift Blink in most of these situations. But maybe he goes Rapier. Could it be one of those games where it could get quite spicy quite quick because it is so close?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind it because he's... Obviously, there was that point earlier where down mid he got jumped and they were able to kill him. But outside of that, it's been very difficult for Navi to kill this gyro. So Costabile should have a solid chance of the fights of just being able to survive and deal with the Rapier, just kill them all.
Yeah, or does he go like a kind of boring route where he goes like a Lincoln's himself to protect? That feels boring. I want to see something bigger.
It depends if he feels that his teammates aren't going to be able to get that sort of item online in any sort of decent time. But Lotus is very close for Knight.
Interesting. BCM actually, I didn't notice this before the fight too. He went Butterfly, so it is going to delay the Scotty timing a bit, and it is a pretty wonderful Scotty game for Monkey King when you're playing versus Gyro and Storm, playing versus two range cores. He'll go for it next, but has been delayed a little bit.
Does that make Costabile want to buy an MKB, or he doesn't really care about the Monkey King's Butterfly?
He might. He might.
Yeah.
Definitely a possibility. Because I think I also saw Yuragi queued it up at some point. I don't know if he'll go for it fully, but if he does, then yeah, 100%.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. If there's two Butterflies. I mean, that's always kind of risky when you invest two, because then you know for 100% they're going to be buying MKB on the other side.
Yeah. So Refresher Shard, it is on Eilich, so definitely got to have to watch out for that one if he's able to get these double rolling thunders off in the fight. They've got the banner down. They're trying to force.
Radiant's gone and fortified their structures. Radiant's
throwing the Lincolns onto him too to protect versus that lasso.
And boom.
The cart just to take out the banner, I guess?
Yeah, they were trying to. They didn't go down. Finish it off. And now Boom's just going to get jumped by PP. He's going to go down. Puppy's gone for the lasso. Got the grab on the two of them. Stampede is the buyback from Boom, but it won't be enough to save Puppy. He's now out for 70 seconds. Because I believe what invested in that Aghanims to make that Aghanims play happen.
But the banner's still alive, Owen.
The drive-by was very unsuccessful.
What the heck? That was very strange.
The Radiant's top
yeah. Well, I don't know.
And Boom has to buy back, but he's got no Stampede.
Has to get himself some driving lessons. He's going to get the jump in. Got to be late. He's going to get burst low. Can they kill him the once they can? BZM lays down the Wukong's command with the BKB. And PP, can he get out? PP, he'll fall. Round two, though. Can they deal with this gyro concept? BZM certainly can't. Ellis rolls over towards Zayat. Costabile, he's back on with the push. There's going to be another job, Puppy. Gets the grab onto the both of them. Build with the follow. Who's got the thirsty? Costabile left the forward. Snapback again from Zayat with the Aghanims. And now they're going to be able to find Panda on top of it all. So the defense will occur. They do have
It's expensive.
Use the two buybacks here on NAVI. Let's see what they can do. They can run it down a lane. There's two dead on Infinity that do not have buyback available. Neither Knight or PP has theirs.
Zayat actually did a decent amount of work. I can't even see all the spells that he got. I was trying to see if he did get another one of these bigger ones. I couldn't see inside the midst of everything, but he actually got some big steals. That Vortex, I think I saw him use it 2 or 3 times to get some extra catch. Some nice double stuns coming into play. And now back the other way we go.
See how much they can do with this Navi.
Infinity might have to use these buybacks, but Navi has to be a little bit careful too with their positioning since they did use 3.
Onto the racks. I think they'll at least let one set go, but the problem is indeed that Navi might just be able to take 2 if they don't buy back on Infinity, at least on the Costabile's gyro, to see how quickly Navi can push. Into the bottom set.
BZM bought back and bought whatever he could inside the base, by the way. So he bought a Basher because that was probably one of the best options he could find, just because he's in base.
They really don't want to buy back.
No.
And they should be able to, I mean, they're probably going to lose a second melee rack. Shiragi, he'll finish that off indeed.
BKB's back
the range,
for Gyro,
so.
but yeah, they're going to lose both of these sets.
I think that's what you choose to trade there, though. I think you're kind of happy. Well, you're not happy because it's a bad situation to be in, but you don't want to spend your buybacks. Because you know now, back in the game, you've got the buyback luxury. If you're able to make a smoke play, find BZM, kill off the Monkey King, you can get the GG.
This game could abruptly end for sure. As we see, PP, he's got the Aghanims also on the Storm, so they do have that AoE pull that they can have. Refresher also on Yuragi, just wanting this double BKB as long as possible. Panda? We'll be okay.
Amplified damage, Yuragi.
This now feels like the closest game that we've had.
It really is. We're getting up to the 50-minute mark. There's just 1k gold difference in it. It's been an incredibly entertaining one, and one that we could still see going either way.
Could be one explosive fight that ends it all.
Highly
from
likely.
either side, because Costa Billy spent his gold as well for an AC.
Okay. I mean, I like that. He's going all in on trying to be able to make sure that that little extra bit of armor will be there for his teammates. Give that extra chance of surviving a burst attack from Yuragi.
He held the Vindicator's X this entire time too, so wanted that bonus armor during the stuns. Just anything that he can. Amp damage still on TA for a second. Double refreshers, they're all in.
Navi's all in, yeah, the double refresher. Yuragi and BZM ready for the final fight. Straight into the last one to get the drag back. PP's going to try and zip in to help out. Illich finally falls. He's got buyback available. Uses it immediately. Costa Bile is going to fight on forward through the middle of the Wukong's command. Yuragi pops the refresh ready for round 2. BZM stands his ground against Costa Bile. He's attempts to do so. Illich rolls off, but there's the second BKB as well. Costa Bile's in trouble. Boom's trying to run away from Illich, but Illich will find him. There's going to be Boom down for 2 minutes. No buyback on him. They're trying to finish off Illich, but they can't. Illich survives. PP gets the double kill. As Infinity will hold the fight. They'll be able to stop the TP out from Puppy as well with a bushwhack from Knight. Na'Vi, they put everything into that fight, and they do not take it. 4 heroes dead. Infinity, all it cost them was the 1 Illich buyback.
Costa Bile with a very bold jump in, just literally 1v5, runs into a Wukong's, it feels like, but he's confident in his team to back up. I think Zayat's, I saw him rolling thundering in. I think he just died to AoE damage. I don't know if anybody got to see it.
We'll be able to get a replay on this one for sure. That was a crazy fight. Still a gem on the ground.
Because I think I saw the Rolling Thunder steal, and then I think I saw like a vortex coming out of it. But he died. Here. I think he just died to AoE damage.
So the start, not a bad one. They get Illich immediately out of the fight, and BZM has the time to set up with the BKB and the Wukong.
Amazing what you're
I look at Costa. This just takes confidence to charge.
He has
in like
no
that.
fear.
Confidence in your team. Look, and also look, Rolling Thunder stolen, but what did he just? Yeah, he just rolls in. I think just dies. But look at that vortex in the back. He got 3-4 heroes. That was kind of cool.
And Boom tried to make some sort of cart play there with Yuragi driving him through the center of the fight, but this dies off a bit too easily, and then Yuragi's left in a vulnerable spot. And now we'll see how much damage Infinity could do with the push.
2 heroes dead. At least for 40 more seconds. TA respawning in 15, but it's just a TA and a Monkey King versus 4.
Radiant's mid-rags ain't looking so hot. Radiant's mid-rags didn't make it.
Can they get the mega creeps?
Boots of travel purchased from Gyro.
Nice. Yeah, I could see both the mid creeps, yeah. And that's the damage done. The mega creeps are out. Na'Vi, they'll still get to live another day in this game. But it will be against the megas.
And against what? How many buybacks are going to be available? Decent amount of them. Gyro, of course, as we said, Costa Bile did spend it for those boots of travel, but might be able to back up and farm them out before Na'Vi can get outside to look for him. So they might be playing versus quite a bit more lives than they're going to be able to provide. But they're going to smoke and just go for it.
I mean, that boost of travel purchase is a little risky, right?
It definitely is.
Because he would have had, he would only be a few hundred gold away from buyback, aka he would have buyback if he didn't buy the bots in the next fight.
They can still win this game for sure.
If they kill this Gyro, it's game over.
Swiftly to the
Costa Bile's got to be careful. And a risky purchase.
Straight down mid.
47 and 50. Yeah, it's about a 50-50 here, 52 minutes in. They're ready with the jump, Puppy. Who's he going to be able to find? Look at the last one in the corner. They're trying to blast it. Contabile, hurry up. The BKB stands his ground. Puppy falls. They turn towards BKB. They get the shot. Shoot a shot in. Contabile, caught by Liverstone. Uragi jumps in. They're looking to focus the Jaro. They're going to get him. They take down Contabile. But BZM, solo, he'll fall. Uragi, it's only down to him and Zayats. It is too much for Uragi. Uragi's gone. Zayats goes down as well. Triple kill for PP as Na'Vi get team wiped.
They got the double lasso, but he got the BKB before it hit. It takes them too long to bring him down. Storm has buyback. Storm cleans up. There's 2 buybacks on Na'Vi, but 2v4.
Yeah, 2v4. Infinity don't have Contabile, their strongest kind of pusher and hero that can look to end the game. But it is just 2 heroes on Na'Vi. Can they hold?
Panda, I think, can also purchase a full Aghanims if he wants to now on the Disruptor. He has 4,200 gold. He's got the option to go for that GG item. And he's got the Blink.
I mean, they feel that Infinity, they feel that Na'Vi can hold with the 2 of them. And to be fair, there's that buyback available on Boom.
All right.
So yeah, they're going to hold back. They're not going to go for any sort of crazy push with just the 4 of them. They're hovering around the Roche pit and considering taking that instead. So Na'Vi once again are going to get the chance to have one more fight.
It is going to shift top. I guess he's weakening it up for it before it shifts to the top.
We already got what we got. Uragi's gone for the Silver Edge, and yeah, PP's got his Hex for the next fight.
They're all spending across the board. PP doing some big work in that last fight, as we saw his damage with Contabile being the most of it. Contabile also will have buyback. That's the important thing too, is he is going to have buyback when he respawns and is able to farm a little bit. So we'll have that extra life on top of him and the 2 supports. BCM's buyback is back up. Oh, he doesn't actually have to purchase it because it's shifting top, so he can get one for free and maybe go for a different item on this Disruptor. Oh, sorry. Just kidding.
Let's have a look who's taking what. We're taking the refresher. Probably Contabile, right? To play with. What's a PP? For the double hex?
Double hex,
pull?
double BKB.
Okay. Yeah. I can respect that.
So no Aghanims for Panda. So he'll get his Aether Lens also sniped out. I mean, whatever.
Let's see, can Na'Vi defend against this bush?
Wait, am I crazy? Wasn't it supposed to switch to Ags when it goes top? I don't know, whatever. Am I dumb? Maybe I'm dumb. I mean, I know it's a refresher shard, but I thought it was supposed to be... Whatever.
Yeah, it's Aghanims top, isn't it?
Yeah, but you got a refresher shard. I don't know, whatever. That was kinda weird. Maybe I'm forgetting something that got you. I don't think so, though. Whatever. Either way. Look it up, Owen, because maybe I'm being dumb, but...
No, you're right. Axe is the top one, right?
I thought so, too, but I feel like I'm being stupid.
Am I getting so gaslit here? Yeah, what's going on?
Lamau Procaster.
Yeah. Hey, you're the analyst. Aghanim's blessing when in dire pit.
I know.
Yeah. So,
whatever.
I tell you what, I know what it is.
It's because he was hitting it.
No, I think it's probably some weird interaction with the fact there's a TA in the game and they know about Roche, and it's probably some like TA bug. That would be my guess.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Either way, they don't get the Aghanims, they get a refresher.
I was like, am I crazy?
Well, you are.
Well, yeah, but...
I'm saying if there's...
I'm thinking...
Aghanims blessing drops on Roshan's third death. Hey, there's a fight! PP's in! Straight away, Boom's going to be able to get the save off with the car. Let's use the BKB to this, but will manage to take Uragi back to the safety of the fountain. See if Infinity hold back or immediately go for another quick jump.
That's the card. And a BKB. Oh, and a big. And then he goes.
He's going to get the Hex opening. They've got the Stampede. Can they get it back to safety? Uragi follow up the Hex, but Uragi again will survive. Puppy.
Double lasso.
Oh, it's big. But here's their follower. The Boundless Strike into the hoop stop. They've got Contabile out of the tier 4 towers. That's the Aegis gone. They're going to get Illich as well. He's out. No buyback available for him. The setup here for round 2. Then the Boundless beautifully lined up for PCM. That's the 2 of them gone.
He's got buyback at Contabile, but Illich used it earlier. I can't believe he got caught next to him.
Illich will have his in 20 seconds.
The double lasso play, the Aghanims piercing through that Lincoln's, right? It doesn't matter if it's up. It grabs him right through.
Here we go. see if they can do anything here, Navi. As I say, that they effectively both have the buybacks. Panda, he also has a buyback available. They're going to have to use some, I'd imagine, here. We'll see the gem switch back into the hands of Navi.
Oh, maybe it's because Rose spawned bottom, and then when it shifts,
No. It says here on the internet. On the internet, it says Aghanim's blessing Roshan. Drops on Roshan's third death if slain while in the dire pit. He was slain in the dire pit, Fog.
There you go, fine, whatever.
We're on the case.
Whatever, we'll get to it. We'll talk about it afterwards. Eilish does have buyback, so it will have the full squad for the defense.
Top tower. Dire's top towers.
Hiragi.
His first buyback here from Eilish. Beaver's going to go with the jump. Get the opening hex. There's going to be a buyback. Still hold on as well. BKB is out. Return from the corner. He's able to get Hiragi in the car and takes him away. Eilish is trying to chase with the Rolling Thunder.
Can you get him away?
Eilish is still able to get the catch on. It was Boom with the stun. Boom potentially going to get left behind. Eilish jumps to the side of the Frostbug, who's caught far away from the team though. Hiragi turns towards him. They've lost Boom, but Boom's got the buyback. Eilish, he's falling low. He's out. They're both dead. Eilish and Hiragi without buyback. One core for each side out for 2 minutes. They're going to drag back here with the Hex. They're going to kill him off as well. He does have the luxury of buyback available though.
This game is crazy. We're about to hit 60 minutes
for
the items if they want to grab
that's
them.
the thing as well. We've had some 60-minute games where we've not got to see the 60-minute items because they ended at 60 minutes. This game, we should actually get to see the 60-minute items because this game is not going to end at 60 minutes.
Well, we might have the 60-minute 20 seconds where they just run down and end the game.
If they... Come on. Give us some cool items.
Heavy buybacks committed. Eilish getting a nice roll forward there. Didn't have the cheese in his inventory, so maybe could have actually survived. I thought he was going to swap it in during the roll, but ends up going down.
And they're going to force out these buybacks first.
No BKBs. Back up. Lasso in 2 seconds. That's the one to watch.
Just trying to slow it down. BZM's going to have to buy back. Surely. He can't get away with holding on to his for 50 seconds. Double lasso. They're going to drive back. Over towards Boom. Who's done a follow? Constabile. PP then being caught. Constabile's going to sky. He led with the Satanic. The bash comes into play. Can he continue? He'll through this. They managed to kill off BZM. They managed to kill off Boom. Infinity. They have done it. They're on to the Ancient. This game one. It's going to be theirs. GG's called. Infinity take the game.
And no tier 5 neutrals for you, Owen. Too bad.
My goodness. They've done it again.
This is a very back and forth game. Really cool jumps. Puppey almost being that X factor with his double lasso plays. Infinity was not giving respect to some of these double lassos because they were just standing together with 2 cores. I think 2 or 3 times that Puppey was able to take advantage of that. But at the end,
Alright. So, I just got a glimpse about this match. It's 60 minutes match, okay. So, in draft wise, not just Windsor, NAVI, they got so much potential with this draft, but again, there is some kind of mentality here from Infinity that they have, but the NAVI is not, and they fail to utilize this mental thing. No, even if the monkey, let's say, is feeding so much along with the centaur and the Rubik's support, so it's a given, but I would say that they did pretty good. They can counterattack. They can fight head by head with Infinity with this current draft. The thing is, NAVI they got like two heroes that possibly can be the carry here, the TA and the monkey. So it will be predictable that if NAVI's gonna win in this match 1, but the fact is Infinity with just only Gyro that's not really good. He got kidnapped so many times, but again, and even if the draft is way too a bit weaker than Navi's draft, but Infinity, they got this kind of mental that and the tactic and the strategy that they can utilize. So congratulations for Infinity.
So I did say I didn't want to see the POS 5 Batrider, but after watching that game, you know, it didn't look so bad. He did get a lot of farm. I'm not sure how much that is attributed to like Boom having such a bad game that it opened up the map for Puppey to get the farm. If that's what's required for Puppey to get farm, I don't want to see it again, but I do want to see these lassos yet again if Puppey wants to play this Blink Initiator, because he was a big surprise, I would say, on that back.
Kick him when he's down. When he's not having farm, this is as a position 5, you start taking farm where he's going for, and then you end up with this situation where your offlaner doesn't have anything. But you know, Puppey, he's been known to be playing these like greedier position 5s. Some of his like most memorable performances when he was playing Nature's Prophet as a 5, being the most farm hero in the whole game pretty much. So this guy knows how to carry if he gets the farm that he wants. Had some really nice initiations, and I did point out the gem, but I also want to point out that they were able to get some really sneaky boards that did allow them to get those pickoffs with Batrider.
Yeah, vision is obviously essential with that lineup. Yeah, you're right.
Navi, they just banned 3 carries off of Costa Bele right off the get-go. It's like, all right, you just want to play these flash farming ranged carries? Not going to happen. Bans all them out. Infinity, they were forced in a situation where they have to ban the Pango. This is something that looks really good on Illich, and I'm still concerned that if he doesn't get this Pango, what is he going to pick up? Is he going to branch out too far, look for these Axe and Night Stalker heroes that aren't super popular? I want him to reel it in a little bit, pick something that can just do the job that needs to be done without getting too creative.
Yeah, I would be down for some, you know, Primal Beast, Sanking, maybe Centaur. These heroes are relatively easy to play from the off lane. And if things are not going well, something that Fear did point out is that Knight, he's the one who stacks the most out of all the players here, so you can always fall back to stacks with these kind of heroes. So
Invoker coming in there.
PP Invoker, he did look good from the games that we've seen him play. And this is also going to be a way to increase any kind of damage. So you did mention the Flash Farmers, there's Gyro, Luna, Shadow Fiend as well. Now they're removing Bristleback, but there's still a couple of left in the pool. That's Alchemist, I would say. Medusa is also the other one where you can hit the critical timing with 2-3 items and go for like pretty much end the game type of a push if you're the one controlling the game, controlling Roshan.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to stop Costa B like getting a hero he can have a game on.
He always gets the farm.
Yeah,
he'll find something for sure. I'm very curious on what BZM is going to look for against this Invoker, because like the way I look at BZM is he can play pretty much most all the heroes in Dota right now. Like he can play your spirits, gank on the map, but what he seems to gravitate towards in most matchups is being a little more farm heavy. So like, is he going to pick something from that mid lane? Can he bust out the Broodmother?
I checked Dota Pro Tracker. He did not play in the last 8 days. That was my first thought, because Broodmother looked insanely good against Invoker.
Yeah, he does not have... It's not up there on his heroes played for sure.
The Alk's gone as well.
They do not want to give Costa Bele.
All right, yeah, BZM just doesn't play Brood, period, in competitive Dota, so we won't see that one. He does love the TA, which
you know what? So we know what his name means, BZM. Broodmother 0 matches. That's what it stands for.
Not bad. Workshop that one. We'll workshop that in the break.
Back to you, Fear.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Puck going out here, that makes me think that, I mean, it's one of the better heroes against the Invoker. I wouldn't be surprised to see yet again these Void Spirits against Invoker. Classic matchup. BZM here really does like Void Spirit as well. With Puck being gone, Pango being gone, your options are pretty limited here. And I'm not a huge fan of like these TA mids anymore. I don't even know if that counters Invoker mid anymore. Probably not, as we haven't seen it in forever. It used to be the go-to. And we're just going to probably pick the value position 4s here, like Snapfire. We talked about the big 3 on position 4, right? Darkwill, Snapfire, and Hoodwink, I think, right now in this particular patch. Wouldn't be surprised if you just take what's left here. We saw the Rubik last game, but there was moments of brilliance with that hero.
Yeah.
But overall, not super happy with seeing it.
Darkwill is just more stable, much more easier to execute. Rubik had some really nice steals when he was stealing Vortex, when he was stealing Rolling Thunder. That also meant that he's going to be the one also jumping in, cutting into backlines, and finding the right targets, making it much more difficult for Navi to take the fights. By Navi, I mean Infinity.
Oh, yeah, of course. Now we're just waiting here. They're burning through reserve time, actually, to decide which 2 heroes they want to pick up here. I think one is going to be your mid, and one is going to be your other support. That would make the most sense to me.
BZM, he's most of the time picking up these like elusive heroes from the mid lanes. I'd be down for Earth Spirit. I think this could also be a good pickup for them. Just to be able to get something done. You're not going to be winning that lane. It also depends on the rotations, but they have a lot of push on side of Navi. We did mention that this team knows how to close out the games early on. So you have Enchantress, you have Beastmaster, and there's going to be that Earth Spirit, just so that you have that extra pressure early on and have something to cut into backline. Snapfire doesn't like to play into this hero. Neither does Invoker before he gets his BKB or a Hurricane Pike, any kind of defensive items.
Now, that's interesting, in my opinion, that they wouldn't pick a support there. They showed 2 cores right away. They have first pick, so they have that 18 pick, where typically you can take advantage of what you see. So, to me, this doesn't really put Boom in a position to succeed, right? You're picking his hero really early on in the draft, and he could have been 18 pick.
Bachop. Fighting na match, Bachop. It's super hot here. Here too. Oh, and it's too dusty and a lot of trash burning around here. So, it's not a good environment. Hope you're doing okay. How about you, Bachop? Are you doing okay? How about your homework? Why is it so quiet? That's because it's loading, right? Between games. I already make some very brief analysis about the match 1. Here we go. Okay. It's the... Okay, let me concentrate. It's the match 2 of Pgl Wallachia 2024 Season 2, and it's lower bracket, I guess. Lower bracket, it's Infinity versus Navi. Even if Infinity, they're doing pretty good, right? We already see that Infinity versus Nigma, and Nigma lost with Infinity. But I mean, if they're compared with the other team, if only Miracle and Sumail they fly earlier than the schedule, I bet they still gonna win. But it's again Falcon, so it's the best, I guess. They're gonna prepare for Dream League. Still working on paper. The due is tomorrow, but tomorrow is Saturday. You still have to submit on Saturday. My parents, they're they're going back to the hospital for the checkup, and I cannot follow because my current situation is kinda nasty. I mean, it's okay. I don't think that I'm gonna be better if I go anywhere else, so I'm gonna stay at home. Okay, so far, Infinity versus Navi. So Infinity with a outstanding performance. It's like really 1 versus 1, like team versus team, and it's because I don't know, the impact of a failed mid lane maybe. And Navi. Okay, so just forget the match 1 and the match 2 here, the band hero. We got the Clockwork, Task Dome. Pingalier, Fuck, also Luna, SF, Gyro, Bristleback. I bet Navi they they really traumatized with the Gyro. Bristleback, Alchemist, and Centaur. You know how Gyro carry is only working on tournament, only on the pro player, but if it's on public match, the Gyro is pretty weak. And on the match 1, we see that Gyro, if he got lassoed by the Batrider, Puppy's Batrider on the previous match, and Gyro can't really do anything. As Gyro, he really relies on the teammates. So one thing that NAVI can do on the match 1 is they only need to lasso the Gyro or even just kill him. It's just the best, but yeah, they fail on doing that. Maybe it's a matter of luck, I don't know. Good evening Adindia. My voice still snippy. Okay, so they're gonna ban the Batrider again and Timbersaw. Infinity on the other hand. Oh, it's NAVI first. Okay, NAVI. It's Enchantress, Beastmaster, Spirit, the Ranger, Naga Siren. So Terror Blade, I want it's against the Ranger. The Ranger can easily just buy the Aghanim or even with the split shot. So if only Terror Blade just gonna utilize the Manta or even the image thing, the Ranger she can easily just counter the Terror Blade, and as we already see that here on the draft, Terror Blade is picked first, so there's something. Oh, it's the Underlord. Okay, so it's terrifying now. Not NAVI, they should really play as nah. Let's go do the split shot. Okay, this Underlord meta. Once Terror Blade got the metamorphosis, they can really just destroy your tower. So if you want to be very safe, then just go for the split push all the 3 lanes if it's possible. And now I'm gonna introduce the Zayak, Enchantress, Boom, Beastmaster, Bizim, Earth Spirit, Uragi, Draw Ranger, and Papi Naga Siren here on the Natus Fincer, and Infinity, PP, Invoker, Net Snapfire, Costabile, Terror Blade, Panda, Chen, Illich, Underlord. Oh, finally I can pronounce your name, Terror Blade. It's Costabile. Okay, I'm a big fan of Terror Blade. It's because of the high damage, of the how versatile you can use the Terror Blade with your illusion. So it's not like Draw Ranger, of course. It's a different hero. The Ranger, you can only just attack on silence, but Terror Blade you can just, let's say that, juke with your illusion. Get well soon kak ne. Dude, I love you. Suaranya kayak bebek ya. Aduh, pakai apa ya? Apa aku jajan bakso aja kali, enak deh. What's up? Okay, so there is a lot of possibility coming from the Natus Fincer about the pushing with the Beastmaster, also the Naga Siren, also the Draw Ranger, also the Enchantress. But again, none of it matters if you can't really stop the Terror Blade from farming so much with the items. And of course the Underlord. Nah, sooner or later Underlord, he gonna get the ult, right? So it's something that not really you can really avoid this kind of shit because it's Underlord. And I bet the Ranger, she also has a bad time to deal with the Underlord on the lane. Plus there is the Chen. It's like Infinity, God of Hand of God. Hand of God. And also if you want to deal with some underlings, it's Chen against Enchantress. I would say that the victory gonna still remain 50-50. And nah, maybe to 0 with Infinity. I love it, Terror Blade, just by that kind of hero. Okay, let's just watch it together. Baso, aku jadi pengen baso dia. Okay.
If it works out here. If it does, I think, you know, that's going to be the point where it's like, okay, this tournament, if Costa Bile wants to play Terrorblade, it's going to work out.
So be it. And the reason why people, you know, a lot of people will know the big reason, but the reason why you want this Reflection versus Beast is because you get some attack speed bonuses. But yeah, if you can just go the Axis build, I've seen people go a bit of both. I've seen people go Aura and Boar in the lane versus him, but since he's this game, he just wants to play more for just pressure and spam with Zayats. It looks like it is just going to be Axe route at the start. And he is, of course, playing versus Chen, so you can't really go for the Boar route. It's going to be an interesting game because we do have a Chen versus Enchantress as well, which causes some weirdness. It's not like old times where it just made the game incredibly awkward, but it still does make for some fun little interactions and plays. And top, let's see how Drow does. Another hero that's not the most popular, but Yuragi, he's been playing it a lot. It's spawning on the rise.
Yeah, he loves it.
In the pubs, in the pro matches, etc. So he's got a good matchup, core to core, right? Versus that, versus the TB in particular, just the way that it works with marksmanship, it can always be fantastic. But I've also seen Underlord be able to itemize very nicely versus something like Drow. The Atrophy Aura plus Crimson Guard can negate a ton of damage, so auras are definitely going to be aplenty on the side of Infinity this game with a Chen and Underlord with a TB.
And so this bottom lane as well, the panel say they think Boom's going to have a much better time this game at the start. Would you agree? He's got the setup for that?
He should. I think last game he also just had a pretty horrible time, so it's hard to kind of have a worse one than that one.
Yeah, let's see who can come out on top of this matchup mid. I think, honestly, this seems to be one of the 1v1s that I feel like we've seen the most this tournament.
We have.
We've had so much Invoker versus Air Spirit mid matchup.
And the Invoker tends to dominate it pretty hard in the first, I mean, in pretty much the entirety of the laning phase. Let's see if BZM can make a difference happen, because PP, he's been pretty wonderful on his Invoker. And definitely a game where the Invoker can cause some chaos. BKB is not going to be early picked up on many of these heroes, and that's when Invoker tends to thrive. And as we've seen versus the Earth Spirit in particular, Cold Snap, Tornado, the combo that you can do, just stop a roll, you can just burst him in most situations as well.
Says me.
Bit of FPS lag.
So far, pretty good for Yuragi in that top lane.
Yep.
He's not getting too much pressure, at least not having a lot of creeps being denied away from him yet.
Yeah, Naga Siren can secure most of these lanes. It's a lot of damage, though. This is definitely a lane where we could see kills happen from the side of Infinity onto either one of these two heroes on the side of Navi, more so than the other way around. Unless it's a positioning error where they get reeled into the tower, which we do see happen from time to time. And this cool thing that Zayats is doing, he's just stealing away Panda. He drops his, he summons the Satyr, just gets stolen away from that Enchantress, and then they actually have like Boars plus a Satyr inside the wave. So pretty cool.
One of my favorites.
And I think Boom maybe did recognize that there is no point in that persuasion, so he can actually go Boar.
On top. And Puppy doing his best to try and draw the attention away from Yuragi. Yuragi's building up the one charges. And we'll have a salve on the way.
Yeah, just bring lots of regen up here. Break dangos, salves, bring raindrop even. Puppy may have put himself into a death position. Knight's got scatter blast. Could have the chase.
See if Puppy can...
Misses.
Ooh, indeed, off the mark there with a scatter blast.
Might need one more hit afterwards, but might have been able to secure it if he does get that catch. Yeah, just bring tons of regen, raindrops. That's going to be the one that allows them to sustain a bit better versus this snapless Underlord spam that we do see have a very good success in most games.
Yeah, hard for them to get kills themselves here unless I do get them under the tower, Navi.
Some good harassment coming out though. Yuragi has hit 3. These arrows are starting to add up. Knight could also be in trouble. Blood Grenade should have him.
He's got stick charges, but yeah, he'll accept his fate. Knows that they won't save him, so actually the persistence there from Yuragi does allow them to find that first blood for a Drow that's already having pretty good farm in the safe lane.
That's not too expected, to be honest. Even though Naga Siren does secure a lot of these lanes, when you're playing versus this double spam lane, sometimes be a bit difficult for squishy heroes like the Drow Ranger to take advantage. Very, very nice for Yuragi to get that. They can bring extra regen, he can bring Falcon Blade to tank versus that burst too. So yeah, he should be set up for success up here now on this Drow Ranger, unless we see a rotation come out, which can definitely happen. Both sides having the neutral creep users, the Chen and the Ench, so could see rotations from both sides very quickly and early in this game. Costa Bile is farming well, but Boom having a free farm lane.
Yeah, this is the thing. But last game as well, for Navi, it was definitely Yuragi and Puppey that throughout the whole game were having the strongest performances. So.
Yeah. They were carrying pretty hard, and Puppey was getting some beautiful double lasso plays. Definitely some fall to infinity standing together. They ended up winning the game, but you know, these small things could end up costing you just because you're not careful. BZM doing better than I've seen some of the Earth Spirits do in the mid lane versus the Invokers so far. We haven't seen any rotations, I believe, toward mid to prevent... Actually, we did see, I think, maybe one of the creeps maybe from the Enchantress, but BZM doing a little bit better than I've seen some of the Earth Spirits do in that 1v1 matchup.
Nice trap.
Getting Illich pretty low. That's the blood grenade. They should be able to find him again. Yuragi gonna get the last hit in. He's indeed getting slowed by Knight. Yuragi will die for this. So 1 for 1. The supports survive, but the cores fall.
I love blood grenade. It adds so much extra kill threats always in these lanes. Changes the dynamics of lanes as well too in a lot of ways. Nice plays from both sides. Great play from Knight, just body blocks plus blood grenade to prevent those extra hits.
Denied.
Oh yeah, neither carry getting pressured that much whatsoever so far.
I thought this could be a lane where we saw Zayats actually go for a point in the impetus earlier on since he's playing versus TB. BZM getting involved early.
Indeed, in with the rotation, the cookie's there.
Radiant's mid tower's coming.
Keep it safe, and now PP turns up and ready to try and find some action himself. Gets the setup on a Puppey. They've ripped down the blood grenade, but won't have any further catch. So neither side to lose anyone.
Bit awkward from the two of them. Yeah, only 80 gold behind on BZM versus that Invoker. Yeah, absolutely the best case that we've seen for that matchup. He's level 6 already too on BZM, and let's see if he gets the rune. He will. So a shield rune up on the Earth Spirit. Could look to make a rotation. He's got the refill bottom for the bounty rune too, and definitely kill threat onto Costa Bile if he's not careful, and he has no vision.
The Radiant's courier didn't make it.
Might just settle for Panda.
Yeah, they'll drop the magnetize to make sure that they get the kill.
Ooh, tried to keep it spreading. Couldn't quite. Up top again. Illich, half HP.
It has to be a bit careful if they're able to start things onto him. The cookie's off the mark.
He's got a salve. He's struggling again, though, in comparison to Boom. Boom having that much easier lane matchup versus the TB. Underlord thought he would be off to a better start, but 10-24 CS only for him. He is struggling in the last hit department.
Getting a good start here, Navi. And in particular that off lane in comparison to what happened last game.
And they've got a strong, fast-paced draft that they can get off to some timings.
And loads of stacks.
Especially versus this more greedy style that we've seen from Infinity. And it really is going to just be the question mark of, is the aura be the best, going to be that great benefit for the TB that makes him have a good advantage versus Drow and Earth Spirit? It feels a little hard for Costa Bile this game. That's where auras come into play, right? So could definitely see if the Underlord's able to get some of these auras to counteract that big magic damage that can come from the Ags Beastmaster or from that Earth Spirit in particular. Yuragi. Here comes this move.
Yeah, wrap around Costa Bile. He's coming with a Metamorphosis to help take him out.
Just not yet.
I like that a lot. Can probably look to finish off this tower as well. There's actually a double creep wave, so it's going to be a little awkward to push it, but ideally wanting to do so.
This is going to be a fast timing, right? 8 minutes in, taking away Yuragi's tower. It's going to be opening up this area at the map, giving a lot of freedom as well for Illich to probably have a safe space to catch up and farm.
Radiant's bottom tower seem better.
Puppey's trying to hold on to the tower.
They're making moves over. They're bringing the Ench. Zayats. It is spotted from the ward, so they'll be completely aware of this, but Panda in no man's land.
And
the tower might actually just get denied.
Easy to die for Uragi.
Money.
Literally last hit on it. Now, NAVI seeing if they can get some more action. BZM tries to get the roll-ons on tonight. Drops the Magnetize, but the Tornado holds him back. Uragi making the connection with the multi-shot, but the one charges are there. Knight, is he going to tick out to this Magnetize? That'll catch him. The root's there, puts a stop to the TP. So look at the two supports, and they're able to get the tower tonight, NAVI.
Pretty huge, to be honest. In the meanwhile, Beastmaster is absolutely free farming stacks with no contestion. Most of the games that I see Beastmaster struggle, it's because he's not allowed to do this. They just prevent him from getting the stacks. They're able to contest. So NAVI able to get that tower denied top, and Infinity now not able to take away any of these stacks from a Beastmaster who was already having free farm. This is a very, very good start here for NAVI. And that Drought versus TB matchup will eventually start kicking off once they start duking it out in the mid game. Yeah, Eilich's items definitely going to be slower than anticipated. Uh-oh. Are they going to build double mech? Please be careful, Eilich. You have a Chen on your team. You should be probably
no, they
that Vanguard.
He
already has the Hedress.
He's just,
I'll go pipe later, but still, he better not go double mech.
Maybe he just had the mech queued up in the quick buy just so he could have something quick to be able to get the Hedress.
I don't know. I think they maybe just now they communicated it. I think though, but for a second there, it looked a little awkward. Because the ideal is, your Chen probably gets that mech, you go Crimson Pipe on the Underlord. That does mean that it's going to be a little bit switched around here.
Yeah, I guess it depends how quickly you want to get that mech online for the team, because Illich can get it a little quicker.
But it's better on the Chen.
Sure, but then it kind of messes up the Chen's build.
It messes up his game. But yeah, we'll see.
Come get healed.
Zayas has got some backup potentially.
He use kisses, it feels like.
BZM's watching and he's ready to roll in. Costabile's turned up and the kisses are coming out and they're maybe ready to try and get some kills. They take out Zayas. BZM's going to fall. They'll use the roar onto Costabile, but it won't stop him. As he's ready to chase on towards them, Boom has to run.
The numbers were brought there. Infinity able to bring in that Underlord there. BZM rolls himself into a very dangerous position. I thought he'd wait until perhaps he saw the kisses before he makes that roll in, but does put himself into a precarious position. Costabile being active. That's the one thing I do like when I see him play as Terrorblade. We see some players more just AFK kind of farm it up. He turns up to the fights, and we saw the same thing from his Gyro. Gyro more so you want to show up to every single one of those fights early on, but utilizing those illusions to get that bonus damage from the innate, the Dark Unity, does make him hit hard even if the hero has some difficulties entering. So is net worth? It's pretty good. 300 advantage over the Drought just off of those 2 kills. So he's got the mech gold finished on that Underlord.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing if he buys it, yeah. Because he's indeed got enough, and he will. So he's going to commit to that. He wants the mech. He wants to be the mech carry this game.
As long as they don't both buy it, perfectly fine with it. Just as long, he probably still wants to go down that.
Yeah, Panda's going to get the pipe online. So they just wanted to have the mech out of the 2 of them online sooner.
Okay. And BZM is going standard build. I think we've seen a little bit of variety from them, so just going standard for Blamo, but this could have been a game maybe where it doesn't look like an amazing Vessel game, but since it is playing versus Chen and all these heals, it could have maybe been an option, but this build overall is better. I do like this Blade Mode build in most situations, since you do get the scaling. But we'll see if that ends up hurting as well, not having that heal prevention. Boom, I believe the Aghanim is done. So pretty peak timing that he can set up with right now.
Coming apart.
And that always opens up potential for early Roshan. Both sides can definitely look to contest it very early on.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Looking to be active, trying to find a catch in the enemy jungle. They'll see Uragi mid, but can't set up for him.
Good setup for Zayat. Straight into the path of BZM. It's Panda. Get the heals off. As he surely can't survive for this. I mean, maybe he does. The kisses are coming in his back. The heals there from Illich with the mech. Yeah, Panda, he's going to be able to live. Puppy, he's the one to fall. PZM rolls forward. They're desperately trying to find Panda or something out of this. They're going for PP. But Zayats will die to Costa Pile. They do manage to get the 2 kills, 3 kills now in return for NAVI. So NAVI push forward, and they are able to make it work eventually.
2 supports for 2 cores and a support. Very well worth it. Good persistence there from Navi to jump through. Nice steal there from Zayats. Takes away the Wild Wing Ripper, throws the Chen onto the high ground, causes an awkward scenario, and then boom. A perfect roar. Finds the Invoker. Couldn't ask for better. And he is going to go down the Blink route. I really like this for Boom. Just go standard build so he can catch any target he wants, and we'll see it again.
Now we'll see again. You know, it was taking a lot to try and go for Panda. And this was buying time for the rest of Infinity to turn up, but Na'Vi knew that if they brought everyone over, they at this point could still come out superior in these team fights. As Illich and PP caught in a rough spot there. But Boom finding the entrance in towards PP, and Costa Bile sure he turns up at the side, but he can't really get fully stuck in, because by the time he turns up, the fight is already starting to go downhill for the team.
Boom is the scariest hero on the map by far right now. When you get this type of timing on a Beastmaster, he's level 12 too. It is terrifying how much you're able to, how much damage you can actually dish out.
So far, massively making up for the struggles that he had in game 1.
Yeah.
He's taking over this game 2. And we'll be able to slowly but surely finish this Roshan for the squad. Oh, he's got it.
Does have it done. That Blink very soon on the horizon too. TB still farming very well. Costa Bile 3-0-1. His cores are struggling a bit. But if he's able to finish up this Manta for next fight too, he will be able to join and do a decent chunk of damage. We see Panda just looking to farm, really wants to finish up that pipe as fast as possible versus Beastmaster and that Earth Spirit. But it's going to take him a lot more time than something like an Underlord to farm these items. And we see Illich not... I saw he had Greaves queued up. I was like, please don't go full Greaves. He is going to go for the Crimson instead. This fits much better.
Yeah, they need to try and hit this Crimson pipe timing as soon as they can.
That'll be huge, team. And that'll be probably the thing that allows Costa Bile to maybe survive in the fights. It still can be difficult for him if they get on top of this TB in most of the situations. He will probably just die, but maybe the auras will be the difference maker. We'll have to see.
Panda. Seeing if you get some sort of setup. Yuragi is around with the damage. Panda's not too careful.
Gotta love the Enchantress versus Chen matchup. The stealing of the creeps
back and forth
constantly.
Roll from Boom. It's gonna go for a bit of a freebie. Man, he'll get it. Easy for Boom to make these plays as he wishes.
He's gonna take over the map, it feels, in these next few moments. Infinity, see how they adapt to the pressure if they're gonna just look to split up and farm in these next 4 minutes. This feels very difficult to fight into this Beastmaster at this time.
The Radiant got one last top tower.
Yeah, a lot of weight is going to fall onto the shoulders of Costa Bile.
And he is versus a Drow.
Bad shape.
Definitely not the easiest carry-to-carry matchup in particular for him.
The Dire best do something.
As we've heard, incredibly confident on the Terrorblade.
They're going to smoke and look for a fight. And this is... He's literally has Manta if he wants to purchase it right now. It's going to come out on Courier. Roar is on cooldown 20 seconds, so this could be a small window that they're trying to take advantage of. And they do see the Drow.
They're going to try and, yeah, indeed, catch and split off. And it's a good move. They're going to find Yuragi completely separated from the rest of his team. He was not ready for that whatsoever.
Nice move, playing around Vision beautifully. There is going to be a counteract there coming from Navi. Roar is up in 2 seconds, so boom. Might just look for a fight himself, even though they don't have their Drow.
Yeah, big catch though, killing Yuragi. And continuing to get Costa Bile involved in these successful plays. And he still goes untouched, 4-0-1.
Yeah, and it gives him that little like net worth disparity, right? Just a bit. I mean, we know that they don't exactly, but definitely important for the TB to stay ahead of this Drow Ranger, it feels.
In this game as well, you know, for the progression of Costa Bile, do you feel he needs to get BKB next, or is this one of those ones where you don't necessarily need to get the BKB early?
I don't know if he can, because he's playing versus Beastmaster. That's the one thing I'm wondering. Underlord doesn't even get the mech off, just dies before he's able to pop it. I'm not sure, Owen. Honestly,
he's going to go Scardy.
It's a really hard hero when you're playing versus Drow Ranger to itemize.
Yeah, Scardy's going to be what he's got queued up next.
Does make him, of course, vulnerable to the Earth Spirit, jumping in a lot of situations, but...
I will trust in what sort of Panda's pipe to keep him safe, which is still quite not there. 740 gold away still on the Chen for the pipe.
Takes a lot longer for a Chen to farm that than an Underlord. Nyla just died again.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Costabile. He's still hungry to get involved in any sort of play that they can find.
Trying to get a catcher on that vision that they have, but Navi is the one with the better vision over here. They have 2 wards to scout.
There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
Here comes Boom. Smoked up. Do they have a dust? They use it, but it's far too late.
Still seeing if he can maybe find something around here.
There's a blink roar.
Illich.
1 second.
He's going to get kicked back and caught.
Might not even have to use the roar.
Oh yeah, they can slowly run him down.
This game's looking pretty hard for Infinity. Costabile really got his work cut out for him in a dangerous matchup versus that Drow.
Pipe should be done.
Okay.
20 gold, so it will be there for the next fight on Panda.
This is a pretty fantastic usage of that first Aegis. Just a huge control of the map from Boom, taking towers out, swinging across, getting multiple kills. That's back-to-back kills. Actually, back-to-back-to-back kills, it feels like they found on the Underlord. BZM now has BKB, so he has the answer versus the Invoker now. Yeah, this is looking fantastic for Navi. PP unable to find too many successful movements this game, 0, 1, and 5, and now one of the heroes in particular has a counter. And even the Beastmaster almost has the counter too with the BKB soon. 20 minutes. Tormentor.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
They might be able to fight around here if they catch. We did see Navi have a bit of a blunder the other day when they fought, forcing a Tormentor
Radiant's
play.
top tower's hurting.
Infinity.
The Radiant lost the top tower.
Do they want to try and fight this? The smoking indicates that they'll look for a chance, but it's risky with the tier 2 already being taken and Navi having this lead against them.
Pretty big one. All 3 tier 2s have been taken out. They've got the smoke on the Beastmaster.
They won the Wisdom Rune and they're going to get it, Navi.
They played it more patient. The other day we saw them, they forced the Tormentor before taking the tier 2, and that caused that really, really bad fight versus Tundra. This time they played it way more patient. Take the tier 2 out, try to let them go toward you for the fight, get that Tormentor, get the Wisdom Rune. Now they've got BKB done on Boom. They get the Shard on this Naga Siren.
It's all looking pretty perfect so far for Navi.
It surely is. And Boom, this time around, it's a night and day difference for him in particular. He is running the show, while last game he was playing from behind the majority of it. Yeah, these BKBs, they're going to be really problematic.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very hard one for Costabile to carry.
Yeah. So far, he has yet to die.
Indeed.
But a matchup that
if he can
not
carry this
for him versus the Drow.
Yeah, if he can carry this, he can have the freedom to play Terrorblade any game he wants. Because this is going to be a real test for him on the hero, considering how everybody else in his team is really starting to suffer.
Yeah, they're all pretty broke. Even the Chen. Like Chen, who tends to farm very fast as the support hero once the game slowed down like this. He's 0 and 5. 14,000 gold lead. It's getting faster and faster.
Somehow they need to have a fight Infinity where Navi like overextend. They don't get the kill on the Terrorblade. Costabile gets a lot of time to hit into them during his metamorphosis, but
they need a long fight, it feels like, and he needs to be like buffed up with alacrity.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything they can throw onto him.
16k gold deep for Navi. The numbers are starting to get pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, they have full map control. I don't know how many bounty runes that they've gotten in comparison, but I want to say they've gotten like 90% in this game. So that all does add up.
Now we have that stat.
75% of them.
Yeah.
All right, well, still pretty high.
Costabile. Stepping up. Gonna look for Zayat, so get the heals off. He's gonna live.
Way too tanky.
And now Costabile is gonna turn towards BZM instead. BZM put the BKB. The song comes out. See what the plan is here from Puppy. Just sort of wait out the kisses and now resume the fight. Boom. Jumps in, finds the roar. Straight on the Costabile. Are they able to take him out during the stun? They are. Costabile's gone. Illich to fall. This game, we might be getting the GGs pretty soon, I feel, folks, because this one seems impossible for Costabile to carry.
They're tipping, Pat.
They are indeed. Look at that. They had a bit of banter in the first game. Boom makes sure to get his own back here after being belittled for his low level in the game one in comparison to Pandas. This game two, Boom. He's leading the charge. He's carrying this completely 6-0-6. He played this one perfectly.
He did. Played that lane bottom beautifully. And the other thing, too, is the Drow didn't even hit the TB there, I don't think. That was literally everybody else killing Costabile, so we didn't even get to see that matchup of Drow versus TB anyway, as they just decimate him. And yeah, this game is definitely over. 21k, 22 lead.
Taking the barracks.
Taking barracks, acquiring a full set of next items.
Radiant's bottom rag ain't no longer with us. Radiant's mid tower's coming up.
It's appropriate we get a game 3. I mean, last game went 60 minutes.
That's good, and it's a good bit of fun as well. We've got like the Panda versus Boom banter. Who's going to come out on top of after the end of it all?
Puppy, can they bring him down?
And Costabile just walked outside of the base. He's got to be careful. We'll get Cookie back to safety. I'll pop the auras. Infinity.
BKB at 5. Might just go in.
Oh, he's ready to go back in. Rolls in. Illich, he's gone. Roar onto PP. Na'Vi step up to the high ground. It's going to be the Invoker dead. Neither of them with buyback available. And they'll tap out. GG is called. Game 2. Na'Vi coming in with an absolute stomp.
Felt like, to be honest, quite a big of an outdraft as well, too, that they were able to get this type of lineup, get Yuragi Drow, which he likes to play anyway, but he's playing versus great core matchups. Yeah, this one was incredibly one-sided.
It was.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Congratulations for NAVI. Well, it's like the counter hero, right? There is no way that Terrorblade gonna win against the Ranger, and even if they can, this is way an overwhelming victory for NAVI because only on 25 minutes they claim the victory. If they gonna pass 30 minutes mark or more, then I'm gonna guarantee that the Terrorblade's gonna like destroy all of the hero from NAVI. Plus there's the Underlord too, and I guess this is the Invoker is not able to go online as soon as possible. It's different than the Earth Spirit. Of course, Earth Spirit, it can just cover anytime with this skill, and again it's 25 minutes, so they really need to push really hard for NAVI, and it happened, and it's the victory. So again, we're gonna move to the next match 3.
10 seconds to go. Radiance ban. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Dyer's ban.
Longer where you're like protecting your pick in the last banning phase, so a lot of the times you would not see that like gotcha pick. People got already used to how the draft works, so we're not seeing that like clear out draft from 24s anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one hero that is making it through right now is looking like Doom has made it through. Tusk has made it through from the last game, and I imagine they're going to ban Shadow Fiend here unless Navi have a change of strategy here. Seeing that Doom is in the pool, perhaps they might go a different direction here. So yeah, Doom and Tusk are in the pool, banned last game, and Shadow Fiend.
This could also be a bait pick, this Doom, because a lot of the times you would see like carries building into some early Hurricane Pike or mid laners as well, and then you get doomed and you just push yourself away. So you're not getting damage from the Scorched Earth. If they don't have extra lockdown to keep you in place, people do survive.
Yeah, they're really thinking about it here. I thought it would just be like, you know, we're going to do exactly what we did last game, just ban these carries out and start our draft out in a very similar fashion. But with Enchantress being removed, with the Beast being removed, they have to think about it a little more, right? And I think it's totally fair in this situation when your opponents adapt that you also have the same capability of adapting here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of discussion around the Boom Doom, perhaps. And that's going to make this ban take a little bit of time. Okay, there you go. Tusk out and Shadowfiend in.
Shadowfiend just insane hero with his facet, so you have like this minus armor for a really long time. You kill a hero, suddenly everybody is gonna die, so you want to pair him up with something that it's gonna allow him to get those early kills in the fight and also secure his lane. We've seen different ways of approaching Shadowfiend's lane with these Clockwork, with these Tusks, so they did ban Tusk for themselves. So we could maybe see some Naga Siren, which also looked okay in a pairing with Shadowfiend, so you can reel him in. It's a good setup for raises. We've also seen Omni Knight, which is not a setup, but it's more about securing Shadowfiend's lane and also having a free repel, having a free BKB in the game.
All right, and straight back to Invoker. I wonder if they will ban the Earth Spirit this time around. I was pleasantly surprised on what BZM was able to accomplish in this matchup specifically. As Fog mentioned a lot on the broadcast as well, we've seen some really bad performances of Earth Spirits versus Invoker, where they would just lose the lane really bad. You get tripped up on the cold snap and you would just die in the team fights. But BZM had no issue with that. He minimized the damage in the mid lane and then made all the great rotations. And I don't see why you wouldn't want to go back for the matchup, because anytime you can get a hero like Earth Spirit in the game, you should try and do it. Just the hero offers you so much. The one weakness this hero does have is potentially the laning stage.
And them banning Marcy, this is a bit of an enigma for me because they did not play any Marcy so far
10 seconds
on side of Infinity.
Enigma didn't play Marcy either, though.
Yeah, like we've seen some off-lane Marcys as well, but yeah, not sure what this ban is about. They probably have some like inside information or what they kind of want to do with this Marcy.
It's also just straight bad.
As a core, yes. As a support, the hero is still good. She's always going to have this issue until we change something about the hero where you don't get to get any farm, pretty much. You're always in there, in the lane. You have to stay there for a really long time and get stuff done. So we do have Shadow against Shadow. For me, this hero is perma-banned, so kind of even notice that the hero is still available.
Yeah, it's pretty strong here. Do we have Visage in the pool? We do, and Nog is a hero that we kind of stopped talking about, but maybe we should bring it back into the conversation more, as it was last pick for Navi last time, and a lot of teams will first phase ban this hero. This is just a different type of like teams. Neither of these heroes really prioritize the hero.
Well, with Clock kind of coming in as the #1 ban now, obviously the Nagas might be slipping through a bit more, and it's really powerful, you know.
And they're also, I think the big reason for both of these heroes is to stop for potential Primal Beast coming through. Great in the lane against Shadow Fiend, so you want to have some kind of protection when he rushes in, when he's doing his trample. Both of the supports are good, so they can decide which hero they want to pair up with. The Shadow Fiend, most likely it's going to be Naga Siren, but for Boom to round up this draft, there's also potentially Enigma that could come out, so the big combo is still going to be there if they want to go for it. So we'll see 2 picks, and then on 18 probably pick Boom's hero.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at something like that, I think, for sure. Of course, he gets to see 2 more picks, and I wanted to talk a little bit about Shadow Fiend plus Naga lane. This may be one of the strongest lanes in Dota. The only other one you can maybe say is the Clock Shadow Fiend lane, and just, it's so good because like you slow them a lot with the Deluge, and imagine something better than reeling someone into a triple raise, right? It just sets it up perfectly for you.
Yeah. Look at this combo. Disruption, high value spell in this game. You have Static Storm to back it up, Torrent Storm combo. By Torrent, I mean Torrent into both, and also Sunstrike on top of that. But I'm not sure how much I like Kunkka as a hero nowadays. It feels like the hero after the nerfs. Even before the nerfs, I really did not like him that much, especially with the Aghanim Scepter build. I think this item is still gigantic bait for the hero.
Yeah.
It's definitely not going to be easy laning phase, but the good news is there's only been 4 heroes that Illich has won on. One is obviously his Pango, the other one's Beastmaster, the other one's Timbersaw, and the last one is Kunkka.
Okay.
So he does have only 1 game on it, but he did win that game with it. So we wanted to see him something that he's played and won with, and I'm looking at all those other heroes like these Bristol, Centaur, Sand King, Primal, Axe, Underlord hasn't won a single game.
It's a big list.
It's a big list, yeah, but that's just how it is right now.
Yeah, definitely better aura carriers in the game, but at least they've got a hero with decent utility.
This is a hero that they can pick that's like the puck replacement. There's like 2 heroes that can do this, right? You can dodge Glimpse with your Remnants, which is very nice to do. You can also dodge the X Torrent combo with your Remnants as well. And that's probably the discussion they had. Earth Spirit probably a better hero right now in general, but in this particular game, when you have 2 niche heroes like the Kunkka, like the Disruptor, Earth Spirit, in a way you can kind of dodge the X, but it's really difficult. You have a small margin to do so. So Ember, very elusive this game. It's going to be very difficult to lock him down to the point where you're even having discussions of should we be building like an Orchid early on one of these cores.
I'm looking at the carries. They did remove Medusa. It's still a good Morphling game because they will have the last pick. They will get to see the full lineup of Navi, and then they will get to decide. But there is not that much of a control for Morphling. This is like, I think Pgl will just go with something that is super late game oriented. You have both. You have Shadow Demon Shard to
remove is still in the game.
And there's also Alacrity for Invoker. So, okay, Morphling gone. You did mention Alchemist. This is a hero that we've seen had a lot of success in the tournament. The hero feels really good to play, staying on top of the net ward, getting that extra damage, and also at the later stages of the game, picking up some Aghanim Scepters, but you're never going to lack damage with Alch.
Radiant's pick.
And I think as a way of like potentially just pre-countering it, they might go with this one. Not necessarily the hardest counter, but you do have percentage base damage. You can kind of bully him in the laning stage because you do have high base damage on the Underlord. And now that puts you in a situation where, do you want to get creative here? And Pgl has shown that he wants to play these flash farmers. So heroes like we've seen, maybe Smiling Knight pulled out the Ursa or something.
I was about to say.
They didn't win that game.
Yeah, or could be a really good Ursa game. Either that, if they want to go for something more early game oriented, I think the Razor.
Alright, so finally we come to the match 3, Infinity versus Navi. And there is another Underlord draft here. And we already see how PP, right? Yeah. PP is playing Invoker, is playing very good, and even if maybe the Invoker on the previous match is not really on the full ability, but let's see if this Invoker is gonna fill that mid laner role. And there is something interesting in Navi's draft. They have the Shadow Fiend, Nagasar, Dark Willow, Ember Spirit, and Underlord. As we can see that the reason why NAVI they can end very fast because it's the Naga Siren song on the like last match. So even if the Earth Spirit on the NAVI is able to utilize the the magnetize the ult, but the song makes all of the NAVI members able to restart their position. They know what to prioritize and they know what to kill. So here this Naga Siren is holding so much potential, as well as the terrorize from dark below, and of course how to make the unlimited space from the ult coming from the Underlord. So Shadowfin, if it's possible, then he can Requiem so fast with the song, with the terrorize, with the crown, and of course the stun again from the dark below and Ember Spirit. Even if he got silent, the Naga Siren can really save. But again, that's from the NAVI. We also have Invoker, PP Knight, Shadow Demon, Illich Kunkka, Panda Disruptor, Costabile, Sven. Like Sven, we rarely see Sven in this match. I don't think that Sven is a very powerful hero. In case the only thing that we are afraid of Sven is only the ult. But once the ult is wear off, then Sven is only Sven. There is a higher percentage that Sven can catch for the Shadowfin if he got the Aghanims, of course. So just Stormhammer on the Shadowfin. But again, there's the Naga Siren, there is the terrorize. Of course, there is the pit also from the Underlord. So Sven, I don't think that he can approach the Shadowfin very easily. But again, with the ultimate, the Stormhammer from Sven can stun very easily. And if I can mention about the rest of Team Infinity, I guess Infinity, right? Yeah. The Shadow, no. The Invoker here, with the Tornado, a lot of skill, a lot of combo can really be countered by Tornado from Invoker. But again, Naga Siren song is very special. Once it's casted, then there is no way to stop it. Even if the Naga Siren herself is already one thing that you have to do to cancel the song is only to kill the Naga Siren, of course, with this. And how to break the song, of course, is a must to build the BKB. So this Sven, Invoker, and Kunkka, I really think that they should build the BKB. Plus, there is so much magical damage, magical skill from the NAVI heroes. But again, let's see here. There's the Disruptor with the Static Storm, can easily just trap everyone on the inside with the kinetic fence. And not to mention the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is like a must to get picked or to get banned because of the disruption and also the Shadow Peasant and the ultimate too. It's very overwhelming to fight against the Shadow Demon here, but let's see.
Counter initiate because they have very good wombo combo with that song.
That's true.
They
Song
have the
into
Willow, they have
Requiem.
Underlord, they have Requiem. Yeah, great ways to set up all these fights. So doesn't look easy on paper for Infinity.
And what do you sort of make the offlaners? Because we've had some up and downs with them this series, right? This time it's going to be Boom saying, hey, Illich, you had a rough game on the Underlord. I'm going to show you how it's done this game. And then Illich bringing someone in a bit different with the Kunkka for himself.
Illich has a super hard lane. He's versus Naga Shadow Fiend, probably one of the stronger ones besides like the Tusk SF or the Clockwork SF. It applies an incredible amount of pressure. And then bottom, I feel like Underlord's in a good matchup. He's versus a Sven. So I do feel like they maybe have put themselves into a position to win 3 lanes on the side of Navi and have a strong draft that has comfort in mid-game team fights. So it feels very strong. So we'll have to see how Infinity does to break that up, because I do have concerns. And maybe Kostabila can work his magic, because he did have that Gyro versus Centaur matchup also that he did fantastic in. So maybe because he's got Panda on the Disruptor, just them with their absolute comfort, that's how they play the best. But on paper, it does not look easy.
Yeah, so far in the mid, very close between these two.
As soon as Tornado gets used, BZM's able to use that Flame Guard. But PP should free farm. It's not like he should get pushed out or anything like that. It's just, I think BZM maybe gets a little bit more out of this lane than he did even as the Earth Spirit. And great synergy with the draft. I'm looking forward to some presence of, like, the lasting presence, like minus 15 armor and some sleight of fists that could just chunk heroes down. Definitely looks fun.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be any sort of change up for BZM as well in the item build nowadays.
That's how you're thinking, right?
That's how, I'd love to see it. I don't think he will do that. So
nah, it's just usually not worth it. It's usually just the standard, these Mage Slayers or whatever. So we'll see if there is any adaptation, but he is going to be hitting hard because the lack of catch could become problematic.
So you see, well, in this bottom lane as well, then this is just what a lane where the Sven can die.
He can die, and Boom will free farm. Unless there's a huge mistake that he does where he steps up and he's alone, where the Willow's not near or something, they can chase him forever, but it shouldn't happen. Boom should just be chilling down here and pressuring.
Top lane so far, Illich.
Boom did step up a bit far, but he should be fine.
The matchup up here, it's not going too terrible for Illich on the first few levels. Isn't getting harassed down massively. Still able to keep up close with farm.
They can protect him. As long as Knight doesn't use like an aggressive disruption in particular, you see 1 or 2 raises, you put the SF under, you should be able to protect that Kunkka. They're actually going to go aggro here onto Yuragi. It's level 3 on him.
They're going to be able to stack up quite a bit of damage. Is it going to be enough to help pop him? 4 stacks.
One more.
Down as well.
First, he misses.
Oh, he misses, but they still get the kill. Illich able to walk up and take it, but of course the first one to fall was Knight. So first blood going to Puppey and to Na'Vi.
Impressive that they can actually turn aggro like that, though. As soon as the SF hits 3, they still wanted to go for that opportunity. I guess because they had the healing Lotus, but Na'Vi do get that first blood. 16-8 on the Invoker, so he's getting more denies, but still seeing BZM get great last hits here. And Underlord, a complete free farm. Boom. We saw what he was able to last game with it. He's not such an explosive hero this time. He's not a Beastmaster who fully dictates pace, but it's a very strong hero in this game.
Oh, BZM in the mid. Oh, they've got the Tornado PP.
Oh
BZM.
My goodness, drops the branch to block some vision. Will just barely get out.
That's a close one. They will be able to head up to the top as well, grab the water rune, so should be able to stick around with the refuel of his bottle.
PP's playing this nice in terms of denies. 11. Those add up, especially because of that Mastermind. You get that extra XP. All right, so maybe not so easy for BZM this time compared to that Earth Spirit where he did have an advantage. It was looking good, but now these few extra denies really starting to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, he's been getting really into his element on the Invoker, right? Yeah. So many drafts where they've just been slapping out first pick. He's got the chance to bring it out a lot of times here on LAN. Super comfortable on it.
And definitely has heroes, I would say, compared to last game where he can pair a little bit better for rotations. Last game, I feel like it was just the Snapfire that he could make moves with. So this one, he can move with either the supports, even with the Kunkka in particular. So better options for PP in terms of early rotations.
Never refuse gold given.
Yeah, Kunkka actually doing better than I anticipated.
He's doing good, bro.
I thought this lane was going to be quite miserable as soon as that level 3 came out.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just down to the aggression of Knight, really. It's making sure that Na'Vi not quite in a position where they feel strong themselves to step up and try and set up onto the Kunkka.
Rotation coming through. Here comes Panda. It's spotted by the ward. People have gotten very used to this 5-minute rotation during this tournament, especially. Puppey already has it ready.
Tough as nails for now.
But a deep ward himself. Yuragi playing very careful because they know that move is coming. Panda might be able to de-ward one of these wards as well, too, because of that information. Pgl just has to hit some small camp or medium camp in the meantime since he doesn't have his support on him. So both carries doing the same thing.
Yeah, and Puppy's getting a Sentra. Do you think Puppy will know that the mobs has been dropped to them by Panda?
I would imagine so, yeah.
After
Just because of how much... You can tell how much they want to play aggressive there.
Yep.
Let's see if he's able to find it.
That'll be quite a nice D-ward if he catches it.
He put the courier... Okay, there we go. And he finds it immediately.
Alright, easy D-ward for Puppy.
Easy money, easy XP. That actually gives the SCEP level 5.
That's pretty nice, yeah.
Both 3 raises.
Denied.
And Panda's still hovering around. But nothing's really going to happen up here.
PP starting to crush mids. I mean, super hard, actually. 500 ahead, and the level disparity is pretty big now. Full level and a half advantage onto the Invoker. Puppy.
I'm Illich. Just going to drop the X-Mark Torrent. Let's see if they can start getting some poison stacks upon him. Using the disruption aggressively, blood grenade down.
This is a bold attempt there.
Panda's a bit far away, so not a chance at all for the disruptor to walk up, get a glimpse. Puppy's perfectly fine.
But their lanes have gotten much better than I anticipated. I thought they would at least... I thought they would actually lose maybe all of them. Mid lane, I was probably a bit wrong about that one, but yeah, so far, a pretty good early start here for Infinity. Boom is going to be massive, though. So this Underlord is going to be a bit of a problem.
They really want this kill top, Infinity. They keep pushing
and
for it.
Panda now.
Yeah, Zayat's just responded to this. Panda will be able to hold them back with the kinetic fence. Na'Vi very much prepared for this aggression that Infinity's really trying to push top.
Where's the rune going to be? PP gets it, denies it away from BZM. Is he going to go maybe an Orchid route on the Invoker is something that I perhaps was thinking. It's been pretty much Mage Slayer every single game, but could be an extra form of catch versus Ember that they might want. We'll see what PP does want to do with his build. It's a bit aggressive, but it could actually work out in a game like this.
It could be nice, because on the Ember in particular, you never really want to have to buy like BKB or Yules early as your first item.
Maybe he doesn't feel like they need it with the way that their advantage is going in this early start here. He's got to start getting active too. He's ghost walking up. Zayat, it seems to know he's pinging right on top of himself. They're they're prepping sentries all over the place too.
PP knows. He's back to the mid.
He has to be careful too, because even though it just looks like 2 supports, the Underlord has Fiend's Gate online, so have to be a little bit careful how you bring numbers whenever that does get ready. These stacks, they're getting pretty big. Goes to Pgl. Definitely going to have those to go to and enhance himself. We'll see if Navi wants to try to contest them. Doesn't feel the easiest versus this Kunkka, who's had a good start. The boat's online. Are they going to try, though? BZM is going to start walking in. He has a defensive remnant down.
Now, what's the plan? Are they trying to get kills? Are they trying to... because they can't just step up and take the stacks themselves, Navi. BZM able to dodge the MP with a nice long slider fist to back up. Comes in, boom.
He gets good.
Fiend's Gate. We'll get glimpsed back to the bottom side of the map. BZM still able to get the chains connection on towards PP. Defensive disruption comes out, but there's no escape for the Invoker. They turn over towards Panda as well. BZM chases him down with the Remnant. Slider fist to finish the job. Na'Vi, they get the kills.
Global Spence done. Oh, yeah.
They can start to look to stealing these stacks, and they'll succeed in that here. Na'Vi taking quite a lot here from Infinity. Illich is going to try and fight back now.
Is here.
Costabile stepped up.
They've got Requiem.
And indeed, there's the Torrent. Illich is able to stop the initial Requiem. They get another stun for Costabile, but Yuragi's still going to eventually get it off. Kill off Costabile.
They're taking it all.
They are. This is a very painful moment for Infinity.
Oh, and the tips are starting to come out.
They know how big that is here for Na'Vi.
They take away a Sven stacks. The Kunkka was 6 with boat. Completely gets counteracted from Puppy there. What a play. And they bring the numbers. They can have 5 there a little bit easier at this point. Sven just gets kited around.
Well gotten game.
Yeah, for a lot of times we see these moves to contest stacks go wrong, but that was kind of the best we've seen one of those plays go.
It's the fact that the supports have so much, and maybe the fact that Puppy got first blood earlier. Because he gets that level 6 so early. The supports on the side of Infinity.
And got those D wards. He got at least 2 D wards on that top lane of the Obses.
That creep just didn't move. Did I see that right? It just didn't want to stack.
Wait, which one? Was it the dinosaur?
The far right one. Not the big one, the other one, the small one.
The little dinosaur. Yeah, they do that. I don't know why.
I think I've had that happen.
It's the little dinosaurs. I don't know what's wrong with them, but sometimes they just don't move.
Massive for Navi, though. Great way to contest. And yeah, the support level is really coming into play. Now they've got Willow 6. While on the side of Infinity, it's still level 4 for Panda, so they have to give him the mid lane to let him try to catch up here. Because they do need that ult coverage. And we'll be able to see
replay!
Again.
We're going to get to see that stupid dinosaur. It does this all the time to me as well. Sometimes he's like, I'm just going to sit here and ruin your day.
You know, it doesn't happen to me because I actually notice and I think I hit it again usually. But I think it's because it's walking back from the old stack and it never actually makes it back to its original position.
And
then when you pull, it like slightly steps over and gets back into position.
It sounds like an excuse. It's just some stupid lazy dinosaur. Ruined many a stack for me.
So you're telling me these cores don't know how to stack. Thank you.
That's not a skill issue. Maybe it is.
Mage Slayer queued up for BZM as anticipated. Not gonna go the OD Pixel Deso build.
Disappointing. But understandable.
Ghost Walk. Oh, glimpse.
He's got another remnant.
And he's fine. So he's going to be limited catch.
Yeah, it's the static storm or nothing. And of course, Panda's still not quite having the 6.
And that's why I was looking at PP just if he is going to go a newer build. He does just have the Mage Slayer build, or queued up, which is the standard build. Panda.
The Fiend's Gate bringing in the backup. Panda's gone.
They lose their mana.
The whole team's here. Navi's ready to push on. Onto this tier 1 tower mid.
But they'll get the stack, and yeah, tier 1 does drop. Great aggressive moves. They're feeling very confident in this draft. And just not letting this disruptor have a good game. 0-2 and 0. Still no static storm online, nearly 14 minutes in. Stealing the stacks. You couldn't ask for a better start here from Navi. Maybe the lanes could have gone a little bit better, but you couldn't ask for a better cover after the lanes. The top lane
expectations would have maybe meant that Illich would have had a tougher time, and he didn't. You know, Illich was doing okay. Just the problem being that Boom and Yuragi are doing very well.
Yeah, Boom is a big problem. He's got very fast itemization. He's got Greaves soon finished up for his team. They're looking for a smoke up. They got SD purged.
Can they control BZM? A tornado and EMP.
No static storm yet.
Cold snap as well, but he's already out with the jump.
The only way he dies is if he misplays or if there's a static storm. Now static storm's available, so could see Panda make a rotation to look for him.
They want to try and hold this tower here, Navi. I mean, they know that with the lead that they have, they're pretty strong.
Underlord Firestorm up in 2 seconds.
Can Infinity get this tower and get out alive, though? Get the tower! Can they get out? To the side, changing it in, they've put him down. BZM's going perfectly fine. They're moving in here, Zayat's in on top of them, and PP's going to get chased down. We'll be able to turn with the tornado, gives him a bit of chance to escape. But Illich and Knight will get chased out. BZM finishes up PP with the slight change. Illich, he's going to look for the TP just in time before the song comes out from Puppey. Of course, there's still Infinity losing 2 heroes. Navi continue to get these kills. They lost the tower, but Navi overall continue to grow their lead and be able to push back for another tower themselves.
Yep. I thought BZM for a second maybe had overplayed his hand, but he had the backup from that Underlord. The heal did come into play, and he pushed the limits very nicely. Lasting presence, 1 stack. I think anytime they get 1 kill in a fight, it's going to be very difficult for Infinity to try to fight back into them. They need to get a static storm catch, it feels like. Panda has now finally hit 6, well 7. But momentum is really starting to swing here, or really starting to go massively in advantage here for Navi. Zayat's level 8. Illich has gone for Blade Mail too, which is, it's a good Blade Mail game versus Requiem versus Underlord, but not having that early pipe could be problematic versus all this damage that comes out. No auras in particular for some time.
Can they get a kill here, Infinity?
There's no song for reset. So perhaps looking to try to take advantage of that.
And Navi can join us 5 with the Fiend's Gate if they want to. Static Storm drop down. The Requiem will push back. The rest of Infinity, the heal's coming out as well. BZM, he's going to live long enough to get the Slider Fist off.
Oh, BZM.
He survives throughout it all. And now they have to run. It's full escape here for Infinity. There's no more fight to take the slight change, catching onto Illich. Knife falls to Yuragi. Oh, it's a rough game 3 here for Infinity. 11-1. I mean, game 2 and now this game 3, that the stomping just continuing by Na'Vi. I just think should sort of wonder. Looking back at game 1, what happened in game 1, folks? Because this game 2 and game 3, Na'Vi, they're showing they're a step ahead by quite some way.
Especially BZM. BZM styling. Who ended up throwing that healing Lotus onto him? I didn't get to see it. Maybe it was his own. Either way, they threw a bunch of heals. The Greaves, he just resets and continues.
Check it out here. Yeah, he had Lotus on himself.
Yep. Pretty sad,
So all these little things, the stick plus that Lotus heals up so much, and then yeah, Greaves come in and heals him on top of everything.
And great slide to Remnant there to dodge the boat as it was coming crashing in.
Hey, the big difference for me really is that Costabile can't get involved in fights. In the game 1, he was able to join in constantly as this gyrocopter and have this very, very good prowess. He's a spin into a difficult matchup.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. That's sort of the overarching sort of idea, right? In this game 2 and game 3, overall, panel and everyone, they haven't been huge fans of the carry decision for Infinity in terms of hero.
I think Na'Vi maybe identified the fact that, you know, they banned Luna and Gyrocopter in the first 3. I think they identified it. Let's just limit Costabile's hero pool a bit, and definitely feels to be a recipe for success so far. This one's not looking close.
Infinity,
they find everything. They should.
They certainly should.
It's a song.
Okay, they didn't even get close to killing him. Zayats lives. Here we go. He's looking to try and get a position to argue for the Requiem after the song. We're getting interrupted now by the tornado. Static Shock gets dropped down by Panda, but Panda falls to BZM. Boom. Stands his ground against Costabile. The Requiem comes out, pushing back Illich. They've got the route onto Costabile. The Sven falls. Na'Vi lose nobody. Once again.
They're all full health pretty much.
I mean, they were dropping everything on another hand. He's not getting away, Illich. BZM's caught him in the chains.
And they're taunting.
The juke.
Around the tree.
Okay.
BZM, maybe you shouldn't spray paint and drop the banner before you get the kill.
Illich is away. And now, maybe now they could get Zayas. The meatball's going to miss, but they got the glimpse.
Maybe now they can get Zayas.
Maybe now they can.
No, they can't get Zayas.
They can't get Zayas. Oh, no.
Oh, devastating. Well, the Willow runs into 5, back up
and
to
just
full.
Walks out.
And 3 stacks of lasting presence and almost, not quite 15, almost. No presence on the buildings just yet. But a BKB, this SF is enormous.
Yeah, he's had enough of being sort of interrupted during the song, trying to get the Requiem off Yuragi. Now he'll be able to find that combo.
They're running out of options. A rough game 2 and an even rougher game 3.
Yeah,
nothing going their way. The lanes went their way this time a bit, but
Easy
afterwards,
dodge.
absolutely nothing. Any dodges. Now BZM silent. I miss seeing Ember.
Yeah,
For a time I did not miss seeing Ember, but now I after seeing the style plays from BZM, I'm missing seeing it a bit.
He's having a great time. 508. He's been involved in what, 13 of the 16 kills.
Yeah, and I like it with SF. I love the minus armor with these slights. They hurt.
I'm wondering as well if he's a bit tempted, you know, to turn that Blightstone and Mithril Hammer into a Deso instead of a
He actually might be, Owen.
He might be a little tempted.
He might be now at this point.
BZM, he's a gamer.
Invoker is incredibly fragile right now.
Yeah.
So he could just
it can get fun.
Pop PP. If he gets the Deso plus these minus armor stacks, these heroes are going to just explode. But there's Warcry, so it makes it less value, but whatever. They can. It feels like they can kind of go whatever they want at this point with the advantage that they've got. They've got complete control of the map. And the timings for Costabile, he's still far from his BKB unless he does the disassemble play. And they might not even have the damage. And speaking of Costabile, can he get out?
They're coming from... I'll get the glimpse back on Yuragi, but Boom's able to step and get the pick connection on towards him. A defensive disruption comes out.
He is surrounded.
And it's not going to do anything to save him. BZM is ready with Zayas to make sure there'll be nobody getting to run away and escape alive. They find all 3 of them.
15 presence effect buildings, and he's got some stacks.
It's 20 minutes in. They're ready to hit the high ground. NAVI looking absolutely fantastic here in this game 2 and game 3.
Oh, and Boom has plus 190 damage, so plus that minus armor on the tower. He is chunking it. These Rexes are dead.
See how much they want to stick around.
It's done.
Do they want to go for mid as well?
Radiant
I don't really see why not.
Yep.
They've got Crimson Guard. Unless they want to play it super safe and rush, but doesn't even feel like it's necessary at this point. 200 damage on the Underlord.
Yeah, look at this. His building's just melting. 21 minutes in. Infinity, if they got anything in the tank to try and slow down NAVI.
2 axes.
Panda is nearly dying under his tier 4s. That's the second set of racks. It's going down. Costa is going to put the God Strength.
Song. Setup.
Setup. Where's
that? Just dies.
Okay, no big wombo combo follow-up. They'll just set up with the pit. Walk up. PP return with the combo. We see that slide change coming in, and DPP just immediately wiped out of the game. Now coming with the buybacks. They're trying to throw everything they can back at NAVI, but a 5-man route comes into the 5-man pitch. Oh, it's over. GG is called. NAVI take the series. They'll be the ones moving on and knocking Infinity out. 2-1. Yeah, this game 2 and then this game 3. That's probably one of the biggest starts we've had here, folks.
Yep, I mean, panel said it. They did not like these 2 carry picks. We also were not too in favor of. The lanes went a bit better than anticipated from the side of Infinity, but NAVI, they turned it up to gear 5. This accelerated so fast.
One thing that I want to comment about this match. Where is the rampage? It's almost rampage. That's really a one-sided match. Wait. Oh my goodness. My mask fell off. And as I already mentioned before, it's a different Shadow Fin against Fan. This is the difference between a super hard carry against the carry that needs certain skill or certain item to be a carry. So unfortunately I want to say that Sven is not like the hero on the level as the Shadow Fin. Shadow Fin is on the level like, let's say, the Draw Ranger, Anti-Mage, Terror Blade. It's like they're carry because they are carry, right? But it's Sven, he can be carry if he got the ult, but once the ult is gone, then that's everything he has. It's not really a harm. Shadow Fin, even if you don't have the Requiem until the end of your life, Shadow Fin is still a Shadow Fin. He can still carry you with the damage coming from the souls and the presence of the Dark Lord, of course. And if you are lucky enough to build a Shadow Fin's item, then it's a plus point here. And of course, I already mentioned about the Underlord, Naga Siren, and Dark Willow. It's like a total nightmare to fight against the Naga Siren. Also the Underlord, also the Dark Willow with this kind of setup. And again, Invoker, I don't, even if you gonna meet the Ember Spirit on the mid lane, this Invoker, PP Invoker, he's good at playing this hero. But again, even if you can really decrease the mana from Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit, you know, you can just transport here with the spirit, transport to the fountain back, and return to the land, something like that. And it's kind of useless to drain the mana away. I would say that he should be considered enough to see this on the long term. Let's say that Ember Ember Spirit, he's gonna roam very early. And Invoker, he cannot roam that early, right? So if you want to survive, then just do something that you can really farm so fast on the mid lane. Maybe you can just pull the Q, right? Or Exalt. I don't remember, you know, the meatball thing or something that you can really fast farm on the mid lane and just go online to cover your friends. Even if Infinity they got like this ultimate support like the Shadow Demon and Disruptor, it's almost impossible to lose against to lose with Shadow Demon and Disruptor on your possession. But again, it's not really strong enough to fight against Naga Siren, Underlord, Shadow Fiend, even an Ember Server in the Dark Below. So the kill is 1 versus 25, so it's really one-handed. Congratulations, Navi, for the victory. And I wonder what's the next tournament. Anjay seblak. Datang-datang anjay seblak. So the next match is Beastcoast versus Avulus, right? Should be here anytime soon. Let me change. Beastcoast versus Avulus. What is the bracket here? Is this still the lower bracket? Where is... So, it seems like Avulus versus Beastcoast is still the lower bracket. Avulus is on Echo, right? Avulus. If I remember correctly, where is... Yeah, it's on Echo. So, Smiling Knight, Stormstormer, CB, Eki, and Soneiku. Hey, how is it going? Hello, Winnie.
Coming in. Just a bit of advice for everyone at home as well, because there was a lot of Falcons fans.
It's not
that
good,
when,
I guess, for me.
Beastcoast lost, they were typing
You can hear
Beastcoast
that my voice kind of like froggy
way
sound. So I'm
better.
sorry about that.
So just moving forward, you know, fail clowns for Falcons still works.
Still on the table. All right.
Yeah.
Foul clowns, actually.
Yeah, sure. But I think you get the double with that one. But, you know, look, pick your poison there. They both work.
They do indeed. And who else works? Pango. This hero definitely works in almost every game we've seen. So already, Avulus off to a great start here with this pickup. And we've seen like Zibby as well be one of the few Pango players to actually go for the other facet with the double jump to really prioritize to have a better laning stage. I still don't know if it's ever worth it to go for that facet because the Thunderbolt just looks so impressive right now.
So good. You don't need to have any walls, any crystals, no cogs, fissures, something that you can bounce off. You can just do a very early turn and do it yourself. So we see a classic Primal Beast as a response to Pango, of course, but Clockwork is still available. This hero is way too good. It's the counter to Primal Beast. I also mentioned Dark Willow a lot of the times so that you can, you know, just rush in as a Primal Beast, stop him from doing that. There's a lot of control from both of these heroes.
But have we actually seen this Primal stop Pango in these games? Because I feel like you pick it and it's like, oh, this is
Pango's too fast.
But not with the Thunderbolt facet. I feel like I have not seen it even once be an actual counter pick. And if you're not using that on the Pango, these heroes don't really interact with each other very much, so you might have to find another way to deal with them. And that also might be why Pango is so strong. People keep going for these same counter picks, and they're just not working.
Completely different.
Kill what you can't catch.
Exactly. Completely different openers than what they had when they played a week ago during the group stage where Avulus were victorious. Because first game, second game, they opened up on side of Beastcoast with double Invoker, and on side of Avulus, you had Earth Spirit plus Nature's Prophet, followed by Earth Spirit, so completely different way of thinking. I think them practicing this, leaving Pangolier in the pool, and knowing that Primal Beast is open, so they will gonna snatch it.
They have to ban Clock, right? Like
they have to.
There's literally no other ban here. Thank you, because you know you hate to see it, right? It's a elimination series. There might be a slip up. You know, you forgot about something. It gets in the pool. You're all of a sudden down at game one. So I love it when the teams are on the same wavelength of heroes that are just obvious and need to be removed.
Yeah, they have stack of papers. They have Stormstormer print
papers. You know, you can't read them fast enough. You're on a timer.
Yeah, the thing is, you only print out the first 2 pages of Dota Buff. That's how you prep.
Yep, indeed. The secret's out now.
Even though at TI we had, you know, looking at that little ass holding the big stack of papers, OG versus LGD.
In Rubik, we saw in the last series, if you can steal the Rolling Thunder, it looks really good, but I will say the very experienced Pango players will not allow you to have this. They will cast it really far in the back, instantly use the jump, and then enter the fight. Typically, if it is stolen in a team fight, either the Rubik has godlike positioning / reflexes, or the Pango made a mistake. And where has this hero come from?
Yeah, it's a good way to stop Primal Beast from charging in. Frostbite is going to be great. It's been used, I would say, quite a lot, a couple of months back, maybe like half a year back when Crystal Maiden was popular. And now you have a lot of team fight. Pangolier paired up with Crystal Maiden with Snapfire, you can always go for kills. So Avulus with the early heroes that consume a lot of mana, that deal a lot of damage. But to go back to Rubik against Pango, I think in this one, you still want to go for Thunderbolt facet, because if you are playing off of your double shield crash and you're also forced to use the shield crash so that Rubik can't steal it, you're losing a lot of value.
Yeah. I will say that there have been games where I've suggested a Crystal Maiden, but I will never in my lifetime suggest Crystal Maiden against Rubik. If he ever steals your max Frostbite, it's perma Frostbite. It literally is perma. I've been played carry against this. I can't move. It is obnoxious. It's definitely... It makes Rubik's purpose very clear in this game. Just steal Frostbite.
There are some really nice spells to steal in this game as Rubik. If you steal like Stone Gaze, Mortimer's Kisses are always going to be easy to steal. Scatterblast as well. Anything from Crystal Maiden feels good. You have these channeling abilities. Pango as well, forcing him to play a team fight slightly different. So Eki, he is... Sorry, it's going to be Schofield playing Rubik on side of Beastcoast. He will have to have good positioning, and having Shadowfiend in the front line, Treant Protector as well with the Primal Beast, he should have a relatively good time in terms of playing Rubik and how he's going to position himself to steal the spells.
I like how they're both like keeping their flexes open for as long as possible, knowing that Pango and Primal can both be a mid and an offlaner. So good to see that there. And Shadowfiend, Tree, just another classic. Like we've seen the Shadowfiend, it's paired with the Clock, it's paired with the Naga. Naga would have been pretty good too in this particular game, but I think when you're playing versus Pango, Pango might be the best hero in the game against the Naga, so they thought twice against that, and you get a little more utility as Tree versus Pango because you can root him during the Rolling Thunder. It'll lock him down for a little bit. He will itemize out of that, which is basically just buying the shard in 15 minutes. So you're pretty effective for 15 minutes against the Pango. After that, not so much.
Dropping living armor on the Shadowfiend, nice as well.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah. What do you want to ban here? Most likely you want to get rid of something like Invoker, because you're going to be looking to not get your mana burn. There is also a bit of a synergy between Crystal Maiden and Medusa, of course, but yeah, I still think Invoker could be really good. Pango, we still don't know where the hero is going to go, because Stormstormer also does play the hero.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to pick here on Avulus, I believe, right? They're the first pick. And I didn't talk a little bit about the Medusa. I think this is the hardest Shadowfiend counter in the game right now, just because you do have that mana shield and you rely a lot on your aura, especially with this new Shadowfiend. You're going for the facet that gives you more stacks on the minus armor. At some point, you're reducing armor to a crazy degree, and you're like 1 to 2 shotting heroes. Medusa, she does not care about that at all, and she'll just sit there and man fight you back, and typically always win that man fight. But yeah, I think both teams are more than likely aiming for potentially a mid laner. I know Lumpy, he will play this primal mid if necessary. For the mid lane Pango, I've been liking it more on the off lane, I'm not going to lie to you.
Sure.
It looks pretty strong. Versus Shadowfiend, of course, yeah, that's not an easy matchup, but what matchup is going to be easy against Shadowfiend Tree?
Is there a Diffusal Blade carrier, a natural one you could draft here?
Like for the mid lane? I mean, do you want to...
Potentially, unless the Primal goes into mid.
Are we going to bring back the Wind Ranger with Focus Fire? Bring it back. It didn't get nerfed.
That's the only one.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, because...
Monkey's gone. He's the one, the other one that can build into it, but unfortunately for them, he is out. So
I mean, all the nerfs to Wind Ranger were the Whirlwind facet and the Glyphner, right? So hero has been used before as a mid laner in the patch. You could just go
5 seconds.
Maelstrom, Diffusal, BKB, or something like that. Not sure if it's great, but that is pretty much your last option there, which they probably won't go for. I think they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and just do normal damage without mana burn to kill this Medusa, unless we see something really cool like...
Alright, so it's another match on Pgl Wallachia 2024 Season 2. And we're gonna watch Beastcoast versus Avulus. So far, we already have 4 versus 4 heroes here. I bet the Beastcoast, they gonna wait for their mid laner or carry, since there's a Shadowfiend on Beastcoast side, but we still don't know if the Shadowfiend is the carry or the mid laner. I bet they're gonna wait for Team Avulus's pick, of course. Team Avulus on the other side, there is the Pgl, Crystal Maiden, Sapphire, and Medusa. We know that this Medusa is going to be carry, even if there is a slight chance that this Medusa gonna be the post 4, as I already watched that there is a Medusa support on, I don't really remember, but it's still on Pgl Wallachia. The reason being is because the Pgl is the offlaner here, and there is a hero that's long time no see. Hello Crystal Maiden, my beloved hero. People would say that Crystal Maiden is the creep, right? She has a very low HP, but the mana regeneration is no joke. That's why Medusa with the tank skill, she really relies on the mana regeneration from the Crystal Maiden. And of course, Storm Spirit is gonna rely on another mana regen too from Crystal Maiden. Even if Arcane Aura from Crystal Maiden is not really good, if I have to compare it with the previous update, the Crystal Maiden in this update, the regeneration is only like double or triple if the heroes, the partner heroes are within the range of this Crystal Maiden. But again, it's still worth to try. It's still, after all, three mana regeneration is still a number. It will add up eventually. And that's it. Beastcoast, Whisper, Primal Beast, Elmisho, Rubik, Moose Strength Protector, Pike, Shadowfin, Lumpy, Fight Spirit. Meanwhile, in Rough, Avulus, CB, Pangolier, Soneko, Crystal Maiden, Eki, Snapfire, Smiling Knight, Medusa, Stormstormer, Storm Spirit. Okay, so Beastcoast. We're going back to the Shadowfin. The Shadowfin is 100% a carry now because there is the Fight Spirit staying on the mid lane. So it's a Fight Spirit Lumpy against Storm Spirit Stormstormer. This is like the Spirit battle. Both of Fight Spirit and Storm Spirit are very powerful. Fight Spirit, he can really one kill your carry, let's say, your support, like the Crystal Maiden. If she's not really careful enough, the Snapfire, I bet she can kill it too. I bet he can kill it. And Medusa maybe with some Medusa is not really able to be one killed, but again, you got the point here. Meanwhile, the Storm Spirit is not really that one hit kill type, but he can really initiate, the same as Void Spirit. He really relies on the mana too. And again here, it's the Shadowfin that we are gonna have to worry about, but it's against Medusa, so I would say that Team Avulus, you shouldn't have to drag this match to the later game, even if you have the Medusa on the late game. But again, because they have the Underlord combo with the Shadowfin is easily destroying your tower. So even if you have Medusa on the late game, but it doesn't mean that your tower and your throne are safe from the hand of Underlord's ultimate. And this is the reason why there should be a move coming from Avulus, the aggressive side, from early until mid game, if it's possible, or even if it's possible, just get some towers here, because the presence of Shadowfin is way too scary than the Medusa. So let's watch together.
My pub games, if I'm serious. So pretty interesting, and maybe trying to adapt in terms of control since they're lackluster in it versus Storm. Interesting stuff.
Yeah,
I think everyone takes Sanctuary, if I'm not mistaken.
For sure, right?
That's what it's called, right? I'm not a voice player,
the one that gives you the barrier against the mixed damage, right?
I gotta look at almost everybody does. This is gonna hurt his lane, probably, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
I think so.
I don't think I've seen. Like I said, I don't think I've seen anybody taking a pro matchup. Somebody can correct me if I am wrong, which I do tend to be at times. But
so I'm gonna look at the stats because see what sort of the win rate is with this one.
Carry on.
Brilliant. Let's have a look. But interesting to see. I don't think we've seen it in a pro game. And at least not in ones that we've been watching.
It is called Sanctuary, and it's all damage barrier. Blah, 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 blah. So
the other one's
that one we always see. But this one, I guess it has to be because he wants to play more aggressive and have extra forms of catch, right? That's the only thing that I could see the argument for. But this is a cool one, an adaptation being made, and let's see if that adaptation does end up working or if it ends up hurting him in the matchup. Grumpy. Try to scout some information here. Maybe pretending that... I think he was pretending that he placed a ward. Did you see that? He actually backpacked his branch as he walked up to that area where Stormstormer was. So Stormstormer might actually think that there's a ward on top of his ward. Little mind game plays. Smoke coming out.
It's a later smoke.
Right. Looking for the bounty fight.
We've got good setup.
Whisper cut some trees. That's kind of cool. It means they won't have trample for the fight in 20 seconds, but I don't know if Beastcoast even wants to. Moose is going to walk over and scout. So yeah, let's see how these lanes go down. They have the SF tree, one of the strongest duos that we've seen in some time. Let's see how Eki is able to do.
And here we go.
And not
2 for 2.
Yeah, not able to get the fight going that they were hoping for there, Avulus.
And a pause. And a DC.
I love this part.
Well, so as you say, well, bottom lane, Beastcoast, they should have a solid time with the duo. What about this top lane then for Avulus? And overall, just how tough of a game is it going to be for Avulus to make sure the Smiling Knight gets to get that early space and early farm on the Medusa?
That's got to be the question. I think Seneko, they mentioned on panel, Lacoste was saying how we haven't seen the CM too much, but oh yeah, by the way, let's see if they do waste the sentry too, because they're pinging a bunch there, but they don't actually use the sentry. The Jabate did not work from Lumpy. Let's see if the Frostbite in particular is going to be enough to hold back and stop the aggression that can come from this top lane, because it is a very strong aggressive lane that they've gone for again. The Rubik plus that Primal Beast. CM Medusa is not something that I've seen in combination too often either. Triple Mangoes being purchased on CM, which is always very valuable for the hero itself, but also very valuable for Smiling Knight. They're just going to nuke the whole wave down. So first wave is deleted just from the trample and a Fade Bolt, or not even just a Fade Bolt, just a trample. And they'll force that Deuce under tower immediately.
And overall, we're a fan of the final pick here for Beastcoast, getting the Void Spirit in.
It's one of Lumpy's most comfortable heroes, but still a bit of a question mark of a one for me. There is some limited catch that's coming out, so sometimes we are seeing more and more of these spirits rise. I just, yeah, don't know how he's gonna do. This lane isn't the easiest for him either. Gets 2 last hits versus 8 and 2. Stormstormer really pushing it.
Yeah, first wave down here on the bottom lane. No struggles for Beastcoast. Definitely Avulus that have to be careful. They're able to get any sort of setup from moves. Pike's going to be able to run them down with raises.
Nice deny. Getting range creep denies is going to be big if they're ever able to do so on the side of Avulus, because this is a lane that they should, on paper, lose pretty hard. Lane manipulation happening in the top. Whisper dragging some waves. Same thing for Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight will get the wave into a good position back for him. Once they get level 3 up here on the side of Beastcoast, definitely could see that kill threat coming out. Seneko in particular has to be very cautious with his Frostbite. But yeah, I'm glad to see CM when you see a Primal. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of the hero, your spells are great when you are playing versus it. The Frostbite, even the Crystal Nova, the slow is always relevant to be able to stop a Primal in its tracks. Problem is going to be how much Almisho is going to be able to get done when he does get these nice spell steals, because he's got a lot this game. He's got the Snap, the CM, and the Pango to be able to take from. Nice secure. Get the catch. Ooh.
It's close. It's close. I mean, yeah, top lane, it's been easy farm for Smiling Knight. It's not like Whisper's been able to deny much away from him so far on these first waves.
Nope. Amidst that biggest disparity. Stormstormer even tanking the Aether Remnant so that he prevents the last hit onto the range creep, playing the matchup. Very nice. Rotations can definitely be made early. I could see the potential of even like Almisho making an early move to the Storm Spirit. We used to see that more often. I feel like it's kind of stopped for some time when we don't see the 4 position trying to gank the Storm early on. Could be a move that they could make, and it's something I've seen Beastcoast do before for Lumpy when he is having a bit of a hard time. And he is absolutely having a hard time, Owen. 11-2 to 23-5. That is pretty brutal. Especially in a game where Stormstormer is playing versus limited catch, limited disables. He gets too good of a start. Storm could run rampant.
Can't do nothing about the structures right now.
Just gotta jump out with the Dissimilate there.
It's actually Avulus who's making the move to potentially kill Lumpy.
He's got to be careful. They can snipe him if he steps up.
He throws the scan out. He knows something's up.
Top lane.
They'll find Misho.
They will indeed. Now Misho gets a little too close for comfort. So not only just having free farm on this top lane, Smiling Knight, also getting involved in some early action here. Yeah, got kill potential, these two.
Yeah, CM. Yep. If you're not getting run down, if you get these levels early on, you can pose some good aggro threat. And they have a stack on the small camp. Whisper might have to just run over and steal it so they don't pull and deny the wave away. But that, yeah, I'm gonna just keep looking at this mid disparity. They have to refill Lumpy's bottle. I believe that's what the Rubik did go over to do. And they're gonna have to get some stacks going to recover the game. For Lumpy in particular.
I see a lot of nothing in your future.
It's not going to get any easier, this matchup.
No.
And if Stormstormer hits the 6 first...
It gets harder, in fact.
Yeah, he can definitely look to try and kill Lumpy off before he hits his 6.
He does get the last hit there onto the range creep this time around at the 8th, the Remnant. But yeah, Stormstormer is off to a hot start. That 6-minute rotation, or the 6-minute rotation around the power rune could be devastating. Especially with Frostbite now being level 2, they definitely could kill threat onto Lumpy. Both supports having a form of control with that electric vortex.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Yeah, Deucen feeling zero pressure whatsoever. A formula for success for the side of Avulus. They've had some very good games on this Deucen mid.
Able to step up. He's got the dissimulate again here, Lumpy. Keeps him safe, but constantly getting bullied out of this lane.
I wonder if this is going to end up doing anything with these. This Call of the Void. We'll have to see way later on, because early on it is very underwhelming. But and Seneko will spot the Rubik. Rubik will spot Seneko, but that means that the rune, it's going to be secured for Stormstormer, who's already off to a hot start, and it's a haste. Could even look to make an early rotation if he sees an opportunity.
Or just a straight up dive.
Whisper is doing... Whisper's trying to maximize, so he's pulling creeps into neutrals. Just trying to get the most out of his lane as possible rather than threatening the Dusa. One to 0 only at the 6-minute 30. Stormstormer, is this a Wisdom Rune Steel Haste Rune potential? Or is it just stacks? It might be the Wisdom Rune first and then the stacks after.
If they get both of those.
That would be brutal. Lumpy's got to move over. He's got Astral Step, but he is spotted walking up. Are they still going to full commit for that Wisdom? Stormstormer's going in.
I think they want to.
Heavy rotations coming in.
Cookie just put to his jump, Stormstormer jumps forward.
Misho gets it.
And Misho indeed able to secure the Wisdom for Beastcoast.
Radiant's top.
They have to bring so many heroes, but well worth it. And Seneko, he's going to survive.
He is. He's able to turn. Stormstormer holds in position. Whisper, if they got the damage to take Whisper down, they don't. So Whisper will also live.
Nice little healing Lotus is being passed his way. Get healed from Leech Seed, but a good early aggression from Avulus. Beastcoast, lucky to get that rune.
Yeah, Whisper might have had that kill as well if his courier hadn't been sniped, because he had the full phase boots on.
Very, very true. Nerf CM, -1 armor.
This one was not for you.
And Jipmei so far, I mean, he's struggling, but it's not bad by any means. So onto this Pangolier, the lack of catch and disable, haven't been able to find a kill onto him. Pyke is free farming. But Medusa just having a little bit of that edge and does have that good core-to-core matchup.
Misho should be pretty dead here. As they're able to get the jump. The question is if they can get any kill in return. They will make the commitment over towards Seneko. And indeed, they'll find him. Stormstormer is very low on the mana. But unlikely to have the damage, these two, to punish him under the tower.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
He's got Arcane Rune, so definitely wants to try to make something happen. Bottom the dive. Pyke.
They're in on top of him. TP's starting to come in. Rolling Thunder hits again. He's getting healed up, and he's going to be able to get the Requiem on. Holds his position, and with the TPs, they're able to make a turnaround play. Taking out Eki.
Medusa too, in a dangerous position.
There's no escape, surely, for Smiling Knight. The 5 of them surrounding the Medusa. That's a big one for them to find here. Beastcoast getting the chance to swing back pretty hard with Avulus bringing them those kills.
Pyke just stood his ground. Heals up extra from the Leech Seed. I believe a Lotus or two gets passed over to him as well. Maybe a bottle charge. He lives all of it. That's a very aggressive move that Avulus makes, bringing their Dusa down.
Tower could use a little help.
Yeah, definitely slows down Smiling Knight's game. I mean, so far he was top CS. You know, he was having a complete free time up there, but takes the risk to try and get involved and does not pay off.
That's the Mask of Madness done. So Pyke will start to accelerate pretty fast here. And top, Sineko.
Whisper. Starting with the setup. They're going to try and bring down the Primal Beast. He's very tanky though at this early stage, even so.
Another grab.
I'll get him eventually. Takes a bit of time, but wasn't getting any backup there, Whisper. The rest of the team not interested in fighting.
Are they here to be able to defend? Pyke has a TP, but he's kind of low mana. Avulus is going to take them all.
Can they punish this?
Lumpy?
He just walks up, gets frostbitten, gets cookied into the root.
My goodness, he's got the steps, but taking another nuke to the face. Power Rune bottom, Jibe will TP to cut them off. He'll be able to take that one or secure it for Stormstormer. He's got Arcane Boots too, so they can pump Stormstormer's mana up to continue fighting. And
that was good. He had the range.
He has range.
So it wouldn't have died, but would have certainly given him quite the scare.
With this amp damage, so this time they want to try to get Pyke.
Looking for me?
Moose.
Stormstormer.
Quite a bit of mana used. Doesn't get the catch, and now look at this swing top, Smiling Knight. They've got all three cores rotating for him. He has a point held if he needs to go for Stone Gaze. He absolutely feels the necessity.
Yeah, and they know that's too far to chase for Pyke. I'll stick with the team.
They'll go for the tower instead. Tower for tower exchange.
Dire's top tower.
Amp damage plus the catapult will kill it pretty fast. The SF turning up kills top at almost the same speed, even though it's lower.
Dire's top tower's gone.
How's Snap doing? Snap has ulti.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's a very tanky Primal Beast, though. They do have to bring quite a lot in order to stop Whisper. We'll charge through. They were about to set up for him a long zip.
It's going to be a lot of mana here for Stormstormer, and not quite enough to catch on towards Whisper.
That's two big zips that he's been off the mark completely. A blast to break the raindrop. How annoying. I like it.
Technical difficulties.
Get rid of that last charge so he loses the regen.
Beastcoast, they want to maybe try and make a play here around Whisper.
They've got the root, so now they have an extra form of Disable too to potentially catch the storm. Around the Power Rune, they want to get Lumpy one of these good Power Runes to start getting him something going his way.
And they jump in, they're going to try, but they zip up to the high grounds. In time for Stormstormer. Now the kisses are coming in. They're going to try and turn and burst through Whisper, but the kiss damage is enough. A couple more kisses, but indeed the stolen ones, they're doing a whole lot more. The grabs there on the Stormstormer as he and Sineko fall. Lumpy is going to get caught in the river by the rolling thunder. Can he get anywhere up to the high ground? He cannot. Pyke's coming in from the side though, dropping down the raises. Eki jumps over with the cookie.
Here's the Dusa.
See Pyke is ready in position with the Requiem. Will be enough to push back Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight falling pretty low on the mana. And will manage to walk back up to the safety of the high ground. Eki gets a final sneak in to finish off moves. El Misho also getting taken out by the jump burst of Jibe. So Avulus will make the fight work overall.
Yeah, very nice one. Hey, the Stolen Kisses come into play massively with that root follow-up, but afterwards, they've got the numbers, and these multiple Arcane Boots that they've got are pretty huge. They've got Arcane Boots Snapfire, Arcane Boots on the Pango too, so just they keep pumping up the mana. Same thing with the Crystal Maiden, Arcane Boots CM. It's a Storm Medusa lineup. These Arcane Boots are going to be very valuable on those long-duration team fights.
We'll see again, as you said at the start, with a solid steal hit with the kisses coming into play in favor of Beastcoast, but the drawn-out fight ends up favoring Avulus. Even with Pyke turning up for Beastcoast, it just wasn't quite enough to resolve the fact that they lost Lumpy.
These offlane Pangos are doing so much, it feels like. When they get these type of angles, in the river in particular, it's like you have like 4 ults in comparison to 1, just from these constant chain stuns. And I believe he does have the Vessel done too, so increased damage that's going to be coming up from Jibe. He's also fairly tanky now. 1700 HP on this Pango. Not going to be an easy feat for them to pierce through. And they're feeling a bit of surge of momentum here. Kisses are up in 5 seconds. Power Rune again.
They got the illusion ready. Lumpy jumps in aggressively. Tries to get the chase down on towards Sineko. Sineko jukes into the trees, and now Return with the Frostbite and Lumpy. He's actually the one taking the most damage out of this.
He's got to be careful. It's constant poke that comes out. Stormstormer was a bit low on mana, but as we said, triple Arcane Boots, they're going to push him right back up to full. Well, not full, but 3/4.
Just giving some space for Smiling Knight to continue to stay just that little bit ahead of Pyke.
He's getting good timings. The Manta's done. Blade Mill, the standard here for Whisper. Super tanky, can do quite a bit versus versus the kisses and all this thrown down damage, the two supports in particular. Standard build for the Primal.
And I imagine just a bit of concern here for Beastcoast that they know that Smiling Knight's getting as much as he is.
Yeah, and Lumpy is not having a good time. He's 0, 1, and 5. Yes, he's got a bunch of assists, but not finding a single kill to his name just yet. It's feeling like the game plan for Avulus is double mana benefiting heroes.
Yeah, it's working out so far. Beastcoast,
and they scale hard.
They got to do something more.
I feel like Beastcoast does have to be the ones to set tempo this game. Otherwise, a Storm Deuce as the game progresses is terrifying. Stormstormer, I think every game we're seeing, everybody's doing it. Yeah, 15 minutes hits, Shard gets purchased. Damage goes up massively for the team. This Overload reminds me of the old times of, you played when this existed, the old Chilling Touch. Remember when you would AA buff your teammates with Chilling Touch and everyone got the bonus damage? Maybe that was.
What was that tied to?
Maybe that was before your.
Was that just part of the spell?
That was like spell. But yeah, this Overload thing, like giving everybody that extra 100 damage for 3 hits is pretty crazy. Or 120 now that he's got the talent too, so. Moose is spotted. A good aggressive ward from Avulus. Watching the movements out. Jibe, Rolling Thunder coming out.
I mean, Lumpy's used both jumps here to get the kill on towards Seneko, which they do succeed in. The question is if they can get back out. Big zip across the storm. They've got the control. Holding Whisper underneath the kisses coming in. As it's a trade that, again, is not going to do any favors for Beastcoast.
No, that's why I like this Vessel, too, for Jibe. When you're playing versus like a super tanky Primal Beast, it's incredibly valuable.
Mid lane.
Dire structure looking fortified.
So if they can get anything here, the fortification forced out. Lumpy.
This Deuce is just standing her ground with no fear. Lumpy.
And they've got the root as well. Seneko, can he get the follow-up? He's got the Frostbite. Hasn't got enough damage on his own to kill him, but still Lumpy's just being forced to retreat. There's the regen in the remnants of it at least.
Regen saved him for sure there. 4K gold lead though, Avulus. Getting good control here. They've got Rolling Thunder in 30 seconds.
They're coming around on the high ground. A defusal done for Medusa, so Smiling Knight very ready to get involved in all of these fights.
Just feels like they can fight a little bit easier together. For the side of Beastcoast, their conditions of being able to fight just do feel harder. Being able to control the storm is complicated. They have to save root, it feels like, for the Pango ults perhaps, but does not feel the easiest for them to approach these team fights until maybe they do get that next item. While for Avulus, I feel like it's go time. They can take any fight right now. And when you have the late game scaling lineup and you're the one making the moves, it feels very good. Another catch.
Quick grab around the mid. Whoever shows here, likely to get picked off in this sort of fashion.
And another power rune. Most of the plays in this game, I think, have been around those power runes. Starting to prevent some stacks as well. Seneko's blocking them out. And they know Pyke is here. Frostbite.
It's the setup. It's going to have the Requiem to set the ultimate from Seneko, but the Rolling Thunder, of course, will still come through. The overgrowth of anything, just keeping him held on top of Pyke quite fortunately here for Avulus, as Pyke cannot run away from this one. Lumpy, the help of Whisper, trying to fight back. They'll be able to get Jibe. They need more. They're on the chase down to Seneko, but Stormstorm's ready with the zip across straight over towards Lumpy, catches him, kills him off. Stormstorm, he's happy to bail out, and he'll find his way safely out of there with the TP.
2 for 2. But it's the 2 big cores that they end up getting. They get Pyke. They slow down his farm. Meanwhile, Smiling Knight having the time of his life. Diffusal's done. Manta's online. Nearly level 15 for the increased farm pace. It's looking really good for Avulus.
Yeah, this disperse is going to be super fast if he wants to rush that and finish that off. We'll see again here.
The root actually kind of hurt him more than helped.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
You have to use it though, right? But it ended up just getting him stuck on top of him, so.
Maybe ideally you could have waited a bit longer for him to get just a bit further away, but allowed him to stay close, get a couple of bounces. I mean, highly likely Pike was dead there anyway with the chase and the fact that Stormstormer was making his way over as well. They find something in return, but again, it's these sort of trades, they're just not changing the game state for Beastcoast. They've got to try and find some of these core kills outside of just the occasional Pango here and there, and losing their carry, losing their mid, it's keeping them, as you say, so far behind that the progress of Smiling Knight's Medusa.
Yeah. And Stormstormer, it feels like he's just getting every single power rune. See which one it's going to be at that 20-minute mark, but yeah, they're getting everything out of this map. Almost a BKB done for Stormstormer, and he's only got the one death. There's only going to be that overgrowth. I mean, the Primal Beast too, but it's very difficult for them to pretty much lock down this Storm Spirit if he's able to get this, and it's an Arcane top. That's like you four play together. Smiling Knight play by himself until he's got Disperser, and then likely to be able to force more fights and maybe even force a Roshan engagement, which
I mean, Beastcoast haven't been able to find a way to get out on the map and make a move towards the Medusa. Smiling Knight is just getting left completely alone.
Maybe when Pike has BKB, that might be the call for them. BKB on him, pipe onto the Primal Beast, and then look for that fight, but the timings are just that much faster for Avulus. And their draft is very scary once they start getting this type of farm on a Storm and Medusa.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
It's the BKB coming out for Pike. It is. He's gonna show himself before it arrives. It now has gone onto him.
Vengeance goes straight on top. Is he able to get the root quick off? He is!
Rude.
And Stormstormer gets completely exploded.
Perfect positioning there from Moose. An instant root right on top of the SF.
Mid don't like P.
Oh my, Lumpy.
He's got to run.
Can he?
No!
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
He cannot. He's gone. That's going to be money for the Disperser down. This is going to be on some of the fastest timings that we've seen, I feel like, on Medusa when it comes to this Disperser on the build.
Whisper.
Get the grab.
The cookie to stop the grab. That could have maybe been a moment where they could have punished because Stormstormer was dead. Can they turn this into a tower? Whisper's gonna try. He's got that Dispel during Uproar now. He's actually very high level on this Primal Beast, so can protect himself a bit versus that lockdown. Can disengage. Stormstormer probably telling his team, I'm gonna finish BKB before I zip in again, more than likely, as he does get punished in that last situation. And this time they will be able to decline a rune from Stormstormer.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Moose going Solar Crest. I thought he was going to go Blink on the tree this game, but feeling like he's just not getting enough farm, I guess. Just going to go for buffing up his allies, buffing up the SF. Again, could cause problems in terms of positioning versus BKB, Storm, and Pango. The fight's in Echo.
Dire's mid tower's having difficulty hanging on to that mid tower. Radiant's top
and
tower.
Pike does have level 15, and he does have one of the lasting presence stacks. He's gonna start poking mid tower.
Can't do nothing about Dire's
structures the fortification
right
out.
No breaking down radiant structures like
they want
this.
to do a return. Let's just see the fortification popped in response here by Beastcoast to keep this push going. They're going to get this nice and early. 23 minutes in. Tier 2 taken in the mid lane.
This 15 talent on SF is crazy to be able to siege. Slowing down Avulus' momentum nicely these last few moments. Avulus respawning. Looks like they're just going to go for the Tormentor here.
Still just not stopping the Medusa though. Smiling Knight's farm. And some crazy numbers.
BKB done now for Stormstormer. So easier for him to just jump in rather than just getting exploded from a Requiem. Almish does still have Frostbite, but it's about to be going away, so does need to find a new spell. Roche, it's gonna be the call perhaps to play around now. SF has a fresh small crit. They saw the Storm in the mid lane for a second.
They're going to bring the fight to this, Avulus, for sure. Beastcoast know it.
5v5 fight. Who gets the better angle? Full Greaves on Eki. This Snapfire is quite farmed. There's mech on the Rubik as well to counteract, but this Snapfire, level 2 ulti online. Getting the positional advantage. The illusions are going to show in mid. Roche is going to start switching sides soon. Are they just going to go for it? Can they bring it down before it swaps? I think they can. But the team's coming over. Beastcoast.
For the Rockin'. And they're ready to charge forward. Whisper's into the pit. Focus the Primal first. See if they can get Whisper out of the fight. But Whisper's able to turn, get the grab off. Slamming down Eki on the Snapfire. The Roshan still continue to fall low. And Whisper will go out the fight. He's dead for 50 seconds.
Roche is leaving.
Rolling Thunder. He's going to get caught in the remnant on the out of it, but they're so long Beast Coast. They were going to be able to get the cleanup here. Avulus as they just zip across with Stormstorm. They get the grab on Lumpy. They get the 3 kills, and they'll be able to follow Roche and continue to finish that one. Oh, Pike. Thinking about making a Requiem play.
Misho may have just killed himself.
I think so. He tried to put a bit of a stop. Pike.
Oh.
Still teasing around the Requiem.
Stole the ball,
Misho's able to keep himself safe. Stormstorm's going to TP back to the base, seeing as he's out of mana. The rest of Avulus will be able to head over and finish Roshan.
Yeah, great roll. Jibbe covering everything. Nobody could walk into the pit. Whisper goes in. I don't think he needs to because they probably just assume that Roche is dying, but the team is quite far from connecting to him. You can see the SF on the minimap. Look at Pike's positioning. When all this is going down, Pike is nowhere near the fight.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
Just not quite able to back Whisper up in time.
And then, yeah, as soon as Pike shows, Jibbe just fully controlled him. A very nice fight coming up from this Pango.
Lumpy once again not able to get out alive.
Towers in bad shape.
Stormstormer having his number. Knew exactly where he was in the tree line. Struggles here for Beast Coast. Trying to hold on against Avulus as Avulus continue to just grow their advantage. Whisper. Turning it on to Smiling Knight.
He's got to run. Can he disengage? He can. This Deuce is too threatening. So much heal, so many ways to pump her up. Just committing into this Deuce when you have SF is very scary. As we said, that core-to-core matchup just becomes more and more dangerous unless you're ahead on SF. And now they're starting to siege, starting to get more map control. Stormstormer even hunting. Misho, he still has ball lightning, so he is being very pesky of how he's going to cut the wave.
Bottom tower's getting the business.
I'm over here.
What a
He's
mate.
going to play bottom.
Stormstormer starting to tease around with Pike. Smiling Knight turns up. Pike's out of this. They'll be able to put the stop to the push. This time around, Beast Coast not losing anybody. They will get out in time.
Yeah, Beastcoast just being very annoying, cutting waves. Trying to buy time versus this Aegis, but it is 3 minutes, and I believe that is that the full Scotty done? It is. A full Scotty on the Deuce. She is absolutely alone, though.
She's able to get the Stone Gaze off. Backup's on the way, so
she's fine.
And of course has that Aegis on top of it all.
That should help.
So hard to take down with these insane item timings that Smiling Knight's been able to smash out.
Scotty's done already versus TSF. About to hit 20 talent too.
The Dire might
Pike. Just far behind in mid. This time, do they have enough? They do. Sorry, Misho, no ball lightning for you.
Beast Coast
top tower
just
getting beat down.
Struggling throughout these 28 minutes so far to really get a hold on this game.
We'll at least steal a Wisdom rune away, but yeah, it really is just Avulus is the dictators of the pace, and they have such a strong scaling lineup with such a big Medusa that you can just, I mean, Smiling Knight's definitely smiling, at least internally.
Yeah, they love these sort of games. It's getting to the point now where you've got to really consider, you know, how you go about letting this Medusa get through when it comes to Avulus.
Yeah.
They love to play this style, and they're very good at it. Lumpy
is getting closer to an Aghanims at the least, so to be able to control the Pango is probably going to be the most important thing for him. If he can get these multiple silences and they can burst the Pango off, that can break the team fight a bit there. It's a hard one to do, but if they're able to actually do that, then maybe they can open up opportunity to isolate the Medusa. It's still a hard ask, but that's probably the way that they go by the fights. Wait for Aegis to go down, get Ags on him, and look for that catch. And try to play off of that. Avulus still having 100 seconds though on this Aegis.
Yeah, they can set their sights for some of the tier 2s here. Almost certainly.
No gem purchase for them yet. I was checking to see if Seneko had gold, but he's actually quite rich on the CM and he spent his gold. I see Eki has queued it up. Usually when you've got this type of advantage, you want to start getting that gem going, control pretty much all the information on the map, because there's some sneaky wards that we've seen from Beastcoast, and they're just playing about lane cutting. Can Moose hide this time?
Doesn't look like it. Stormstormer finding him. He'll drop the ult. Tries to TP out, but the burst is too much from Stormstormer.
Does pop BKB. But worth it for the kill unless they can set up for him later on. While it's on cooldown. Jippe. They're making a trap for him. Whisper considering a jump. Squad is arriving though. Avulus is starting to connect.
They're going to smoke up. We'll see if they use this to try and reset and get back in to make a play, or if it's just to escape.
If it can catch the Storm when his BKB is on cooldown, that would be pretty big. So either the Storm or the Pango now, if Lumpy can get a catch.
Well, this could be clutch here for Beastcoast if they can pull it off.
Look at Smiling Knight. He's connecting toward the team. Lumpy.
He's going to find the jump on a Jippe. They get the grab to follow up. They're going to be out of 100 to 0, the Pango.
Very nice. Exactly how they have to do it. Just find him isolated. A kill's a kill. Not the most massive, but it's something. Jippe immediately. He's got Lotus, so he will have a way to play versus it a bit here in that next situation. And does find Cloak of Flames, so that's also nice. More magic resist for him. Aegis does get reclaimed.
Already closing in on his next sight and Smiling Knight, the butterfly.
I feel like Beastcoast played pretty well around that Aegis, though. Cutting the waves, you know, finding themselves a kill. Not allowing Avulus to really pressure too much besides that tier 2 top. It's not the worst case scenario by any means. When you're playing versus that Aegis Seducer, sometimes she can just force a ton, so splitting up the map was quite nice for them. Lumpy.
Stormstormer's got the jump. Is there much follow-up though? Is there enough mana to chase in upon him? There is for now on Stormstormer. Not quite enough. They're trying. The kisses, they're coming in. They connect and they'll do the job there. Eki with the snipe.
From the distance, he's having a phenomenal game.
That sort of max range kisses there. That was pretty bold to commit for. It pays off there.
Yep. And he passes over the gem to Stormstormer to continue hunt the Beastcoast split push. May look to force a bit here. Smiling Knight. Q2 is available.
That butterfly's so close.
Radiant's mid tower could use
Pike does hit 20, so his damage has gone up massively. Has a Daedalus.
Can they really start something into this Medusa?
Ooh, that's their high ground glyph. Wanting to use it, okay. Just really wanting to hold on to this tower. Whisper has a Crimson Guard. That Crimson could put in a decent amount of work, especially versus the Deuce, who's not hitting the hardest yet. Could block some fair instances to perhaps allow Pike to stand his ground. Smoke's coming out. Fabulous. Another power rune. On Stormstormer, he's got the shield. He swaps in the plate mail.
So look at the jump on Stormstormer's in. So we get the set up on towards Whisper. Lumpy jumps in with the return. Has to jump out immediately.
He's out of mana.
So there's no fight to be had here for Lumpy for now. They're trying to get Whisper out to safety, but the chase is here for Jippe rolling forward. Is there any way to get him down there? The double forces get him down to the low ground. That may just be enough to keep Whisper alive. It's a good play here from Beastcoast to avoid anybody going down to Avulus' attempt.
Nice disengage. Whisper has to be cautious how he gets engaged on. Beastcoast needs to get the initiation.
It's still walking up though.
To have any chance for that upcoming fight. Smiling Knight just too strong, standing his ground.
He's just walking up into the 5 of them, Smiling Knight.
There's no Rolling Thunder, and he still feels confident to walk up like that.
That's pretty crazy.
Says a lot. They're gonna smoke. They're gonna look for a wrap onto backlines.
Who can Whisper?
Kisses are back available. Rolling Thunder in 30 seconds. Power Rune also spawning in 10. Which one's it gonna be?
And Avulus seem pretty aware of this. They're pulling back themselves so they can also remain on the high ground. Smiling Knight steps up, trying to bait some action. Whisper's going to head in, but he's not going to fully commit.
Not the target you want to go for. You want to catch the back line. Lumpy.
He's in. So we get the jump over to Snake and burst through the Crystal Maiden. Smiling Knight puts the Stone Gaze. Whisper pretty much out of mana. Storm jumps across. He's got the control of the Vortex. The kisses are coming in, but Whisper's forced back to safety. Pike gets the Requiem up, pushes back Smiling Knight. So if they can find Lumpy, he's jumping around the backlines again. He's continuing to get away with it. They've got the grab on Smiling Knight. The Pike's become pretty separated, but Smiling Knight is so tanky. The Overgrowth comes out, but the Manta's there. They turn their efforts towards Jibe. Jibe gets ripped to parts here by the damage from Pike, but Pike is struggling to stand toe-to-toe with the Medusa. Has to force back. Whisper swings across once more with the charge. Storm's out of mana.
Pike.
Scatterblast onto Pike. Cookie forward as well from Eki, getting Smiling Knight in position to finish Pike off. And now they can turn towards Whisper out of mana and running out of backup as well as Avulus. They play the fight just well enough to be able to come out on top. I mean, Beastcoast, they're doing their best. They're doing everything they can to try and just separate the fight, get the Medusa's attention drawn away from the rest of the team. But at this point, Smiling Knight's just so massive, he doesn't really need the rest of the team by him. They can't kill this Medusa.
Oh, and it feels like for Beastcoast, it's like 6D chess to try to take these fights while Smiling Knight auto-attacks and gets some backup from his team spells, and it ends up working. Look at the damage that he did in comparison. He did almost the same damage as the entire Beast Coast lineup just from auto-attacking. And I have to highlight, I love this Disperser build that he's gone for. It's ruining Whisper.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
He can't cast spells. He's just completely burned in every single one of these fights when he walks up. Lumpy actually played it pretty nice too. He jumped backline, almost chain CC'd the Pango, stopped the kisses, but it still didn't matter. The Butterfly plus the Talisman, or plus the Elven Tunic, they can't hit him. So Pike needs an MKB for that next situation to try to focus down the Medusa.
And at that point, Smiling Knight likely to be well on the way towards his next time. Looking at the day list, they're looking to try and get the setup soon for Roshan. It's someone going to be up for 30 seconds.
And their ults are all back up. So they will just be able to look for it with Rolling Thunder again.
20 seconds till Roche. East Coast, I'd imagine they will try and fight the Roche.
I think you have to. I think if you give this Roche, the game is near impossible for you.
Because yeah, the Deuce is just going to sit on your high ground and take your entire base, almost certainly, when she's got the safety of the Aegis to rely on.
Does he have the MKB done yet? I don't think he does. Still not quite there.
Roche is up. East Coast, they don't seem to be in any sort of shape yet to make a quick move up here. So Avulus, they will get this.
The courier got killed by illusions.
What? Oh, that's bad news.
They could maybe go high ground.
That's very bad news for Pike. He would have had, he's what, 30 gold, but yeah, with his Ancients, he would have had that MKB.
Yeah.
Now he's not going to have it for nearly 3 minutes.
He's found. Can he play his way out of this? Looking unlikely.
The ult's coming in for Sineka. We'll get put to a stop with the slam coming in. And another Frostbite's there. Whisper trying to run, but Storm's got enough mana to chase him down. So not only there's no Whisper for 70 seconds, as I say, there's no MKB for Pike for 2.5 minutes because of that courier snipe.
Time to cut waves again, right? Beastcoast, do what you did last time when there was an Aegis. Hope that you can stop them from getting to your base, because if they do, this Deuce is going to shred it. And yeah, as you mentioned, 2 minutes that they have where the SF's not going to be able to deal nearly enough damage.
Someone?
That was weird.
Take the Watcher. Won't see Lumpy.
I like it. Zip and stop. I think his courier died with the full Aghanims. So Stormer, I think I saw somebody's at least die with it, so we'll lose a bit of value, but it does feel like that push is going to come.
It is. And Smiling Knight, 400 gold away from his own Daedalus, so he will be doing the damage.
And almost 25. He is knocking on the front door. What's your answer?
For the Radiant's courier. Poor little fella.
So far, just showing how good Smiling Knight really is with his Medusa, just how good as a team Avulus are at playing around it.
And just knowing when to pick it. As I mentioned a bunch of times, right, versus that SF, it is just such a good core-to-core matchup because you don't care about that presence.
Yeah, here it is coming out. Demon Edge on the courier. So this, again, insane timings here. 38 minutes in for Smiling Knight's Medusa.
They're going to cut the next wave. The banner is placed slightly out of range of these creeps, but they're pushing forward for it. Crimson, hold them up for a second here. Living Armor slowing it down.
Lumpy's in. Not to Manta his way out the Frostbite.
The backdoor kick back in time. No. Denied.
Easy enough.
Didn't make it.
Next, they can keep going. Top lane can get pushed out, and they can just look to keep going for the siege with the Dusa. And it just prompts the question to Beastcoast, what do you do? Do you try some crazy YOLO wraparound play and try, but...
Or go all in on the Medusa?
For Sages, I don't know about that one. I think maybe if you can try to isolate her, and then try
they kind of tried that in the last fight, didn't they, around mid?
Yeah.
With the way that Lumpy was pushing back everybody else.
Very true.
It's just tough. At this point, you know, Medusa problem is a Medusa problem.
Very much so. MKBs, the courier's respawning in 10 seconds. They've got to wait for that at the least. And yeah, the line is drawn for the wraparound.
Structures must have been fortified.
I gotta try something, Beastcoast. And this will be it. Lumpy. Pike.
One last top tower.
See if they can get the surprise jump from the side. Lumpy's in.
Jibbe.
Get it on to Jibbe. Jibbe with the roll up on. Silence on the Stormstorm. Needs to post the BKB. Turns with the grab over towards Lumpy. Lumpy's out. The overgrowth is there. Almicha with the stolen rolling thunder.
But here comes the
Smiling Knight turns up. Moose is going to get dealt with. They'll jump forward over towards Pike and push them away with the Requiem. But he's not getting out alive. They've not got the buybacks. 3 of them dead.
GG.
It's over. GG is called as Avulus. The Smiling Knights Medusa. They seem pretty impossible to beat once they get the ball rolling, folks.
Yeah. They hit their timings, they fought well, they shut down the SF enough, and I loved his build. I mean, I think he's done it almost every single time, but this Disperser putting in a lot of work. I give Jibbe a bunch of credit too. Great roll-ins around that Roche pit.
Beastcoast.
Так что врывайтесь,
Turn to
друзья,
ban.
пока сезон еще активен. И, Вань, ты хотел сказать, что это под драфты как раз самое оно будет.
Сэмка.
Да.
10
That's in the pool
seconds to
too,
go.
but
That's like one of those memes online where it's like, you know, what color's the dress?
Oh, it's the one.
Yeah, what do
that
you
was
hear?
like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
that,
listen.
that blue dress that we're talking about.
Yeah, listen.
yeah, I know that one actually.
The golden blue.
I don't keep up with all of the memes all of the time, Dom, you know. Just the classics.
Oof. So, Batrider.
Underlord first phase ban? That's interesting. That is definitely interesting. I am not surprised by the Pango ban. I feel like all these teams are coming in today. It's like, yeah, Pango, we can beat this hero. And lose.
Alright, welcome back to Avulus versus Beastcoast. It's on Pgl Wallachia 2024 Season 2, and we come to the match 2 against two teams that we already saw that Avulus winning on the match 1, and even if they have this kind of weak hero as the support, which is this Crystal Maiden, but they somehow managed to utilize the best situation and strategy here. We can see that this Crystal Maiden, even if she's way too slow, too low HP, but again the arcane aura coming from Crystal Maiden is not a joke. 1/6/14, it's very good if we consider it's coming from Crystal Maiden. Let's compare to this. This is the Trend Protector. We hope that the Trend Protector is going to be a lot of impact coming from the Trend Protector, but it's not really happening here. So Crystal Maiden is not really feeding here, and look at this Rubik and Trend Protector. He is almost like as bad as the Crystal Maiden. You can see here, even if the Crystal Maiden's not really that farming style, but Trend Protector is way too weak rather than the Crystal Maiden. So it has to be something that he can deal on the lane, on the early until on the late game, until 14 minutes mark. So it's a Medusa's winning. I wouldn't say that the Shadow Fiend from Beastcoast is weak against the Medusa, but again, there's something that really a different between these two heroes. But that's the match 1. Let's go back to the match 2 here. Avulus versus Beastcoast.
Yeah,
and that can like bleed into like competitive play too. So
you don't have to be a professional cyber athlete for that to be true.
True.
Yeah, back to you, Fear, about the Monkey King. I think that one is gonna be banned here because you're playing Puck. It's just the hero that can make a lot of early rotations, can dominate the matchup, jump from 3 to 3. So for now, it's gonna be
Beastmaster.
Bristleback does go out. This is a hero that, if you do want Beastmaster, makes a lot of sense to ban. You have to keep in mind Clockwork is still in the game somehow.
Yeah, he's got to get picked at some point.
But the thing is, like, they're protecting themselves because Clock is not good versus Beast. You can kill the Clock very easily. Clock is not good versus Puck. So is Clock really good enough where you can pick it into two heroes it's not good against? Because, yeah, I think Avulus is setting up for them to pick this Clock by picking heroes that, you know, are good versus Clock. And you already have, like, the Bat. Bat and Clock, in my opinion, do similar things, right? They both are just a single target initiation that, like, locks down to one hero. Sure, maybe you can get multiple heroes with Clockwork, but generally speaking, they have the same job. And the Monkey King, that one was something that they chose to play against in this one.
Yeah,
they chose to ban that Bristleback, so they had to know this was coming here. Not a good matchup for Stormer, and I think this is exactly what Beastcoast needs. You need Lumpy on a comfortable hero in a good matchup.
Yeah, now you probably want to pick up another support show. What's it gonna be? I'm down for something like slightly crazier, some maybe Nyx Assassin along the lines, maybe even Grimstroke, because these are the heroes that they did play, which could work out really well here, because you have double lasso, leash mechanic is gonna be good, and we've seen double lasso earlier today when Poppy was playing it with Aghanim's Scepter, but this hero also works. Like, it's just like traditional one, considering how Puck was popular at the start of the tournament. We didn't see too much of a Lion, but people started to pick it up slightly later.
You have to have a real specialist on this.
Yeah, it's a hard hero to execute.
It's really hard to execute, especially against Beastmaster. Like these boars and hawks just rooting you all the time. You don't have any defenses against that. So we'll see who ends up playing this hero. But I also want to see like a strong offlane combination with it. Typically the melee heroes, maybe a Mars or something like that.
Mars, Centaur.
Yeah, these type of guys are really good with the line in the lane. Once again, not easy to execute, but hopefully Lumpy can have a good laning stage, make the rotations, and kind of enable this line. The one thing Lion really hates is passive gameplay, because he wants to, the only way he can really farm is by running around the map, getting kills and contributing. He doesn't really like these very slow games where you wait for your team fight ultimates to come online, because he doesn't really have one.
Avulus from yesterday against Nouns, that game number 1 with this series. I was talking to Fogged about the game, and I said I would not like to be Lion in this particular game, because he had Medusa, Sniper, Underlord, and Phoenix. These are not the heroes that you want to be playing with, so you want to have active heroes. Monkey King, Batrider, these are the type of heroes that you want to be paired up with so that you can get stuff done on the map.
A Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, we haven't seen one. I think, is that the first pick this tournament? No?
Probably not, no. I think it has been played before.
10 seconds to go.
There you go, 2.
Yeah, 1-1, not so bad.
5
This is
seconds.
a classic hero with the Beastmaster. You pair big lockdown with big nuke. Very simple. Me caveman.
We were not seeing much of a Skywrath Mage at TI. Everybody was buying Pipe. Everybody was buying like Glimmer Capes as well from position 5 and 4. So the damage from this hero is all magical. He doesn't have any ways of dealing. This is also another hero that if you, pretty similar to Disruptor, if you are having a bad game on this hero, there's no way you're coming back, because you're just going to be a sole focus. You get jumped by one of the heroes and you're going to die straight away. So now they wanted to pick something that is going to be good against, something that could keep the distance and deal with this Beastmaster, his summons, and also try to keep this Skywrath Mage down. But I could also see this type of a lane play very aggressive with Beast and Sky.
Yeah.
10 seconds to
But as far as what they could have picked, this is probably one of the better picks, right? That can definitely
5
deal
seconds.
with the aggression of this lane. Skywrath, incredibly low armor hero, so if you do get on top of this hero in the laning stage and you're just shooting flax, you just need vision, this hero will take lots of damage from that. Nothing's really gonna like be foolproof against the burst potential of Beast and Skywrath. That's just something you have to deal with, and that's why it is so powerful as well. However, put a missile on the Skywrath, flak him down a little bit, could be an easy kill opportunity. I do want to see them focus on Sky in this lane as much as they possibly can, because if they don't, this hero is really annoying and can harass you down and provide lots of kill potential. And there goes that Mars we talked about. And the Magnus, that's just a specialty hero of Whisper that does the same type of job of a Centaur would do.
Yeah.
Sky has like a couple of heroes you can play with no matter what. You only need levels. You need that level 6. So you did mention Beastmaster, but you can also pair him up with Puck. You can pair him up with Naga Siren as well and go for some of the kills. And this is something that BB team has been like playing, this Darkseer plus Lion combo a lot of the times, because Save is a hero specialist. I didn't believe in this type of lanes where you have Darkseer paired up with a range hero, but it does work well.
I mean, we have seen the Ursa. Ursa is very good versus Gyro, very good versus Darkseer. Smiling Light does love the hero. I think that is something that can potentially be an option here for them. Not the greatest lane combination with the with the Naga. However, a lot of the ranged heroes, I can't think of a lot of them right now off the top of my head, because Gyro's taken. Some of the other ones are banned, and generally speaking, the wall is good versus Lunas and stuff like that.
Alright, let's talk about this match too. Avulus, they utilize another different hero here. For the support is a Skywrath Mage. And it's going to be a key hero. So for Beastcoast, we have Moose Batrider, Lumpy, Monkey King, Elmi, Lion, Pgl Wallachia, Whisper Darkseer, and Avulus we have Stormstormer, Paxi, Beastmaster, Soneko, Naga Siren, Eki, Skywrath Mage, Smiling Knight, Shadowfin. So from this draft only, from this match against Beastcoast, Avulus, they really want to show that they have such a wide hero pool. So it's kind of useless to, let's say that they let's ban the heroes that currently in, and it's going to be Avulus hero. This kind of tactic, this kind of strategy is rather useless if we are about to fight Avulus. The previous match we already saw that they have the Crystal Maiden, and in this match they have the Skyward match. It's totally unpredictable, but I wouldn't say that it's a bad choice. It's super good, even if let's say that you want to utilize it. Skyward match, Mystic Flare with Ensnare and Relane, of course the Beastmaster's Roar is easily very useful combo. Can easily 1-kill 2 if you gonna roam here. And on the other side, Skyward match is very frightening if we have to mention about how he can really throw all of the skills to the enemy since the early game. So here we have the Lion, Darkseer, Monkey King, Batrider. Maybe Batrider is the one that's a bit the same with Skyward Mage, but Skyward Mage is rather way more deathful, yeah, than the Batrider. And of course it's the Gyrocopter carry against the Shadow Fiend, which means that I would say that Smiling Knight will have to farm against the Gyrocopter, but Smiling Knight is so good with playing the Shadow Fiend. And if we want to mention about how aggressive Team Avulus will be, it will be a super aggressive one, because they have the Ensnare against Skyward. There is the smoke coming from the two teams, because they have to be very careful. And one thing that I'm sure that about this Avulus, it's like they don't hesitate to show there is a different way to counter the heroes, the buff heroes from this patch. So it's very versatile here. There is unlimited option, and Smiling Nuts maybe is going to be down here. The stun coming from the Lion Illusion or from the Puck, but it's not enough. Smiling Nuts maybe it's the end. Yeah, the only one way to shot this Shadow Fiend is only by ganking and roaming, but again they fail to show more aggressive side from Beastcoast, and Avulus tend to really more aggressive. Then it will be the end for Team Beastcoast 2-0. But let's say that Beastcoast, they can aim very carefully but aggressively. See that the Lumpy already drained some Stormer's HP so early, below 1 minute, and it already had the 1 HP, 1%, no, 50%. Okay, so let's watch together.
Take that as he brings down Smiling Knight. So yeah, indeed interested to see and hear that. So from Mag saying that this was sort of like a, the Skyrim was something a bit new from them, and the Shadow Fiend, whilst we've been seeing it from a lot of other teams, and not something we've really been seeing from Avulus.
No, not so much. And last pick, Shadow Fiend making it through as well is pretty wild when they have the Naga Siren. So we'll have to see how that ends up working out. We'll have to see how this top lane goes in particular. I'm just curious to see the Skywrath. That's probably the biggest one, just because it's very big of a change. And also can suffer a lot versus...
That's another kill for Whisper down there. He's having quite the start.
A beautiful start for him. And auras are fantastic this game. You do look early on, it's a lot of magical damage that's going to be coming out from Avulus. If Whisper gets off to a hot start, he could really shut down quite a bit of that damage. Yeah, getting first blood, shutting down the SF, definitely very important. They have very strong lanes this time on the side of Beastcoast, and not even just strong lanes, very strong team fight, and that's what they like to do, early aggression and dominate. So it just looks like a completely different style from Beastcoast than they did that last time, and to me it does look quite good.
On moves. He's going to be able to slowly chase down Eki. Man, he's got a flame break at the ready, so I'll see if Eki can survive.
He's got no TP.
Same time, revenge has happened down on the bottom side. They're able to take Whisper out, the two of them, Snake and Smiling Knight.
Eki's super dead. No way out of this.
Slowly but surely. He's got a Fairy Fire and a stick if he wants to waste more of Moose' time. 10 sticky napalm stack.
Can he suicide? No way.
Oh.
He's actually going to waste all his time.
Oh, that's a painful one there for Moose.
You saw him sit up in his chair, too.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I got him. Oh, I got him good.
Okay.
A lot of wasted time. But Beastmaster can't really take too much advantage of that in terms of pressuring Pyke, but can't take terms of actually getting CS. So Jibe will be happy that he pulled the Batrider completely out of the lane. Ah, very nice.
And overall, so what do you expect out of the mid lane?
It's been Monkey King dominance almost every single time versus a Puck. It's been the matchup that we've seen so many times in this tournament, but Stormstormer has actually picked the Puck a couple times. I think yesterday, maybe it was, into the MK. He got owned yesterday, I think it was versus Copy, but today he's doing much better. 18-5 to 15-4. It is a very early Puck pick, though, so there's quite a bit of counters that he will have to deal with. The lane in particular, but then also that Lion that came out. Yeah, Stormstormer is playing it night and day difference. Yesterday, he literally got crushed, so. Bottom.
Lining up the raises. But Michelle and Whisper, they're able to turn and get on top of Smiling Knight. He's got the stick charges. Will get the kill. Can he get out, though? Because Whisper's chasing him with the Iron Shell.
Oh,
he's going to be fine. Able to turn and get another raise off. Whisper should be fine himself.
Whisper?
Oh my goodness.
One charges, but that was close.
Structures for now.
Deluge, what an ability. Probably one of the most broken basic abilities I've ever seen. Reducing status resist for some reason. It's so strong. Cannot believe that he gets away there on Smiling Knight.
Radiant's mid tower.
I mean, top, yep. That Skywrath pulling the bad out of lane. Jibe has excellent farm up here. This lane is the one to watch for me, too, because I've seen and I played this matchup a lot. Is Seneko bottom. Should be okay. The Sky versus Gyro is very weird how you have to play because you cannot eat flak hits. You have to like play on the side because you're zero armor hero. So yeah, I'm interested to see what Eki's gonna do as the lane progresses. Because yeah, phenomenal start for Jibe up there. Seneko now will die.
And just consistent chaos down on this bottom lane.
I think this game is going to be way more accelerated than last one. Even though we saw Avulus making the aggressive moves last game, this is going to be a Beastcoast dictating the pace. They have their gyro. It's the, the South American gyro. We've seen them so many times, how fast they like to play with it. But they're really spamming.
It's a lot of spam, isn't it? Yeah, between these two. The fact that they didn't sort of get punished on the early levels means that, yeah, this stage, now that they've got the skills leveled up, that the damage flying out, it's not easy to stand in the lane against as a gyro.
No, this is actually, I mean, this is really cool. And it's a lot because of what Eki did. I do have to give him tons of credit. Pulling that bad out of lane for such a long time. Now they've got level 2 axes, level 2 bore, and level 2 concussive for the spam. They may have to bring more regen or make a rotation. Moose makes a rotation through the portal, but now
he's going to die for this. Eki TP's over. And they're going to be able to bring him over. See if they can hand the kill to Smiling Knight. That won't be the case. Eki gets the last touch, but he kills the kill nonetheless.
I mean, the courier is getting involved into the kills.
Top lane Jibe. Pyke.
Nearly dies. I mean, another axe.
Yeah, he's got to sit back. He's got no regen on him.
He cannot go for that Lotus. That would have been suicide. Do they have any regen? They have nothing for him up here. They've got a lumpy rotation. He will dodge the axes. He's got a haste rune. Should have this.
Is there going to be any backup for Jibe? No. No, they can't save that. So, a very well-needed rotation from Lumpy. They needed to have something come in here to just free up the lane a little bit more for Pyke on the gyro.
Very cool. I like to see these teams. We're seeing so much new stuff at this tournament. Just these skies, anything in particular. Whisper.
Completely destroyed there by Smiling Knight.
He's got present stacks. That's 2 of them. Early on, it's an insane amount of minus.
I mean, Lumpy's making the move down here, but this will indeed be without the Darkseer. He's going to try and get the jump in on towards Smiling Knight. Sneko attempting to hold back Lumpy, but he's still able to get the Boundless down onto Smiling Knight.
Nice play.
These rotations from Lumpy doing a lot to secure some of the suffering that is occurring on these side lanes for Beastcoast. Lumpy's fixing it.
And that's the beauty of Stormstormer. Even though he did fantastic in this matchup, I have to give him a lot of credit. This is what Monkey King can do a little easier early on. Just quick switching to the lanes, getting that pressure going. Yeah, Stormstormer's net worth is excellent this game, in the matchup in particular, right? He's behind the Monkey King, but I've seen it be absolutely horrific and sometimes in this matchup. Even for him yesterday. He died, I think, twice maybe it was to copy in lane. And Pyke just continues eating the pressure. More axes stacked onto him. He's having to hide all the way up here. As you said, Lumpy, he's the one to watch to be able to recover these lanes.
Their top tower.
Lumpy's trying his best.
Brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
And Smiling Knight. It's going to get caught by the Boundless. Jingu builds up. Homing missile in over towards him as well. Smiling Knight, can he escape Lumpy? He'll be able to keep his distance. With a few raises, gets knocked back in though to the stun. Smiling Knight falls. They'll be able to take out Sneko as well. Sneko out of options. Lumpy continues to get these kills, and Beastcoast, they're fighting back well in this game.
Nice flame break into Earthspike too. We said this was going to be a chaotic one. It's 7-4, 11 kills at the 8-minute mark. Lumpy gets the shield rune as well, takes that away from Stormstormer. Probably just going to keep moving. He finds a Skywrath.
So much action that Lumpy's getting early here. Dominating on the mid Monkey King.
And look what he's queuing up. He finds another courier. If he wants to kill for this. What? All right, 3 or 4 couriers killed very quickly in sequence.
Yeah, Lumpy's popping off.
But yeah, he's got Orchid queued. If he does want to go for this build versus the Puck, that'd be devastating for Stormstormer. He's going to play versus Hex as well as that. Could be problematic. How many couriers was it actually? 1, 2.
You know the drill.
3. Okay, it was just the 3. 4. Okay, there's a lot of couriers, whatever. Yeah. Just seeing in the sequence of how many he was able to get in the last few moments. Lumpy. Fantastic stuff.
Well, they want to try and go for Smiling Knight again. He's in a lot of trouble. There's no saving him. They're laying out the Wukong's command finger as well.
Looking good for Beastcoast in this early game. Throw the ion shells even if they'd like to onto Lumpy. Not at the moment. But if they do want to throw that onto him also, he'll have even more kill threat onto those side lanes. Jibbe almost has Ags finished up. Pyke is still slowed down.
Tower won't last much longer.
But some really good moves from this Monkey King.
Behold!
Might even be able to finish this tower. The mech is finished for Whisper.
Radiant's bottom
fully
tower
delivered on the courier.
Right now.
As we said, this game, it's going to be Beastcoast playing very, very fast. Lumpy continuing to try to make these moves.
And the scanner's hit. I know the whereabouts of Smiling Knight, but it's pretty close to the tier 2, so this one might be a bit too deep for Beastcoast to go for.
Avulus does feel like they have to sit back and farm quite a bit because their supports making moves independently is very awkward. Naga plus Skywrath is not the best duo of supports in unison.
Stormstormer's doing a lot of early tower prep.
He is.
You know, the mid-tier 1 tower he nearly was able to finish off. It's still there, of course, but very low on the HP. And now this top tower doing a lot of tower damage as well, as much as he can as a Puck. Stormstormer should be fine, and Jibbe, can they catch him? They're going to hold back on the lasso attempt.
Yeah, they can't go for that. Song and Coil at the ready for the counter initiation. We'll have to split away. Mid tower, almost to fall. So all the time that Lumpy has spent rotating, Stormstormer has been able to pretty much finish this tower. He'll get the deny though, Lumpy. Great move. So still having that 600 separation from the Puck, but yeah, not too bad for Stormstormer. 9-4.
So what they want to do next about Smiling Knight, because Smiling Knight, after that early bit of action, he's starting to get space, and you can see on the farm, it's not really hurting too much. Sure, he's not ahead, but he's certainly not behind.
No. And Jibe is getting time to farm his Ags. He does have that secondary stack that's being finished up on the left. Once he clears out these 2 stacks, he'll have it pretty much done. In the meanwhile, Whisper does have a tremendous stack that he's working on. Not quite as fast as a Beastmaster. Avulus is trying to contest it here with Stormstormer. They might be able to
kind of low.
Did he get it all?
He pretty much got it all.
I think he
close to getting it all if he didn't, but that was a lot. That was a lot of light blue numbers appearing there when he made that jump. And now to the mid.
Quick and easy
He'll
kill.
Celebrate with a quick and easy kill indeed. Dream Coil down. That's a lot of money in HP. They're going to Stormstorm. We get that big stack. They're getting a kill. That's some good momentum here for the puck.
Cool moves from him so far. In a matchup that can usually go very one-sided versus the MK, he's pretty much even net worth now after those steals. Witchblade is done. So far, not getting tripped up on the puck.
Yeah, and just a very sort of relaxed approach to the Monkey King's early gameplay, where he was not sort of panic TPing into side lanes. He was like, well, you guys are fine. I'm just going to pressure the tower.
He literally got everything but 2 of those Ancients. I believe 1 big, 1 small that was claimed there from Whisper.
Dire's top tower. You know the drill.
Top their position for this kill. Level 7 on Eki. High burst.
They'll get this tower.
Dire's top tower.
So the pressure continuing here from Avulus, despite the fact that Beastcoast got the majority of these early kills. Avulus doing a bit more on the tower pushing front.
Orchid is done though. So Lumpy, see what he's going to be able to make happen with this timing. He's a bit squishy on the Monkey King, but his aggression is very high. It's this high risk, high reward item. Smoked up. No blink yet on Moose. He's about 500 away, so Lumpy has to be the one to kind of initiate the fight. Stormer.
He's going to see it, but gets one of the Avulus into the Hex, the finger as well. The Salt comes out. Seneko saving Stormstormer. They'll just retreat. They won't try and fight back into this one. They'll be more than happy with the fact that they keep Stormstormer alive.
If that was in a better position, Smiling Knight could have perhaps got in there for a Requiem. Jibe. Lumpy's making the quick move.
They got the Orchid. That's a lot of damage, and it will be enough, yeah, with the final tick at the Soul Burn of the Orchid.
Is he going to steal the rune too? The Wisdom. Eki. He'll be able to get it. Big hit, but he should be fine.
I mean, Lumpy's he's tempted to go for the dive play, but Seneko here, he's still going to go for it.
Back up.
Yeah, Moose is wrapping in from the side. Look at the lasso on the Eki. They're killing him off under the tier 2 tower. They're able to turn. Seneko trying to run. The Avulus is in. They're diving in for this.
Not enough,
as Beastcoast kill off both of the supports underneath their own tier 2.
Beastcoast thriving under this. Lumpy is just making everything happen. He got the catch in the first case onto Stormstormer. They were able to get the kill, but instant moves. No hesitation from him. Now position still around these Ancients too. Looking to play very fast. Gyrocopter getting it ahead of the SF now.
Towers taking hits.
And Blink is done for Moose, so an easier way for them to start fights. Now even Lumpy doesn't have to always fully initiate. It can be Moose, the follow-up of the Monkey.
Top tower.
Well, for Avulus, they do have the Ags Beastmaster timing. No song for 80 for counter initiation. The Beastcoast wanting to fight.
Yeah, Lumpy looking for a way to start the action. He's found Seneko. They'll jump in, knocking back with a flame break, but the backup's there, so they can't push on for this kill. That's a step back for now, Beastcoast.
That one can be very dangerous when you're playing versus SF and Puck. If you don't catch one of these two, the Wombo combo can come out. Coil plus Requiem. And Stormstormer is getting closer and closer toward his Blink too. Top net worth. Amp damage in the bottle. Could be a huge 5v5 clash. How long on Song? 40 seconds. Lasso's at the ready.
Radiant's mid tower is getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower's in trouble.
Both teams very careful how they approach the fight. Beastcoast more reckless, wanting to look for that jump. they're staying together, and that net worth, it's starting to swing a little bit toward Avulus. SF starting to get farm. TP's away, won't get caught. And there's that blink. So easier ways for Stormstormer to play around. If he can just jump in and get the initiation. Initiation's going to be huge, either way. Whoever gets that jump.
They can set up a big combo. And that's the thing, right? The Avulus have got a lot of different ways of entering into the fight. So that's what Beastcoast have to be careful of when they do keep up this aggressive sort of play.
They will have the auras from Whisper, though. No pipe just yet, but once he gets pipe, that's going to help a lot versus the combos that can come out from Avulus. Looking to claim this high ground again. They really want to try to catch something, but unable to find anything in these last few moments. Very deep wards they've placed down as well. Moose placing one in the hard camp of the Radiant side to watch if anybody is over here for them to get a potential catch, but so far it's been Avulus responding well. Not losing anybody versus the aggressive moves that Beastcoast was attempting to find. And now they're going to smoke themselves.
And they're looking at mid.
And they have a ward here.
Oh, they get a jump picked. Call on to the two of them. They're ready to quickly burst through. Moves with the roar. Pike will get the chance to run though.
The board hit him. Is it going to slow?
He's got back up. Whisper's going to head him first. Jump in from Lumpy. He's just in the midst of it all. He's able to get the Wukong's command off.
Stormstormer's on Pike.
When Lumpy
get text.
He forced the bat, but the Wukong's been indeed off to the side. Almisho gets the catch and the burst to kill Stormstormer off. Pike, he survives.
200 HP.
Oh, the tree gets cut though, Jibe. He finds Lumpy's tree with the axes.
Both mid laners die.
I mean, Avulus, they're stepping up. They might be able to get further kills out of this. The surge is in play on towards Almisho. They have the net.
Got the reel in.
Going to turn with the sun. It's not catch company though. He's got the slow. Almisho, he'll fall after this all. Double kill Jibe. I mean, it looked like Beastcoast were going to come out top of the initial trade, taking out Stormstormer, but Avulus persist and 2 further kills. Jibe finding a big there in the tree line.
Initiation, as we've said, it will be huge. They don't finish, but we'll get a couple extra kills and place a secondary ward right afterwards. Stormstormer does have that vision now on the far right. They had it on the cliff, so that's why they went for that initial catch. And Pike is honestly a bit lucky that he gets him that bottom tower. He did the same build that he's doing the same build that Parker did the other day, by the way. 044, no rocket barrage, and no Aghanims.
Okay. What do you think leads towards going for this? I mean, what worked out the other day worked out quite nicely.
I don't. The 044 build in particular is an interesting one for me, but yeah. All right. See if it ends up paying off for him. Blink now on Jibe. So Avulus, multiple different ways of jumping into that fight. Blink is done on Misho and onto Moose, so they also have these ways of jumping, but as you can see, it's all about who gets that first jump, who's able to kill one of these main cores at the start of it all. 8-13. Gold lead.
Dire's bottom tower.
Avulus is after that one. The BKB is looking for the side, at least of the Monkey King. Lumpy is close, 1,300 away or so, but Silently has his first.
Radiant's mid
just making sure that they're moving as a unit. Beastcoast not leaving each other's side.
Stormer cut wave top. He showed himself for a second. Avulus considering going for bottom, but Lumpy has a shield rune.
It's a difficult position to fight in with Beastcoast set up. They are.
Oh, they might steal wisdom. Look at Jibe's positioning right now.
The Radiant's courier didn't make it.
Yeah, you just walk in and grab it. I think he was hoping to catch it. He might even still be hoping for it, but no one's going to show up. They're going to start Roche. This could be a bit unexpected. Avulus might not expect this because they don't really kill it fast at all. They're actually just going to stop.
They
kill it.
I mean, they probably could have, right? But they would just be in really bad shape.
There's 0 minus armor. There's not really big damage items on the jump.
It would be very risky, and maybe it does indeed just not work.
It's probably just not worth it. Like the time that you're killing it, it's going to take over a minute. Avulus, 3 cores, farming really well. Also pretty massive on the Snuggus Iron Tormentor. is going to be the choice. Then they can just do it with the two of them. And who gets it? Oh man, I was going to say if Seneko gets it, that's such a blessing for them, and yep, he will.
That team fights are going to be lumpy.
Lumpy.
They do.
Able to do it again.
He's done it a couple of times now here on the Beastmaster core. Dishes for Lumpy. They're going to try and kill him off. Dropping the cooldown in. He gets dragged back by the vacuum. Turns with the axis, but Jibe will get punished. They get the Hex opening over towards Stormstorm. Amisha with the burst.
The song? It's not enough.
It's not enough to save it, but here we go. Gets in the position. Here comes the Requiem. The timing's there perfectly. Amisha and Moose get blown up. Whisper's going to try and surge away. Pike will manage to turn and kill off Eki.
He can't run though.
But he cannot escape Seneko and Smiling Knight chasing him down. Pike will fall. That's the sort of dream setup that you're looking for here around the Song of the Siren. Doesn't matter that your puck's gone. The Requiems from Smiling Knight's all you need for the follow-up.
It's like split second from him, maybe even saving the puck too. That would have been huge. What a play. Big money for Smiling Knight. He has 3 stacks of the presence, perhaps, if the next fight kicks off when it still is up. Could be big for them. They're actually pinging him, so they might potentially be going for the Roche themselves.
See this
they
again.
have 3 stacks of presence in Beastmaster. This Roche, it's Avulus's.
Coming at the start. It looked pretty hopeful for Beastcoast being able to punish Shibate for the fact that he was able to take out Lumpy. But at this point, when they're grouped up this much, it's such an easy setup for Seneko. Back in action, though, Seneko is getting chased out. Back into the Wukong Smart by the vacuum. He's juking this out, though, and he's actually going to be fine. As Jibe holds back Lumpy with the Roar. Smiling Knight ready to bring it down. Lumpy's going to put the BKB. Huge heal off the back of the Boundless Strike. Moves will finish off Seneko. Can Lumpy get more with his BKB charge? He's trying to chase down Smiling Knight. Jibe turns with another set of axes, but Pike and Lumpy are in on top of him. They kill off Jibe. They kill off Becky. The lasso's there. They drag back Smiling Knight. He'll have to pop the BKB, but he's already so low that they can dive in under the tower, finish him off. Beastcoast strike back.
The Beastcoast aggression. I thought Avulus would be able to back up, get Roast, because they had the presence stack, they had the Beastmaster, but Beastcoast says no. They bring 5. Such quick moves that they were able to bring down there. Lumpy lines up the 3-man Boundless with the Jingu.
Toughened up their structures.
See what the call now from Beastcoast is. We'll catch that replay once again. They felt that they had a chance here, Avulus, with the way that they held back Lumpy. But you'll see here, Jingu's built up Boundless, huge heal, and at this point, the fight very much over for Avulus. They try and look at the chance. Stormstormer should be fine here between the Orb and the Blink.
Lumpy might chase.
He's chasing.
There's a Yules.
He's got Orb and Phase Shift, and he has back up a Becky.
Now Lumpy may have gone too far.
The Shibate's got the Roar back up, and indeed Lumpy has.
Back and forth we go. Overextension gets punished. Naga's song is up in 15 seconds. He actually didn't put a second point in it. It's a bit interesting from Seneko.
Has he still got a point to spend?
No. Oh. It scales massively.
Yeah, the cooldown in particular.
Cooldown, AoE, everything. Okay. Pike still no BKB, so if he does get caught in the full combo, could just get exploded.
Does Seneko want to go for the setup? He sees him. He's toying around with the net. Stormstormer trying to poke out a reaction.
10 seconds for the Monkey King.
Grouped up pretty heavily, but indeed Avulus are kind of scared of fighting into this area with the respawn coming into play from Lumpy. They won't push on. See what the move is now as Beastcoast back in action with the full team.
Initiations are everything.
Seneko to start. That'll be pretty huge. I missed the Boundless.
Doesn't matter.
They'll still get him here under the silence.
Now can they back up for a Roche? Stormstormer.
Show top.
Misho's stalking him.
Get the opening lockdown. Can he play his way out of this Stormstormer? He cannot. They get him with the lasso.
Now they can position themselves for that Roche.
This should be enough.
50 seconds, no puck. That should be enough time.
Some very good moves around the map this game by Beastcoast.
Very crazy
It's close,
action.
but they're keeping them well, specifically on the carry, Pike. Having that decent lead now against that of Smiling Knight's Shadow Fiend.
Greed is starting to pay off, right? Being able to go for the BKB later, all these stat items finished up.
I can swing across straight away to the bottom if they want to. We'll see which one they want to push around this Aegis.
Even though Stormstormer went for Yules, you're seeing the issues he has versus all these counters.
They still catch him.
The Lion in particular has found him now 2 or 3 times. Aegis advantage. They give it to Lumpy. It makes sense with how aggressive he's playing. Seneko will pick up a gem to deal with some of that vision. Deal with some of the potential initiation grabs. Beastcoast want to fight. Lotus now also on Whisper, so that's a big thing that they have on this side that the opposing side doesn't have is Greaves' Pipe. They have so much of this damage block that can really help the course. Beastmaster is going to be building toward a Crimson Guard, but he's built just for himself so far.
I mean, around the mid. Lumpy.
Very alone.
I mean, I guess he just didn't want his Aegis anymore. I mean, there was no play to be had there.
We've seen so many of these Aegises.
See if he at least gets out the second time. He does. He's got the BKB.
Whispers in.
Let's see if he can. Oh, that's a beautiful vacuum up. The 3 of the lasso as well. There you go. That's an Echo gone. Smiling Knight cannot get the Requiem off.
That was why he used the Aegis.
That was the plan all along. He was like, if I die this far away from my team, they are absolutely going to stick around and try and go for a second chance on me. And it was the big brain play from Lumpy. It works out.
I think we've seen a lot of Aegis just get wasted, but yep, this one, Whisper.
It works out.
3-man vacuum boundless. And they've got 45-second window that they can force. BKB was used from Pike. They can at least poke.
Beastcoast.
Radiant's down.
Quite the push here.
Their structures. Radiant's
Jibe will be caught.
He might bring down Misho. No. How about that? Lumber Camp will be able to save him.
Continues down bottom from Beastcoast. Slowly but surely taking the tier 3 down. They're going to respect the fact that respawns are coming up soon. Looks like they want to focus on getting the tier 2s instead. Eki's looking for our Misho.
The showdown of glimmers. Won't be able to find him.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Beastcoast ramping it up. Better control. This gyro is starting to get out of control.
Yeah, Pike is massive. It's going to be close to having the Daedalus.
These multiple forms of initiation are proving problematic for Avulus too. They just have so many ways to get on top of these backline targets. Seeing the fragility, especially of Eki, haven't been feeling too much from this Skywrath in these last 8 or so minutes. Just the hero in general. It's not versus some target that you really want to silence. The times that we used to see Sky picked, it was pretty much exclusively versus like Puck and Morphling, so.
Lumpy. Yeah, he's able to easily dodge that.
I think the coil didn't even hit, right?
I believe it didn't, no. It just straight up avoids it.
Well, BKB on cooldown for 85 seconds, but no coil pretty much for the almost the same cooldown. Actually, it was an Arcane Rune, so maybe they'll have a small window to try for something.
Well, there will be a little bit of downtime on BKB where that's up.
They find these wards. Stormstormer, he will see it, but Misho's in the area to jump him. Stormstormer.
Behold, silence.
Imagine if the courier was there and actually saw him. Goodness gracious. The courier was literally right next to him.
That was very close to going horribly wrong for Stormstormer.
Really pushing the limits to try to get rid of some of that vision. Puts a ward down, gets insta-countered. Whisper, a Blink Dagger now done. You already got the Wombo combo the first time without it. Definitely see him get some humongous combos if they've claimed the top 3 net worth.
This game so far going so much better for Beastcoast. They take away, that Avulus Medusa in the draft. They forced them to have to do something different. And definitely not going as easy for Avulus this time round.
This just fits like fits much better and feels much better like a Beastcoast draft. When they're playing with the gyro, they can get involved early, just super aggressive. It's never like they're sitting back and being like, let's wait for a timing. No, they're always just looking for a play.
Go, go, go. It has been the whole game. Even when they've kind of slipped up and lost some trades, it doesn't sort of turn them away from going straight back for the next move.
Speaking of the next move, there's an amp damage top. Lumpy racing toward it. Seneko will just get rid of it. He was about to boundless onto it too. Beastcoast feeling confident with how strong they are right now. Sweeping, looking for a catch. Full Daedalus on that gyro. Level 20's been hit.
Dire's top tower.
Avulus looking to slow things down, get these next item timings. Crimson is finished for the Beastmaster. SF close to Daedalus and has 20 talent. So he still hits hard, just the question is, can he withstand versus these multiple heroes just getting on top of him, and this gyro disparity. A 5k gold lead just for Pyke alone. Pretty much a full item ahead. They push the top lane out, and they're swinging to look for somebody. They have this ward that was not taken out, Owen. Ward in the Radiant jungle. It did scout out a couple of these Avulus heroes.
Seneco's got the Blink Dagger, so can look for the clutch setups with the song. Or at least the saves.
Do they find the ward now? They will. They didn't finish it off, though. Stormstormer didn't kill it. Now he will.
Lumpy leading over. Beastcoast continue to maintain control of this bottom side of the map, keeping the wave pushed in.
Stormstormer needs some long fights for them to have success on the side of Avulus. He needs to get multiple different spell combos off when he's got this Octarine. If he gets popped at the start of these fights, it's going to be disasters for Avulus. And Beastcoast has easy ways to catch, and she finds the roll first.
Isn't over yet.
Oh, that's a big kill, 70 seconds.
I mean, they want to try and fight this. Whisper's jumped in. They're going to try and take this fight without Lumpy.
This is a bold attempt here from Beastcoast.
Yeah, Avulus are not afraid of fighting 5 versus 4, especially the one that's missing.
Right now.
Is that Monkey King?
How many times has Shibby done this? It's what, like 3 times this game he's gotten this catch.
Seneko on the front lines. Blink out in time.
As the Blink Dagger, Shield Rune picked up for Stormstormer.
And they're still being careful, Avulus, despite the fact they have the number advantage.
They might smoke and still look for a fight. They have 40 seconds on the side of
it's got to be tempting once there's no Monkey King.
And Roar's going to be back up before he even reaches.
Yeah, this is your goat son. If Shibe can get in and get the setup, they're going to be in a very good spot to take a pretty solid fight for what will be the first time in quite a while this game of how much Beastcoast is getting ahead. They've got to find something with this Avulus. It's a bit of an opportunity for them to take.
It's 4 seconds. Roar's up. They saw them D-ward the Obs ward they had in the jungle. They've got a blink on Sky for follow-up too for the damage burst. Stormstormer's in.
Look at the coil to start things.
It's just a
onto the ward, then forced to the side. Shibe is going to get caught by the Hex, not able to lay down the spells onto Almishos. Beastcoast get back under the safety of the tier 2, and Lumpy is going to be back up in a few seconds.
Time to reset positioning. Pyke spots Smiling Knight, Stormstormer.
They have to be careful now, Avulus. 5 versus 5. It's not easy for them with the lead that Beastcoast have.
Here comes Lumpy. He dodges the tree cut, but he is roared.
He's going to get the BKB off first. So they jump now over towards Shibe. And get Shibe out of this one. He's kind of caught in the corner. He's going to get dragged back as well from Eki. The song is there. Can they get a position to do anything with this song though? Will allow Shibe to TP out. The Requiem in from the side just to push them back to allow the rest of Avulus to run. He's in with the boundless strike on a Smiling Knight. Now also has to put the BKB. He's going to try and stand his ground against Lumpy. But Smiling Knight is outnumbered. The lasso's up. Smiling Knight will fall.
Maybe communication from Avulus.
They try and sort of rectify the fight, allow them to escape, get out of there, but they can't get everyone out safely.
Because it did seem like it was different concepts, right? It looks like Seneko was telling them to bail out, but then maybe someone was calling, we can go for some type of fight. Smiling Knight gets caught.
Another
Lumpy
situation.
gets forward, but BKB did come off, as you mentioned.
Yeah, they couldn't follow up after. We see at the start here. At this point, you have to just kind of run. It didn't look like there was going to be much fight for them to take with Shibe getting lost on the front. You know, sure, Seneko gets this song off, but it's just too awkward of a position, it feels like, for Smiling Knight to really do anything huge here. Yeah, he pushes them back with the Requiem, but you're not getting any kills. You've just got to get out.
He was pinging the bat, too, like saying, oh, I might be able to just Requiem kill and reset away, but high risk, low reward. They get punished for it. Got him. Shibe, they'll find Lumpy again. I feel like the stick time or something, it's happened.
See if they can find Misha on top of it. Stormstormer, does he want to drop a coil for this? He does.
I'm actually liking the way Eki's playing with the blink too to get those catches on Lumpy. The follow-up Misha.
Just get the Hex off. Searched up by Whisper. Got TP's coming in as well. See if they can punish Stormstormer, but the orb's back up. Stormstormer gets away. They drop the wall, won't be able to do anything with that.
A bit awkward.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Okay, Eki's making some nice moves though. You know, having some criticism for the Sky. The burst with the Beast is definitely having some cool potential. How much they can do.
Not for myself, but for the cause.
AC now for the Gyro.
A little bit of a damage step up for Avulus. They do find the 2 Mind Breakers for both Stormstormer and Smiling Knight.
That is nice. And Stormstormer is 20, and he's close to Parasma as well.
They're going for the Roshan.
This gold lead, it just feels like initiations are so much. And now without wall for 50 seconds, because Whisper used it earlier.
They're going to head over. They've hit the scan. They're going to have Lumpy back in 10 seconds. So they will have the full team ready to go around the pit.
It's going to die quick. Do they make it in time?
I don't think so. Avulus should have this one. Smiling Knight just drops the Requiem just to be safe and sound. And they'll get the Aegis. And do they want to fight in this area, Avulus, or do they just want to get out? They're sticking around. Jump on it for Whisper. They get caught by the roar of the Mystic Flare. Whisper gets burst through. In for the side. They'll try and fight onwards, but the BKBs are out. They get the grab onto Stormstormer.
Saneko pulled him out of the Wukongs.
They have
with
the
reel in.
What's the plan here? Is it just Song and get out of this? Smiling Light's trying to, but the vacuum's there to stop him from getting for the trinket. They're stuck on the side. Lumpy jumps in. And he's in on top of the 2 of them. Smiling Light tries to stand his ground, but the Aegis is gone as they kill him off the 1. Shibei gets taken out.
They couldn't get out.
I mean, round 2, I don't think it's going to go any better for Smiling Knight. As he's trying to fight back, but outnumbered, he'll fall. They may have got the Roche, they may have got the Aegis, but they do not get the fight, Avulus.
Buyback from Whisper seals the deal of that fight. He even reeled him out of those Wukongs, but it seems they just couldn't find a way to disengage out of it. They're spam pinging, so there's some communication that's going on.
Time to push it for Beastcoast.
That was... I thought they were going to Song and TP out.
I mean, they could have had the option, right? They got the Roche, they got the Aegis. They could have bailed out of there, but they decided to sort of make this play happen where they hide in the trees and see if there's a chance to get some kills.
The initial kill is cool, very cool, the way they set up for the rope, but then afterwards, sticking around a bit too long. Beastcoast now to the high ground.
Let's see what they do with the buyback situation. They have got buybacks, but it feels kind of rough spending them here. Oh, jump in.
Eki.
It's come pretty deep here. I mean, she's got vacuum onto the 2 of them. Jimmy's going to come in with a buyback roar. Straight on to El Micho. They will look to punish the Lion, but he's still alive. The Lasso comes out. They drag Jimmy in. He brought back for this. It's a dieback.
The Radiant's top rags is gone.
Oh, that's rough there. El Micho, sure, he dies, but he did his job big time. Jumps in, baits out the buyback from Jibei. They get the racks anyway, Beastcoast, and they get to kill off Jibei immediately off the back of his buyback.
Maybe felt like he had to go for something like this, but it's 80 seconds now where he's dead.
And it was just the Lion diving in.
It was.
And it wasn't like Amisho was going to get the kill that he was setting up for. So, yeah, Jibei getting baited a bit there by Amisho's aggressive play.
True bait. Lumpy now with a full nullifier after these last fight in particular. A big swing into advantage in gold for them. Full items being delivered. I think Pyke has a full Satanic too. There's no buyback from Whisper, but if he's just rallied around the team, he shouldn't die. The only times that they've really died to the Roar is when they get separated and isolated.
Smiling Knight. He's got to be careful how much he steps up here in the mid. They will jump him. Especially without the safety of sort of a Roar to come out from Jibei to hold back any of the cores if they make the jump. Still out for 30 seconds, Jibei.
Yeah, Smiling Knight feels so squishy. If they jump him, he could just get popped. Stormstormer.
And again, the vacuum fall up as Beasley with the barrel strike. The song comes out. It's going to give a bit of safety for Stormstormer. Is it enough to allow him to escape? He's got it is. Saneko with the three of them, the BKB popped by Pyke, starts at tier 4s, but he'll back away from that. Should it dive for this one? They caught Lumpy to the side, mate. Snake forcing Lumpy down to put the BKB. Turn very quickly to kill off the Narcosaurus Lumpy. Low. The Yule was out in time. Can they finish off the job? Pike. And into the Mystic Flare. Another jump forward for Stormstormer and Zipray. Moves in with the BKB. Pike out to the side. Ekin gets the slow off. Over the walls. Moves on the back. They'll find the back. But Pike, he's into the trees. He goes for the TP up. They won't find him. Pike escapes.
Yule's on cooldown for 1 second there. Stormstormer almost gets him.
They hold. They're able to push back Beastcoast, and it really is off the back of that huge save from Seneko and the Song of the Siren.
He goes down. I think it was what 1%.
He got so low on the puck. Yeah, he looked dead for sure, Stormstormer, until Seneko started to sing his song.
The extra bit of heals, the Solar Crest thrown out. Avulus, they hold. Almost getting Pike too.
Yeah.
Very close to bringing down that gyro. He got split from his team.
Next time round, he will have this completed Satanic, so a lot less likely that they're able to force him into that low HP position.
And now they have a Lincoln's on Whisper too, so those roars, it's going to be a bit harder for Jibe to pick and choose his target unless somebody else can somehow break it. Maybe Eki, if he can get positioned to break a Lincoln's. No longer can Jibe just roar one of these two. Amp damage spawns bottom.
Money changes hands.
And they've got to be prepared for Elmisha. This guy making these plays, it's tripping them every time. It's always setting up for Whisper to find the follow to at least get a minimum 2 heroes in the back wall combo because of Elmisha's jump.
It's always worth it as the Lions.
He just throws himself in.
Cause a hex, whatever. Cause Canic. Because if you get the initial jump onto that puck in most situations, you will kill it. But Seneko does have level 3 Song available now. So as long as he's in position, he can stop that.
I have it smoke from both sides. Jibe and Eki.
Did they see? They seem to have known. They were pinging bottom. They seem to have had an idea of where Avulus was.
Maybe have to cut this next creep wave here, Jibe.
Getting the push going with this amp damage. It's only got 25% duration left, but he hits hard.
He certainly does. These bags are trouble. They get the jump, they get the lasso! Moves, he's just having the jump in the song again. This time won't save him because the BKB's up for a lump. He jumps in with a boundless strike. Immediate buyback comes out from Stormstormer.
Seneko gets evaporated from the DD as well.
And the barracks, they're falling.
Icebreaker.
Stormstormer jumps in, but this has got to be carefully brought back for this play. Melerak's taken, they got the silence in on towards the Roars. One of the Calabash to the gyro, can they? He's getting low. They can't quite finish it off. Pike's able to stand his ground and heal up with the Satanic. Stormstormer's out for good. As Beastcoast push on, triple kill for Pike. It's over. We're going to a game 3 as GG is called. Beastcoast take game 2.
In their own style. Super aggressive plays. They never let up on this game, just running at them. There were some turnarounds, some cool song plays that came out from Seneko. But Beastcoast relentless aggression is the name of the game this time around.
Absolutely. Multiple times getting the catch onto the sort of...
Alright, so we're gonna move to match 3. Avulus versus Beastcoast. Selamat Daniel. So I wanna say here, like, well, like we already know how about the worst case scenario coming from Avulus. Of course, they have upper hand when it comes to some kind of combo hero, like the Sky here with the Beastmaster. Of course, the Naga with the song, and Dream Coil also with the song, with the Requiem, and song with the Requiem again, and also the Ensnare with the Sky. Feeling sick is on weird. Yeah, I guess it's already weak. Since Monday. I caught a flu. I'm sorry. It's still a bit sniffy too for me. So that's why I'm not talking that much. So just for a conclusion, with a beautiful combo coming from the Avulus, let's say all of the heroes are basically just created to complete each other. Meanwhile, just to make sure that the Beastcoast is still holding the game, they really need to proceed with the aggressive movement, and that's what they did, and that's why they won again with the aggressive. Because if they didn't do some aggressiveness to Team Avulus, then it will be a sure predicted victory for Team Avulus. Like if they just give up on finding the Shadow Fiend, or even just broke the combo here, or even failed to cover and failed to kidnap each other, it will be a hard game for Beastcoast. We can see here with this kind of score, the gyrocopter still farming very well. Meanwhile, the Lion Beast Rider, they really need to roam here. And with the Monkey King in possession, let's see here the nullifier. He got the nullifier just to make sure that everything is going to be on their hand. And of course the Darkseer with, I wonder if this Darkseer still have the wall of replica, but I guess so. The Darkseer here, actually it's not really that good. What I mean is that the hero is still good, of course, but it's like the utility hero. The wall of replica, it's just a counter for the Shadow Fiend. Let's say that the Shadow Fiend is under the wall of replica effect, of course. So that's why with this wall of replica, he can really counter Shadow Fiend versus Shadow Fiend the replica, and of course the Shadow Fiend the replica can counter all of the heroes from Avulus here. Try to take meal and medicine regularly, will recover in few days. I really hope so, Daniel. I will. Thank you so much. You know, I'm a bit sniffy. I do take some fruits, some vitamins, and also some medicines. I also take a lot of water and eat. Oh, it's like in this October, I don't know why the weather is so humid and dry at the same time. It's like so hot but not really raining, cloudy too but not really raining. So I wonder what's happened to the world these days. Also, to break the Avulus combo here, you can see that Darkseer's already building the Lotus. Of course, there is the Orchid from Monkey King just to silence everything here. The Puck Naga Siren, of course. Puck, I wonder if only this Puck, she builds the Lincoln, then she can really fight back. It's Lion that she's fighting. So the Lion, he can really catch a Puck just because of the hex and the stun. So I wonder why nowadays Puck, they don't build the Lincoln anymore, but it's still practically useful, right? And the Glimmer, yeah, I noticed that the Glimmer on this match is really the MVP. Even if let's say that both team, they provide the same Glimmer, they provide the same true sight with the dust and the gem, but still they can avoid something bad happen just because of the Glimmer. And yeah, that's all about it. Let's move to the match 3. Where is the match 3? I wish they will be soon here, because the next match is going to be on a few minutes, so they have to be hurry. It's rather different than the previous match, the fight NAVI versus what Infinity. They finished the match 2 and match 3 only 20 something minutes, so it's different with this match. Let's play something for waiting. Oh, I don't think that I can. Oh, we still can. I'm totally addicted to this game, even if it's not yet launched, but I feel a good vibe coming from the game. Beastcoast is getting stronger. Teams these days no longer have better roster. Winning or losing only depends on their draft. Yes. That's exactly the point here. You know, and they really like to counter what the enemy teams have. So the draft is really unpredictable, and they can really play whatever hero that they assign to. So it's because I tend to watch Beastcoast since like 4 or 5 years ago, and they really come back stronger, really getting stronger days by days. Morning. Priority is holding a ton meeting. He wants everyone to attend, so I come to get you. Well, let's go. We wouldn't want to miss it. Wait. I need to do something, right? Why there is only one safe slot here? What happened? No, don't show any ghost, okay? Hello everyone, and thank you for coming. Now, are we safe? I'm worried. Yes, have you heard back from Finland? No. What are we going to do? Something that is happening out there. Everyone, calm down. Let me talk. Yes, we are safe. No, Finn hasn't come back yet. But Percy and I have been talking, and we've come up with some ideas on how to prepare for the wars. As a start, we talked to Neris about using her land to produce food and keep the root cellar stocked with food. We also spoke with Hazel and Rose. They have come up with some ideas on how we can be better prepared this year to know. Thank you, Mayor Theo. One thing you should know is that even with 2 herbalists, it still takes us a lot of time to gather supplies and prepare medicine. Hazel and I have come up with 2 ideas to help us save time gathering medicinal ingredients. We're asking for the villagers' help, because we will not be able to build these projects on our own. My idea is to build a herb garden. It will help provide us with a steady supply of herbs. And my idea is to build a mushroom hut. It's a risky project as neither of us are knowledgeable about mushrooms. But it will also but it will allow us to produce edible mushrooms as well as discover new medicinal treatment. Thank you, Hazel and Rose. Since we need everyone in the village to help with this project, we will vote on which ones will be approved. If you support Hazel's idea, then stand to the left. If you support Rose, then stand to the right. Wait a second. I really hope that it will be hot garden, but mushroom. We have garden, of course. We cannot lose anyone here. Like, seriously, we cannot afford to lose anyone. Let's see. The project with most votes is Hazel Herb Garden. It's basically the same, but +1 against us. Thank you, everyone will set up a donation box by Hazel's house. Okay, the game is here now. Let's watch together.
10 seconds to go.
To go for a Puck on 9, but Puck needs very specific bans, right, to really function, and so does Beastmaster. And Shadow Demon, not good versus Beast. Shadow Demon, not good versus Puck. So they're banning these heroes that are just good in the meta, and then they're picking a hero that just doesn't have enough bans to cover it. So I don't think you can really pick Puck here into Beastmaster. We saw in the last game, I'm fine with the Puck pick, but he has to reserve a ban for that Monkey King. That was not acceptable. Like, that Monkey King took away that game and just like ran with it. And surely they're not stubborn enough to realize that. So we'll see if they want to go for the Puck again. Once again, I'm okay with it, but they're going to go for the Invoker instead. Yet again, this is a situation where you probably need to ban for the hero, but we talked about before, Lumpy doesn't really play the Broodmother. Outside of that, I don't know if Invoker has any really hard matchups in this patch.
Yeah, it seems like a really stable mid laner. That's why we're seeing so much of it, especially on the first pick as well. His win rate is not great. Win rate sitting at the 31%, as we're seeing on screen. Quite bad. Like, this is Sniper at TI after 5 days, pretty much.
I think this hero, people oftentimes confuse him as like that space maker that runs around and like initiates for you in like the wrong way. It's like, it's not a Puck. It's not a primal beast, right? It's not an initiator. This hero needs to be paired with an offlaner who can do that job, and you're going to be doing the damage. He's just a more active, greedy mid, I'll call him, right? Because, like, sure, you don't get a lot of farm, your net worth will fall off, but he's not really adding anything to the fights other than just damage, right? And some stuns here and there. So I don't want to see them pick something in the offlane like a Visage, for example. That's very, very greedy. I want some initiators, whether it comes from the supports or the offlane, I don't really care, but either way, this hero typically does not have the right cast around him.
Yeah, he is definitely greedy. Entity was playing Invoker as a carry during TI in one of those games, so definitely a right clicker, more oriented rather than jumping, you know, moving to the side lanes. As you pointed out, he's not a Spirit Vessel buyer. We don't see that item build anymore. It's more like double raid band into Treads, Hurricane, Pike, maybe a Witchblade in between. So he's playing for himself, and he likes to farm a lot on the hero, likes to stay in the lane, get some extra denies early on so he can get more levels out of it as well because of his innate ability. So don't expect Invoker to rotate other than maybe some casual Sunstrike into the side lanes.
And the ban. What will it be? Are you afraid of the Broodmother? Are you not? I feel like they shouldn't be.
Yeah, they shouldn't. I mean, they must know what we know.
Yeah.
That he's not a Broodmother player. They must know that.
And that's definitely like a specialist hero. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Outside of that, time will tell what he wants to ban. I wonder if they're going to bring back some of the heroes that were in the last game. The Invoker already solves kind of the issue of the Darkseer. Invoker is really hard. And they're going to go for the Alchemist this time around. So Beast was also banned too, so they don't even have that option even if they wanted to. They banned the Puck. This is a hero that can lane versus Invoker pretty well, doesn't really care too much about a lot of the damage he does, can dodge the mana drain, can just sit there invulnerable during the cold snap. Pretty nice.
Cool hero, yeah.
Yeah, cool hero.
5 seconds.
This is still potentially a flex for them. Eki didn't play it yet, but Eki also does love to play different heroes. They did flex Enigma the other day. He's also playing a lot of position 4 sniper, which other teams don't believe in. So if it's a bad matchup for Alchemist, they could throw it to the Wolves and play it as a position 4, but most likely, considering how strong this hero is as a carry, I don't want this to be flexed.
This is my nightmare right now. Playing versus Batrider.
Double repositioning.
Yeah, and Magnus, like, you have no control over your hero whatsoever. But however, some of the best heroes to deal with that are the big tanky ones, like Alchemist. So you can get ahead, you get repositioned. If you don't get bursted right away, then all of a sudden that region will kick in, and then you can turn the fights. So they do have one of the better heroes, and I will say, like, Magnus is definitely better versus like these ranged carries, because those are the ones that really don't want to be put out of position, like the Shadow Fiends and Drow Rangers of the world. So they're just picking this purely out of comfort for Whisper, because he just looks really good on the hero.
I'm down with some Snapfire here, just to give you more teamfight damage around RP as well. Good lane. If you want to pair it up with a mag, because you have Cookie into Skewer combo, you also have Flame Break into Skewer combo if you want to pair up these two heroes together. But I've got to say that I'm changing my mind slightly in terms of Batrider being played from position like 4 to 5, because I've been loving it as well. There were a couple of games where it didn't look good, but there were a lot of games as well that it did look pretty
Puppy
impressive.
made me a believer earlier today.
Yeah.
The double lassos basically kept them in the game.
Yeah, so this game, just don't buy a BKB.
Yeah.
They have 3 abilities that pierce it right now.
I mean, picking up the clock as well that we've talked about, you know, it's...
Their initiation's insane.
Yeah.
This game. Like, and I feel like when you play against that, you might want to try consider going a route in which you don't mind being initiated on. Like, pick these big frontline tanky heroes, and by that I mean like the aura carriers. However, the Underlord is already banned in the 2nd phase, so that kind of makes sense. And this is definitely a hero that I mentioned I did not want to see with Invoker. However, it does give you an aura carrier. Considering the Underlord is gone, it can definitely work. We're bringing back the Crystal Maiden as well. Very fast tempo, and now they're leaving the flex all the way to this last pick. Will Eke play this Alchemist? Will it be a carry? We don't particularly know. I like it a bit more this game, like having the Visage with Invoker than usual, just because I do want that group up type of hero and buying auras to make this Alchemist even more tanky, and the other options may not seem as good.
Do you think the draft is too greedy so far?
They have ability called Grieval's Greed, and they also have a lot of gold on their side with Death Toll from Visage. It can work. Like,
they just need Bounty Hunter as their last pick, and
but that's it.
That's it. They'll have 3 heroes that just create gold out of nothing.
Position Doom, position 4 Doom.
The Federal Reserve strat, we're calling it. Like. Just printing money.
It could be good. I mean, this depends where Alchemist is going to go and how Visage's lane is going to go. If you shut down this Visage, he's the big playmaker on the team in terms of grouping around, killing your tower early on. You can also group with Visage. Once he hits level 6, your carry, your position 5, they go through the gate. You take the enemy tower, then Visage rotates to the mid lane. You take the tower there, and you get the snowball effect. But if they want to run a position 4 with Alchemist carry, there is still Tusk available, which is one of the better pairings with the hero.
Void Incarnate.
That's the Invoker matchup. Same concept as Puck, right? You make yourself invulnerable during the duration of the EMP and the cold snaps. It can definitely help you out a little bit. I really like it with Magnus as well. Gives you that empower. You are a right-click carry at the end of the day in the late game as this Void Spirit, so that adds a lot of extra damage as a universal hero getting empowered.
Just pick up Sanctuary as your facet this time around instead of going for the crazy Call of the Void.
That may have been a misclick, you know? Potential misclick there, I'd have to say.
Maybe he forgot. This is something that happens to me when I'm testing out certain things, something with the new facet, and I go into demo mode, and then during the game, I pick my hero, I go grab a drink, I come back, I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna suffer.
All right, Luna banned. I really want to see a DK ban, I think. Like, you want a hero that can be very vulnerable, ideally flash farms as well.
10 seconds to go.
Doesn't feed in the lane to Visage, so having a hero that is durable like DK looks pretty good in this position, but that's a spicy ban right there. They figured, I mean, Pyke does play the hero. Not seeing why it feels like that could just be food for Visage in the laning stage. I think it's more to one of the squishiest heroes in the game, but just some respect going out there. Pike hasn't played a lot of DK, so maybe that's why. But I want to see a hero like that. That can be very, very tanky.
5 seconds.
Adds more splash damage equation. You do have Magnus, but these Magnuses don't really empower you until like the later stages of the game.
No, I like your suggestion. I've been a big fan of Dragonite. I feel like in a lot of these scenarios where you don't know what to pick on 24, Dragonite just seems like a godly pick, but we never get to see it.
Also okay with Meepo here too, but I don't. You have to have a specialist for that one.
10 seconds to go.
I think Yuma might be the only person.
I was going to say, yeah.
Radiant's pick.
All right, well, this one is very risky because you do shift down a lot of your attributes. However, you're oftentimes not trading with this hero, so you're not going to add to that extra soul assumption charges. You can shift up.
10 seconds to go.
If you do get a range drop, you're pretty scot-free in that regard.
All right, so we're gonna watch Pgl Wallachia 2024 Season 2, and this is the lower bracket. Avulus versus Beastcoast, and it's the match 3. And again, I guess Avulus, they're gonna summon Crystal Maiden, another Crystal Maiden for this match, because on the first match, they claimed the victory with Crystal Maiden, and there is some significant chance here. There is the Alchemist and Visage, of course. Invoker, we saw so many invokers already coming from Avulus, so we know that it's going to be the mid laner invoker. Because they already have 5 heroes here, the Betraiden, Magnus, Lockwork, Fight Spirit, and Morpling. Okay, so it's the Ursa. It's like the classic, okay? Classic combo, Crystal Maiden and Ursa. But since they're ready now, let's just introduce them. Beastcoast. It's El Michel with Betrider, Whisper with Magnus, Moose, Lockwork, Lumpy, Fight Spirit, Pike, Morpling. Avulus, they have Stormstormer, Invoker, Eki, Alchemist, CB, Visage, Soneko, Crystal Maiden, and Smiling Knight, Ursa. So, okay, I want to make a shout out about Magnus Whisper. He really plays this hero so beautifully. It's like, I mean, if I have to compare the Magnus from maybe Arise or Collapse, I still love Collapse and Arise's Magnus, but Whisper is on a different level. It's like the total Magnus. It's not really aggressive, but he's really thinking ahead about making a move with the Magnus. And again, since Magnus with the Empower is pretty easily an additional skill for Morpling for the damage, and of course for the other heroes too, and of course the overwhelming damage comes from the Magnus himself again. But let's not forget about the Ursa and Alchemist here. I'm not a fan of Ursa and Alchemist on the same draft. So this is the Alchemist. I wonder if this is the Alchemist support. Alchemist. It's the Alchemist support. We're gonna see something different again coming Avulus. It's a support Alchemist. That's gonna help if let's say that Ursa and the rest of the team except the Alchemists are going to roam or even ganking, there is a chance that the Alchemist gonna just stay there to farm the Aghanims. That's the worst possible, right? And of course the Unstable Concoction is pretty much very good, and also the other concoction, it's the Berserk Potion. It's good for additional damage for the Ursa, but again, what we're gonna see about the Alchemist here. And Lumpy,
I don't think, as funny as it looked, I don't think the cogs griefed him that much. Still, it happens every time, folks.
Every time.
Every time, these Visages, they can't just help themselves but get that early bit of gold. It's like, it keeps happening.
At the top of the net worth with the Alchemist. Bonus gold, they only get the 1 rune. But either way, Jebe is going to be able to bring out a full null. So we'll be able to get that spam going, and that could be what makes it problematic for something like Morphling. We'll see how that lane goes. Every time, Owen. Every single time.
So many times. Well, let's see if he's able to find that sort of snowball potential that we've seen some of these other Visages do when they get these early kills.
Oh, and he can farm the cogs on the Alchemist for the extra gold, too. The bonus gold lane. Oh, it's just funny. At bottom, the one repercussion that can happen out of getting first blood, Seneko did get all of his mana lost, so maybe this bottom lane will be a little bit more difficult for Smiling Knight. Just a small little silver lining after giving first blood to a Visage.
0 CS so far from Pyke.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Let's see him get his first CS.
He got denied.
There we go. Got the deny.
Did not get the last hit, though.
Oh, no. Give him a last hit. Here we go. This one under the tower. Maybe not, it's a bit far away.
Moose has plenty of regen.
Oh, come on. Let him get last hit. Come on. Here we go.
They're contesting every single one.
There we go. He's on the board.
That's the one.
Not an easy start for Pyke.
Not when you give first blood to Visage. Mid lane also, Stormstormer should be pretty good in this matchup. Lumpy maybe does a bit better than the Earth Spirit in particular because he's a universal hero. He can always trade and guard with the Resonant Pulse, which is going to be the Dispel, so it'll probably get harder and harder for him as the levels build up from that Invoker as it tends to. But yeah, top. It's just going to be the lane to watch for me in terms of massive aggression. Bottom,
he steps up. He's going to go for the TP out, and it keeps him safe. He'll stick to the lane, of course, TPing to the tower.
He doesn't have a salve, though. He has tangos, but it's going to take him some time to reset HP. So I think 3 lanes look pretty good for Avulus, especially after getting a first blood for the Visage. Mid can maybe be a bit of a trade-off in a way, but I would imagine Stormstormer is going to be just fine. Always able to sustain as an Invoker nowadays. And the reason I was saying, you know, I was half joking a little bit about the bear thing, but the reason I was saying that I like the bear more is because of the matchups that he's got. You know, Fear was saying it about him versus that Morphling, but also the counter, like the Bat Rider and the Magnus in particular for him. There's ways to play around that as an Ursa. Top K.
They're gonna get it. Pyke finds the chance to go aggressive with moves.
But they get you, but also they should be able to.
Moves? Oh, Moose will die for that. But Pyke will get the clean. It's all part of Moose's plan. He just wants...
the tree.
Shoots it with the tree. Won't work out. Yeah, Moose just wanted to make sure that Pyke gets solo XP.
And it's 3 minutes, so buy a raindrop, bring it out for that Morphling. Things are going to get much better for him as it goes out. Good sacrifice there for Moose. Oh, he didn't actually have the gold for the raindrop to bring it right there. Either way, gets boots, and that lane will start getting much better for Pyke.
Yeah, mid pretty much dead even and very close.
A couple extra denies do make that difference, of course, in terms of levels for that Invoker. Moose. Oh, actually gets... He was trying to bonk him away, but gets vacuumed in. I'll be watching mid, because now that I saw a tip, I don't know why. It was probably just some like little CS thing that ended up happening, but... Level 2, Cogs. So I think in this lane, the Cogs are going to be nice just to burn the mana. Right? Just, yeah, the damage is decent, but just to get rid of some of the spam. I mean, maybe it's not going to be enough because they have CM Aura and double null, but I see a hybrid between the two builds. Maybe this one just indicates that he wants to play it a little bit more defensively. Pyke will be able to dodge the concoction too. Some other small things you can do as this Morphling when you're playing versus these two projectiles. Shippe has not found himself a CS in the last minute and a half or so. Bottom. Misho. No TP this time.
Seneca's got another frostbite in a second.
Can't quite close the gap. Will he be able to deward the camp in time? No, he will not. So still blocked small camp, still blocked hard camp down bottom. Whisper's getting good farm. He's got the stat items built up. 2 points in empowered to contest the CS versus the low damage Ursa. So are seeing him pull ahead in that lane as well. Lumpy.
He's going to have to TP back to base.
And Eki will steal away Mud Golems, which is pretty nice for a 4-position Alchemist to farm some jungle. See that too often. Top. Chip in. Big damage. And Raindrops will absorb pretty much everything. And Pyke, look at his CS. Completely recovered. As you said, he didn't get a 1 CS for the first like 3-4 waves. Now he's almost at the top of the board in terms of last hits. And he is at the top of the board in terms of net worth.
Smiling Knight still having to be careful about how he steps up here unless in case Whisper gets the chance to turn on him. Can't commit to kill off him El Misho.
Jibe again stepping up. Pyke is almost killing him. He might just have him. Ooh. That was very close. Pyke just might be able to be left alone a little and Clock can rotate. He is doing so well now after getting those 2 kills. Smorfling having a clear separation between the Ursa, having a much better time in this laning phase.
Towers taking hits.
Eki.
Somebody's cooking.
He just gets a solo kill.
Radiant's top towers
Underneath the tower.
Oh, Pyke, he is killing it.
Now this is, you know, Jibe, he got the first blood, gets that early bit of action, but no, we normally see Visages not fall this quickly to sort of the bottom of the core net worth this early on.
He had, what, 13 CS at the 3-minute mark? He has 18 CS now at the almost 7-minute mark. He's gotten literally nothing.
Bottom lane.
And bottom.
They get the skewer back from Whisper. See if that's enough to punish Smiling Knight. Jump forward for Lumpy. They'll settle for Seneko. So Smiling Knight will survive.
They can't even finish off Moose. He's got Raindrop. They'll be able to protect their Wisdom Rune, but Beastcoast very, very happy with being able to set up this start here for Pyke.
Dire's mid tower won't last much.
Stormstormer will take advantage of that rotation that did come out from Lumpy. He is having a very good time in the mid lane now, seeing the difference between him and that Void Spirit. But the bigger disparity is definitely between the Morph and the Ursa. That is pretty tremendous how Pyke has been able to farm and get a solo kill. Level 6 already on him. Level 5 on the Ursa. And looks like Moose wants to continue applying pressure. Morphling can be left alone now at this point, so he can start putting more focus onto Smiling Knight and shutting him down. This is problematic for Avulus.
Aki will turn up to the bottom lane. Same to be said for Seneko once more. Not going to be able to get a catch on anyone on Beastcoast.
Nice retreat.
They're able to back off easily and avoid these TP.
It looks like they should be able to secure the rune. Lumpy's going to get his mana burned, but he's got an illusion rune to fill up. Unless Eki can get there in time, he cannot. More free farm, Owen. Definitely a good sign for Pyke. And a Visage being shut down this much, Zibe
might die again.
Very dead. Oh, that is very bad. Very bad for the side of Avulus.
Yeah, this is a rough start for Jibe.
Hero that can struggle a lot if you do fall behind like this. Finding a place to go in the map. Maybe at this point now you do the 33. You're going to be left alone. You just start roaming on the Visage, because that's usually what 33 does tend to do. If his lane starts getting difficult, he does just move around. But
yeah, it definitely feels like there's not much left for Jibe to do if he goes back top.
I don't think he can go top again. You're just going to end up giving free kills to this Morph.
Illusion.
Stormstormer's making the rotation, but they don't find anyone to set up upon.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Let's see what the TPs. Finding the wrap out for the bat. They'll get out Misha.
Nice Sunstrike for vision.
Radiant's
What's he doing
towers taking hits.
Very deep.
Radiant's
top tower takes a heavy beating. Visage in the mid lane, trying to set up for a kill, but Lumpy should be able to play himself out of this easily. Hot start for Beastcoast in terms of the side lanes. Mid lane still struggling, but a game where you have a Morphling getting this last pick and getting this type of farm, you have to feel like they're pretty happy.
That's just so much space for him. This tower's gone.
Top tower's hurting.
Pyke just getting complete free farm. I mean, they're going to have to make some sort of move to pressure the Morph.
But what moves can you make? your heroes don't really threaten a Morphling early on. There's no forms of silence. There's not really big burst, like some Sonic Wave or anything like that in Laguna. Not easy setups once he's been given this type of start. He's just every single time going aggro on Jibe when he shows up. Jibe does have birds now, so he's able to hit back a little versus the Morphling. Does have to constantly be quite careful.
Yeah, anytime a sort of +1 arrives to help out Pyke, Jibe will be going down.
Regeneration.
It's going to be, once again, yeah, just a catch-up game. Really, it's going to be required for Avulus this time round in terms of just getting the Battle Fury timing for Smiling Knight and seeing if he's able to keep up or try and catch up to the farm that Pyke's going to be getting against this morph.
It's going to have to be through early fights somehow. But yeah, when you're going for the Battle Fury, definitely can put you into some limited pool. I mean, you have to go Battle Fury, but can put you into some limited situations where you can get ganked yourself. Jibe, the tower. They'll finish it off.
Dire's mid tower's nothing now.
This morph is absolutely set up for success, though. This is the dream type of. Oh, he doesn't finish off the Centaur. Whoopsie. Yeah, set up for success. This itemization is going to be coming out very quick. And they're getting to be able to sit back and finish up the greed of these stacks. Whisper almost has blink.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged.
So Avulus, you can see Stormstormer, he wants to look to accelerate, finding some type of kill.
Difficult for them to pressure this bottom tower, even with Stormstormer here.
And Whisper's now got the blink. So they've got ease of access into team fights in terms of Clockwork has a hook shot to start a fight, Void Spirit has a way to start a fight. There's very limited ways for Avulus to start fights.
Look over the jump on Jibe, they've got the hook shot. Jibe he's dropped down, is surviving through this, and in fact will survive throughout it all. Yeah, they couldn't quite finish Jibe. Lumpy has to bail out.
Nice play from Lumpy running left. If he ran right, Eki probably gets the stun and they could potentially chase out Jibe. Does survive. An important life for him. Initiation, yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting what approach Avulus wants to take in terms of initiation this game, because they don't have an initiating hero. It's gonna have to be like reactions that come out or counter initiations that come out from Tornado. It could get pretty passive from them pretty quickly, with the Ursa just sitting back and wanting to farm. Well, for Beastcoast, they've got the blink on Whisper.
They're going to drop the RP. Try and body block off as it escapes Smiling Knight. And backup's on its way, but will not get here in time for the side of Avulus, as there's no saving him. Smiling Knight falls.
Love the way they're playing so far here on the side of Beastcoast. Whisper.
Bottom towers seen better days.
Such an early timing on his Blink Dagger to pose this threat onto the Ursa constantly.
Yeah, and just about we're just 13 minutes in, and Pyke is 2,000 gold ahead of Smiling Knight.
Yep. Get the catch onto Whisper. Do they have enough? They should.
Drop the ult, but the backup comes in, and they might be able to find a trade here. These guys, they jump forward onto Stormstormer. They're going to be able to take out the Invoker.
And Jibe turns up, and he could maybe get chased down here, Pyke.
See if Pyke's got anything. Lumpy's coming in from the side as well. Remnant down. Jibe's escape is cut off.
They've taken over this game, Owen.
I mean, Smiling Knight turned up.
Careful. He doesn't have Enrage.
Lumpy's going to get the jump on Seneko. I mean, Eki TP's in. I mean, there's no more fight to be had for Avulus. They've just got to hide under their tier 2.
This morph is completely out of control. They'll even probably finish up a bird. These are going to be crazy item timing. So
he is so farmed. This is going to be one of the more farm morph things you will see at 14 minutes into a game.
And he's getting empowered too. Sure, he's not getting cleave, but it's super high base damage, so this empower makes him hit that much harder. This is a phenomenal start for Beastcoast, and the Ursa is getting slowed down by significant margins. Same thing for the Visage. Maybe I cursed the bear.
He's definitely having a tough one so far. Still chance for recovery if we can get that Battle Fury online. if the rest of the team can keep the game alive.
It's just scary how they make moves without him, though. Like, it's going to take some time for them to farm, and time isn't really something too fortunate for them when they're playing into this draft, when they're playing into a morph with this type of farm. So I'm just wondering how they make moves without him. They kind of have to play as a 4-man unit probably to start getting some soul sumption kills so they can get this net worth a bit better for him. But it's also just when are you going to find the opportunity to kill Pyke? He's got Manta. So even if you wanted to build toward a route of some silence or catch, he's got a way to play around it too. It's so farmed. I kept checking Stormstormer if he did do like the adaptation to the build, but it's just a Witchblade. It's kind of standard. Misho, it's a good kill. I mean, any kill is going to give them a good burst of gold for Jibe. And Battle Fury is done. That's 3,000 gold difference between that Ursa and Morph. Whisper. Quick blink away. Does take the smart path to exit. Maybe that's just how you have to play it on Avulus. Just keep running around as this 3-4 unit, get those soul sumption kills so you can get that net worth going back into your favor a little bit here. But yeah, Pyke he's the one that's going to be the big problem, and you're not going to be able to find him until you get one of these disable items or until he makes a mistake. And yet to see him make that mistake, he's 6-0-1. If good deep aggressive wards, can they find Misho again before he finishes up the blink?
Storm was looking.
He's gonna have the blink gold, so he can't purchase it. So even if they kill him, he's gonna have it already. And now they'll have 2 different ways of Blink starting the fights with those Blink daggers, and then 2 different ways with their heroes just to start fights, either with an Astral Step or Hook Shot. Or even Waveform. Actually have 5 different ways of kind of jumping in.
Beastcoast wants to fight.
Avulus in position, though, to respond.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
They're grouped, they're strong.
Oh, Smokes as well. They see Pyke gets the jump straight away along with Lumpy over to Suneko.
RP's a little awkward.
The turn, I missed it. Shot as well, so a few spells getting whiffed here.
They whiffed 3 spells.
I mean, they're going to be able to turn and take down 2 supports here. Moves and Misho full. Lumpy has to TP away. What happened there, Fog?
They missed. It was an anti-synergy on anti-synergy. They catch the Invoker in the back, but blunders. That's how you recover on Avulus. All in position at the right place. If they do have the squad, yeah, if they have the entire lineup there, it is strong. When they've got that Vicious Soul Assumption damage stacking in. And now there's a Solar Crest, so Smiling Knight. Timings are getting better. And that was quite a bit of ultis used, though, and that was the RP, the hook shot, the lasso. So for Avulus, they're not really cooldown reliant. They can look to fight now that those are down.
Around the mid. Gonna get the jump in. Onto Stormstormer, immediately caught this time. No missing this time round.
Was that just a hook shot to catch him with Lumpy? Has to be careful when he split away from his team.
Avulus
forms of catching.
They're focused on trying to get the objective top. Beastcoast could start making their way over and look for a fight, and I think Avulus know this.
Lumpy's got Arcane, and he does have a Manta, so he also has a way to play around this Frostbite. 5-1 and 2 so far in this Void Spirit. Both him and the Morph having a very good game. The Elusive Heroes. The Elusive Heroes versus no silences and limited control.
Hear me telling you to throw it.
I should be able to get this push going top, or at least set up for a Rosha. As,
they can probably.
I mean, Avulus has already left this area, so nowhere near being able to do anything about Beastcoast taking this.
And they'll kill it very fast with the farm that Pyke has at this point. Throwing him power onto him. He's hitting for over 300 damage on this Morph. And a small crit. So the crit's 600.
Dire's mid tower.
Nothing to scoff at.
They can get very aggressive around this Aegis. All ults ready to go here, Beastcoast. Straight away, smoking up and TPing over. See if they can catch any of Avulus whilst they're over on their half of the map.
If they can catch this Ursa, it would be pretty massive for them. He's been able to sit back.
Oh, they scouted him out. Whispers in with the jump. Gets the skewer back into the 2-man RP. They get the in rage on Smiling Knight, so he's going to have a little bit of a chance to run. But unlikely to escape this as the lasso's up. They punish the two of them.
They're playing this really nice. Beautiful rocket coming out from Moose. Canceled the blink dagger, I believe, of that Ursa as soon as they're able to get the jump. Also gives vision, of course, but Whisper with a beautiful skewer double RP. They have 4 minutes with this Aegis to take over the map.
You know the drill.
So Avulus probably just gonna look to split up, but splitting up tends to get you caught.
These moves,
much catch.
Beastcoast starting to hit that momentum that they did last game, running across the map, finding kill after kill after kill. Nowhere for Avulus to run.
Umpy 7-1. He was so aggressive last game on his Monkey King. Feels like he's even turned it up a notch on this Void Spirit. And Pyke is just under no threat. Pyke's just able to farm wherever he wants. He just continues to get empowered and boosted up. And he's got these super active playmakers with these blink daggers to make these plays. Avulus can team fight, but as for splitting up and looking for these like small skirmishes, it just is not possible.
And they can set up for the Wisdom Rune still.
Sure can. Good timing to get the Tormentor though there from Avulus. Not gonna have it stolen away.
Fortified their structures.
They're gonna smoke up and look for that fight. They don't want to keep getting caught. There's the spells on cooldown.
Doing it into the Aegis.
Lasso is back up.
That tower's already gone.
The Radiant
Pyke just continues to do whatever he pleases in this game.
Bounty.
Radiant's top tower.
I can definitely stand a solid chance of killing the rest, but yeah, killing the Morph is very difficult for Avulus unless Pyke makes a big mistake.
Yeah. The only way they kill the Morph, I feel like, is when they get Basher. When they get Basher on Smiling Knight, then they start to have potential to catch him again, but it is a ways away.
What are you waiting? Oh!
Lumpy.
I know Misho.
I think they saw Eki Misho.
Whisper's going to try for the jump in, but won't get the drag back with the skewer onto Suneko. Out Misho. Sunstrike coming in, won't clip onto him. He'll get away. They'll use the Yules to control Smiling Knight as he tries to jump in and finish off Whisper. Whisper will lift. They get the Frostbite over towards Pyke. He's trying to waveform away. He'll manage to succeed in doing so.
And he's back toward his team. They are very low, though. Lumpy will find a solo grab onto Eki in the back. I think he had the clock with him, but they're disengaging with the rest of the heroes. Avulus couldn't punish.
Right, they've got time to reset and push again around the Aegis. There's a regen rune down bottom.
Another thing as this game does progress later on, you know, Lumpy having this really good of a game, he's what, three components toward that Aghanims. He's also going to be getting empowered. You can never scoff at a Void Spirit with this type of farm when he's doing that extra damage. So they scale quite hard. They have great repositioning as well. Avulus doesn't have repositioning. They don't have good initiation. They just have good group fighting in particular. Once Ursa starts to get more items, then it gets a bit better for them. But yeah, he's just still 3,000 gold behind that Morphling. And they are blocking his camps. They've been putting this... I think this sentry has lasted almost full duration to block out his Ancients. They're preventing quite a bit of gold. Beastcoast very on top of things in these last two games. And looking to keep pressing forward. Tier 2 top was taken, Tier 2 mid was taken, Tier 2 bottom. They still have Aegis for 60 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight.
Pretty good usage of that Aegis.
There goes Radiant's
and potentially looking for a fight. They've got the blinks. They've got their ults and they'll get a catch.
They get the opening. With the setup on a Stormstormer here, moves, backups on the way, jump forward for Lumpy, gets the Remnant connection, Stormstormer tries to push them back with the Deafening Blast, to drop down the Ice Wall, they've got the lasso to lock him down. Lumpy now godlike on the Void Spirit.
Just much easier for them to make these plays around the map. So much catch. Full BKB now for the Morph, you have yet to kill him, and now he's got double defensive items. It's a tough one, it's looking tough for Avulus. Map control is just completely gone.
See how much Beastcoast want to try and push for the high ground. They will lose that Aegis.
Oh, and Smiling Knight, he's queuing up BKB, and it feels like he does need it because he is playing into this Yules now too. So he can't actually play around just going for a Bastion play because he'll just get controlled. Hard way to see the recovery. They're trapped in their base a bit now too, as Beastcoast just swinging it from top to bottom to top, limiting the movements, limiting the map. And that's that Ags finished. So even further forms of catch. And that's also why he probably needs the BKB on that Ursa even more so. They're gonna smoke. They have to get outside somehow. They have this ward too. They saw Whisper for a hot second.
Whisper's gonna get jumped. Get him with the setup. He's gonna be able to avoid the entry in for now. Mango comes in and took the RP down just onto Smiling Knight. Lumpy's in on the backside of the pipe. He puts the BKB. He's bringing in the damage. Able to take down Jibbe. They jump over the Astro Step to slip up Smiling Light. Avulus, they've got to run, but the Remnants onto Seneko. They're into the high ground. Lasso there. Beautifully done by Amisha to drag back Stormstormer. They get the triple for Pike. Lumpy, he's diving beyond the tier 3s in the barracks.
Love the play from Lumpy. He jumps the backline as they go for the play onto Whisper and silences everybody. They couldn't get spellcasts off. 8,000 damage done from the side of Beastcoast, mostly from the Mort, but look at how little they were able to do on the side of Avulus. No one could cast spells. They're all just silent.
They just have to run. Well, they tried to. 3 of them didn't make it away. And now the creeps pushing in. Beastcoast, they're into the high ground and ready to do damage to the base. They're just 25 minutes in.
This Mort pick was just, it was too good. And he played it too well. The Raxes are gone in 26 minutes with the Mort. I know.
Well, let's back off a little bit. So the melee Rax still alive for now. So Beastcoast maybe get some items delivered out and then may just look to strike again.
They can back up. They can wait for ultis to come back up too. The world does feel like it is their oyster. They have dominated this early mid-game completely. And it's difficult for Avulus to get outside now. That was them making the move first because they had vision and they got absolutely nothing out of it.
Whisper.
It's got the blink skewer.
So Seneko and Eki are stepping out.
I cannot believe Seneko is able to step up that far. They're gonna go for the bigger target.
Lasso's up. That's another kill. Set up by Amisha.
Whisper might even look for a secondary one. Still has the blink skewer. RP's back up in 15 seconds too. They can't get outside the base, Owen. Avulus is trapped.
There we go.
Radiant's mid-rags has taken a licking. Radiant's toughened up.
And these Morph items just keep flying in. He almost has Butterfly too.
Brack's gone. Up to the top. They're going to have to try and do something 4 versus 5 if they want to try and stop this push.
Well, who starts fights? That's been the problem. There's no way to start fights. And even if you try to, you will probably just get counter-initiated and killed as another Rax falls. It's only 27 minutes in.
So long to the Radiant's
Yeah, they're looking smooth in this game 2 and game 3, Beastcoast. Butterfly pretty much done for Pike.
Insane.
Yeah, this ball play's been nothing less than perfect. And just kind of that top lane just went downhill pretty fast for Avulus, right? Even in a situation where Jibbe, he got that Visage First Blood, but the lane onwards, it's been a rough one for him, falling completely out of the game. Avulus, they'll go for the smoke.
It's the YOLO smoke. Gotta try. Roche is gonna be coming up soon.
Might be one of their last ones. If it doesn't go well, they've got to find something successful.
Which core can you kill? Is the question. Whisper is one of the ones you can. I think killing the other two feels very unlikely. Lumpy, he's just gonna go in.
Yeah, he's gonna see the chance to jump back in. At this point, you just have to bail out if you're Avulus.
And now they're gonna chase out.
They've got to run. Whisper's gonna see if he can get a catch on any of them.
Blink got canceled for a second there, but he still does have
Smiling Knight.
He's
out with the CP, but Seneko won't be as lucky, and Jibbe's still around. He didn't find a chance to TP out either himself.
Feeling pretty over. Down to bottom, the final Rax exposed. Lumpy throwing the tip out to Stormstormer. He's feeling very confident, as he should. They'll just enter with the mid-wave, it looks like. Lumpy empowered. 300 damage on this Void Spirit as well. The tower is falling. They've got a glyph.
See all the players here. The fortification's out. Potentially for also the final time.
The last time Avulus got a kill was 13 minutes ago.
He's able to get the jump on Seneko. Does have buyback available, but the tier 3s are gone. Alex
does himself.
Lumpy looking to lead in. Looking out to the side, way out the MP. Pike pushes on forward. The buyback comes out for Seneko.
They don't have a wave, so they'll back up and reset for that. Roche also is back. They can set up for a bottom. They're already naturally here. It's probably just got to be... Do they have a smoke on Avulus? It's probably just got to be that YOLO smoke again and try to look for a fight. I mean, it's pretty much impossible to see another way out of it unless you somehow catch them ridiculously off guard. I don't even think they have a smoke, though. And this Roche. Easy for the taken. Nice little 600 damage Morphling.
Getting some crazy numbers now on Pike. And there we have the tools for them to be able to go for that high ground push one more time.
Time to close it out. Level 20 even being hit for Pike. More damage, of course, got Paladin Sword before it all. So more painful for Avulus, and Avulus looks like they're going to try a fight outside to catch them off guard, but this is going to be a painful looking one, it feels. Let's see who they find. Can they kill a core, Owen?
They get the jump. Smiling Knights in as well. They have the Tornado follow-up. But Lumpy's already in on the back line. They turn straight over towards Stormstormer. Stormstormer able to slide away to safety for now.
That's up.
They get the drag back, but the Enrage allows Smiling Knight to break away. Pushing on over towards Stormstormer. They'll catch up with the Remnant. Snake gets a decent ult hit from the tree line, doing quite a bit of damage, but not nearly enough. Stormstormer goes down. Seneko dies. Jibe finished off by Pike. Avulus, they have to scramble back to the high ground.
They got to support, but killing these cores just is impossible.
And there's still the threat of the RP available from Whisper.
And he's back to full HP.
They're trying for the jump, but it just explodes. They get the opening on towards the Morph, but Pike, he's going to be ready for round 2. With that Aegis, Whisper looking for the angle for a jump. They'll play around with Jibe with the shockwave. They go straight over towards him. There's the RP from Whisper to close this one up. The Smiling Knight and Stormstormer are caught. Stormstormer's able to get back to the fountain. Smiling Knight comes in immediately with a buyback, but nobody else's buybacks available on Avulus. He'll try and jump in, but they're ready for him. Pop the BKB, but Pike's just killing him off through it. Gets it aggressively with a waveform. Smiling Knight out for good. GG is called. Beastcoast, this series is theirs. 2-1 against Avulus.
Pike went Super Saiyan. Same with Lumpy. To be honest, these last 2 games, they just totally went out of control. Lumpy, all the rotations were hitting. Their lineup was more natural to be able to make these constant ganks happen after these lanes went down, but that top lane, it just exploded.
Alright, so match 3, and the victory is the Beastcoast, and congratulations for the Beastcoast for the victory, of course. And since it's the lower brackets, we wouldn't see Avulus continue on their journey on Pgl Wallachia. So I would say that this kind of draft from Avulus, it's way too greedy. They have the Ursa and Alchemist and also Invoker, and as we already know that Invoker is not really that kind of roaming Invoker style, unless you are Sumail, of course, because as I already watched in this tournament, the only Invoker, the only mid laner Invoker that roams pretty often is only the Sumail. So I don't know what's happened with all of the other Invoker, but kudos to Beastcoast. They have pretty much like built-in killer. It's not only the Morphling, it's also the Void Spirit and the Magnus, as I already mentioned before. It's on a different level than the Collapse and Arise, but still Magnus here is very a thinker, so he calculates every moves, and we can already see here the network from Morphling and Void Spirit. Honestly, Morphling is kind of a hard carry, right? Even if you don't utilize the ultimate, but he still deals a lot of damage. But again, I really hope someone is going to build a vessel to counter the Morpling, even if, let's say, the Morpling has the BKB and the Manta. Still, it's useful for having BKB against Morpling, even if it got nerfed pretty hard on this update. But yeah, if you want to again gang the Morpling, then let's see if you can build the Hex. And the Visage here, we rarely see a failed Visage, but I bet it's also unfortunate to have this Visage in the losing team. Again, is congratulations to Beastcoast. So we're gonna see on the next, it will be the upper bracket, right? But again, I guess I'm gonna continue on the next match because I need to take some rest. And until then, thank you so much for watching. Adindia, Daniel, Winnie, Bachop, and the others. Thank you so much for tuning in, and don't forget to be nice to each other.